the
Oh my
point.
God,
I'm in
you're
support
lying.
of. That is science.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
point,
so in this
Some
case,
tests.
you're being
It's when
cheated
when
on,
you start
you know,
leaving the
by
realm of
the
science
government
and you start
entities
saying,
that tell
well,
you
if I
that the
imagine
Earth
that
is a
the Earth
globe,
is a
and
ball,
and
and
instead
then I
of
imagine that there's a
recognizing
big
that,
force pulling things towards
you're
the
like,
center
this
of
is
it,
cool, keep
then I
doing
can
it.
assume that the reason this
yeah,
thing
but
Yeah, you don't want to know.
is
You're the guy who doesn't want to be the last person to know.
Yeah.
Remember?
the realm of science.
Why not? Why not?
So,
Though
no,
I
chemistry's
could
fine, do
I could
experiments,
like live
physics
out
is
a
fine.
happy
How does
life
it,
and
well,
everything
here's
ends
my
fine.
question for you. How does this
Imagine
benefit
you're
you
happy to be
personally to
cheated
believe a
on?
lie?
You're just trying to
How does it benefit you personally,
elucidate,
Giga, to
highlight,
believe in
and
a lie?
quantify the
Is it
physics that
because of
exists in the
social
game.
acceptance?
Right, the
Is
stuff
it
that you can all
because you
experience
just
and take
aren't
part in.
interested in getting out of your comfort zone?
So
What is
that's fine.
your
That's exactly
reasoning
what we're interested in.
behind not
But when you
seeking
start
truth?
saying, "Oh, well, we've sent
Let us assume that I am a child and
some
I,
guy to
Can you
one
just
light
answer
in
the
sky
question
and
without a
physically
metaphor
different.
or an
So this
analogy?
is moon physics, and it's like gate kept by
Let me think.
0.0000001% of the population supposedly doing this kind of thing, and everyone else just has to believe along. That's not science. That's just propaganda.
Mhm.
It's always
Yeah,
interesting to me when somebody claims to be an atheist,
when it comes
because
to it,
they feel they have evidence to support that claim, which is,
belief is the
like I
belief in
said,
the
not a logically consistent
other
claim,
creator,
because you cannot
the
prove
supreme
that
creator.
negative.
With that,
But yet they are just willing to accept
like, I'm
whatever
not
is fed
trying
to
to be
them
offensive, but with that
regarding
claim,
heliocentrism without
or
ever
maybe
giving it
belief is better. With that belief,
a critical
the level
look.
of certainty behind that belief.
Can I
would it
just
be
answer it
from
with
0
a
to
metaphor
100%?
and like
Can you
What
try to
truth
just?
would be with
I
that
know, but
claim?
it seems like that's all you have is
After you believed in the
metaphors.
flat Earth
I would
today.
just like you to just be
Well,
honest about yourself,
as far as it stands,
rather than trying to contextualize it with a metaphor.
Conceivable option for there being
I'm asking you to look inside yourself. I'm asking you to look inside yourself
the system of the
and think
complexity that we have
deeply
here
about why
can
it
only
is
be
that you don't seek
intelligently
truth in this area.
So
to be perfectly honest, your question was like, can I answer it without using a metaphor? No, I cannot.
Like with
Okay, why is that?
Like, would it? I don't feel like
I need to put a number on it, but I mean, yeah.
It seems like you're trying to put it at a distance from yourself. You know, I feel like you're trying to ignore the very reality that you are not a truth seeker, right?
No, dude. The metaphor speaks about me. The metaphor is like, you know, I
okay, then go ahead. I mean, I just it's just a way of it's a rhetorical way of distancing ourselves from things when we provide analogies and metaphors. And I feel you seem. I mean, it's a way of not really dealing with it. You know, we can use them, and they can be there can be a practical use in that. But you're distancing yourself from the question I'm asking, which is why do you not seek truth here?
Like, people would want to suppress the belief in.
I understand that you have this notion that I have a specific answer, but I want to dress it up as a metaphor.
They want them to do,
but it's the other way around. I have a metaphor, and like that is the answer. Maybe you are more capable of like
let's get the metaphor. Let's have it. Go ahead.
The metaphor is basically that as a young child, you believe in Santa Claus giving you presents. Why would you take that away from a child?
Believe like different things about what the corruption is.
Because it's a lie.
That they think.
Because they grow up and they have to be Santa Claus next. So eventually they have to know
the truth about intelligent design.
So you're basically telling us, in your metaphor, you're basically saying that we are wrong for telling people that Santa isn't real.
But like corrupt people.
I mean, dude, basically the Bible preaches us that we need to tell other folks with other religions about, this and that happened to Jesus and blah, 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 and whatnot.
You're not addressing the topic.
No, we're not talking about, nobody's talking about Jesus right now except for you, Mr. Atheist.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, would I have not known this fact, I would have entered into heaven. So basically you are undermining your own point.
I mean, I'm not
teaching.
Your logic is if anybody teaches anybody about Jesus, now they have a responsibility to accept that or go to hell. And if they had never told them, they wouldn't go to hell.
From Scripture. And they're
yeah. There is, like in my religion, there is inherited sin.
I'm just saying that,
right? So everyone is born as a sinner. But if you don't know it, you enter heaven. If you know it and you don't live by God, then you can,
Well,
Giga, now you know. Now you know that the Earth measures flat.
That doesn't tie into why.
Does that really matter?
It's about
yes, it absolutely matters. And if it didn't matter, you wouldn't be here, nor would we.
You're going to have those questions about who and why. But again,
what is the ramification of that? Like, why should I care?
I'm sure you have an imagination to understand what the ramification of that is. You can go on a completely materialist point of view and say that billions of tax dollars are being taken from citizens to support a lie. Like, that would be a very materialist way of looking at it. You could say that there's something philosophical and spiritual about it. I don't really have time to get into all that, but to say it doesn't matter
on the government
is ridiculous. And if you even give it like 2 minutes of thought, you can see that it is.
The government's essentially just a tool.
You think religion
a lot of this
is something that has a profound impact on the earth, and you can understand why that is, right? But you cannot have the imagination to understand why believing that we live in this heliocentric model would have any impact on the way people think or the way they act.
Well, like what
I do have the imagination
on the globe side,
but how do I put it? I don't see the negative side effects
on paper. The governments are beholden to the
because you are within it.
Loan them money.
You're like you're a fish in water being asked to describe the water, right?
I know. I have a better metaphor for this.
I'm just really trying so hard to get you to look at yourself.
Private institutions,
and it's not working. It's not working, but I'm really trying to get you to pause and have some self-reflection here.
The reason he does all
how you feel about it. Yeah, how you feel about it is completely irrelevant. Truth is truth, regardless.
Certain players and societies and organizations that have been.
We're trying to give you truth, but you don't want to hear it. And you have a lot of reasons why you don't want to hear it. But ultimately, the fact is you're not a truth seeker. And you're not willing to accept that. But it's the obvious conclusion here.
History as to how we arrived at this belief, but.
Because if you were, you would say, what's the evidence? Okay, and then we'd discuss it.
I'm going to have to dip off for a bit.
And we would ask you, what's the evidence for your globe belief? But you don't have that.
Thank you for talking.
So,
we're here
why are you really here, I would ask.
And all that. And then you can come back.
Basically for shits and gigas.
So you waste your time on topics that don't interest you because you're bored?
It is like
someone
in here mentioned optics.
It is interesting to me, like on a different level.
And optics is actually a field that.
Okay, so truth is not interesting to you.
Quite a bit.
It's
that's why
you just want to entertain yourself.
No, not
really.
To
be able to understand optics.
But have you asked for evidence of our claim?
Hey, Fences, just so you know, when Giga came in earlier, he quite clearly said that he actually enjoys coming in here for entertainment.
Yeah, and so that just shows some. I don't understand people like you, Giga, like who would waste their time on that. Like, there's better forms of entertainment if all you want to do is distract yourself from reality. We're not going to distract you from reality. We're going to hand it to you. And the fact that you haven't asked for any of our evidence, it shows that you're just wasting time and you just like to hear yourself talk.
I have talked with T-Dop. I have talked with Matrix.
So can you tell me what the evidence they presented was?
Does that matter?
Yeah, it matters. I'm asking. So these people spent their time with you presenting our evidence that disproves that the Earth can be a sphere. So can you tell me what evidence they presented?
That requires the fact that I have, like a proper memory and shit like that. Maybe I will attribute some evidence to T-Dop, which was presented by Matrix.
So you don't remember anything?
You will attack.
You have a memory. So you're talking about things in your past. You don't have some like disorder where you can't remember things.
Actually, my memory is imperfect.
Okay, so this leads me to believe that you haven't fully listened to what people have told you.
Giga, you thought that was some kind of trap. It was an honesty test.
I don't wanna enter that because, I will expose myself to higher scrutiny, higher attack.
No, you won't. No, you won't. That was just a test to see if you were going to be honest, mate, and you weren't. That's all that was.
Yeah, so you would come in here and take up people's time and allow them to explain things to you, yet you don't even listen.
Again, when I talk, it's usually when
Giga,
no one else is
talking. Why didn't you just tell her what we were talking about earlier? When that other chap was in talking about the stars, why didn't you just say that's what we were talking about?
I don't wanna recall shit from my own memory because you might be recording, you might be taking notes and shit, and I am not.
We record all the time.
Will expose myself to a
You're not exposing anything.
Level.
Well, here the question is, what is he going to expose, right? He clearly sees that anything he's going to say is going to work against him, which shows me that he hasn't listened at all. Because I didn't ask you, Giga, for your own input or your own opinions. I asked you what was presented to you. So if you're unwilling to even address that, it tells me you weren't listening or you didn't understand. And it's honestly very cowardly of you.
All she asked was if you've been listening to anything. Like, you could bring up anything we've talked about and you would be correct. Like, yeah, we talked about that. You don't have to be specific and quote anybody verbatim. We're not out to get a gotcha. We just want to know if you're wasting time.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a gotcha. I'm asking you what was presented, and that's all.
Nevertheless, you are adversarial. You are many against one. You bend
It's not a competition. I'm asking you. You're talking to me. I'm one person. I'm just asking you to address what was presented to you. Why are you so scared?
I do not want to expose other avenues of exploitation, vulnerabilities.
Okay, dude. You're a waste of time.
You in the first place, Giga.
You're a big time waster. You're like I said, you're not a truth seeker in any way. You're just a time waster. If you just want to hear yourself talk, there's plenty of places you can do that.
I'm looking for Giga Putty. Giga Putty, are you here, sir?
Yeah.
I mean, for somebody who's so concerned about how he's perceived, you don't have any problem acting like this. Do you see the contradiction there?
Please explain acting like this.
Like a time waster, afraid to say anything for fear of how it could be possibly misinterpreted.
How am I wasting your time?
Or challenged, right? We had to sit here and listen to you about your beliefs on religion, right? But yet the room topic is flat Earth, not your feelings, right? And people have spent time with you. And so I'm just asking you to tell me what you've learned, and you won't do it, which is strange to me.
So do you think that the sheer fact that you are talking with me is taking away something from you, and I need to present?
I do. Yeah, I do think that is, because the room topic is flat Earth. Yep. It's not your feelings or your beliefs. We don't deal with feelings and beliefs here, other than to expose them when there's empirical evidence to contradict them.
Belief is the enemy of knowledge.
I understand that, but I just trying to maybe even you can understand the concept of I'm trying to give you ammunition against the next Glober, or however you call them, to call us. My bad.
We've been doing this for like 10 years. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to be in any way new to us. You don't even have any evidence to support your claim, so I don't know what you're afraid of. We can't knock something down that doesn't exist.
I'm not talking about evidence. I'm talking about the way people approach you coming from a globist worldview, aka...
we all used to be Globers, Giga. You realize that, right? We all grew up with the same indoctrination.
I still have to be at work. That's crazy.
I'm a flat earther because people like you called me a flat earther. I would call myself a worldview collector, but I have the title flat earther on my neck because globe earthers like you decided to call me one when I started asking questions.
How do I put it?
Do you think that flat is shape?
Come again?
Do you believe that flat is a shape? Because this isn't even a shape conversation to begin with. And nobody thinks that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee floating in a heliocentric model either.
Can I be like really fucking bluntly honest here?
We're talking about measurements of the ground. Like if you were to measure your height, that's not a belief.
You're supposed to be honest. What the fuck? You been lying the whole time?
I was not. I said bluntly honest. So like I'm talking about the fact that removing the civil discourse kind of how do I put it?
Removing the civil discourse? What, is that an invitation for me?
No.
I just wonder if there's maybe anybody else in the room that wants to talk about the room topic.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
I didn't say you needed to do that. I just would love it if you got on topic. That would be great. The fact that you've gone on mute rather than address it says everything we need to know.
Should I address it? I wanted to.
Yeah, you should.
Leave That's space to the room.
Yeah, you should address the topic. That's what I was trying to get you to do. It seems reasonable on my part, doesn't it?
I think there is like a sociological problem happening here.
No, I don't think so. I think, there may be a psychological problem happening here, but I'm just trying to get you to discuss the room topic. It's really not that deep.
I mean, I don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Okay, but you don't have any. What evidence do you have to support that?
I've been taught so.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence. You were also taught a religious belief, which you've rejected. But you're willing to accept this belief without any evidence.
I have noticed that Buddhists, Muslims, and Jews...
We're not talking about that. No, we're not talking about that, Giga. Try to get back on topic. This isn't a religious server.
Wait.
I mean, it's not a religious room, I mean.
Do you think that there is like a unified global flat Earth theory out there?
What do you mean? A theory? A theory?
A theory?
We just measure the Earth as flat. Have you been presented with the evidence for that?
Yeah, it's unified. Everybody says it's flat, stationary, and we're enclosed.
So he's trying to point this towards this as a scientific endeavor. So what was your natural observation, Giga?
My man, I have natural observations about many things that prove to
the Earth in particular. The Earth in particular, for you to want to call it a globe, Todd?
Again, I'm not here to prove that the Earth is, one way or another.
But that's why we are. That's why we're here,
really?
Right?
Yeah, but I'm here to understand why.
You haven't asked for any. When I asked you what had been presented, you couldn't even say anything. So you're not really here to understand, are you?
If you were here to understand, you would have addressed the question asked earlier. You're not
I do have memories and recollections of those things, but I presented the fact that you are treating me as hostile, and we're
not treating you as hostile.
No, you're just feeling uncomfortable because I'm pinning you down to the room topic. And you want to squirm out from underneath that for some reason.
I presented you a different view.
No, it's not about your views. It's about the evidence.
Yeah, but
what evidence has been presented to you, Giga?
You are using the word evidence, which implies the scientific method.
No, that's not true. That's not true, Giga. The scientific method isn't used on a measurement.
Do you comprehend or understand or agree? Do you agree with me that not all things can be measured?
We're not talking about all things. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. I cannot measure the size or distance to the sun.
Why not?
But I can measure the surface of the Earth. And we do. We do measure the surface of the Earth, and it shows no curvature over long distances. So going on some philosophical tangent about everything can't be measured is irrelevant. We can measure the surface of the Earth, and we do. And that's why we're flat earthers. Do you understand?
Do you understand the concept of I am here with 20 other people, and I'm getting attacked selectively by other people and shit. So I
really you're talking about your feelings again, Giga. I'm just trying to talk about the evidence.
Do you understand that you yourself are bound by your feelings? Never.
Okay, this is ridiculous. Yeah, my feelings are slight frustration because you will not address the room topic. And that's fine. I have a right to expect you to address the room topic.
If Overfences goes out and measures something in particular, does it matter if she's happy, sad, pissed off, depressed?
It doesn't matter. No.
The measurement's still going to be the same, isn't it?
But guys, have I claimed?
Yes or no, Giga? Listen. Is the answer, is the measurement going to be the same regardless of what Overfence's feelings are?
Yes.
Measurements do not rely on feelings whatsoever. Yes.
Most excellent.
Thank you. And that's what we're dealing with in here. And that's what I'm trying to get you to discuss.
About measurements.
Yes, that's correct.
I understand that, but here is the thing. Here is the thing that I want to point at for you guys. In any kind of fucking debate, feelings will enter the room.
Okay, that's irrelevant. Okay, hooray. That's so what? The measurements don't care about our feelings.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's why if you just use the measurements, you don't have to use your feelings at all.
Exactly. Do you believe, Giga, that truth exists independently of our feelings about it?
He's crashing out. He can't handle it.
Does truth exist independently of how we...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Great.
Categorically agree.
Okay.
I had to clarify myself.
And not about our feelings.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'm sure people discussed with you how the Earth is measured flat. Did they not?
They did.
Okay, so how was that done? How was it measured? What was the method?
Many methodologies were provided. The best case that you guys had was going to water, because it is self-leveling due to gravity that you cannot explain.
No. Due to gravity is a claim, right? We're not going to get into claims that you can't prove. We can measure water as level, as flat, right? So we shoot a laser over a large body of water.
Yes,
and it exhibits zero curvature at any distance.
Yes, and we do not understand gravity, but we assume that
gravity is not coming into this at all. Okay, gravity is not relevant to the conversation.
Gravity is relevant, highly relevant, because the
so you're telling me that lasers don't shoot straight because of gravity? Is that your claim? What's your claim? Because if we shoot a laser over a large body of water, hold on, Giga. Hold on.
My bad.
If we shoot a laser over a large body of water and it hits the target on the other side at the same altitude, at the same height, every time, consistently, that's something we can measure, right? It has nothing to do with gravity.
I disagree.
Chat, Giga.
Okay, so tell us how gravity affects a laser measurement.
You need to have a working understanding of gravity.
No. I'm asking you for evidence that gravity is giving us these consistent results with lasers over large bodies of water.
Why?
And that the Earth remains a sphere, but somehow gravity can be used to explain away laser tests. Explain that to us.
I'll tell you why, Giga, that it's you assuming. Because number one, you would have made an observation of the laser bending. Then you would have put forward a hypothesis on why the laser is bending. In your case, you would claim that it's gravity. So, where have you witnessed these lasers bending in order for the necessity of a hypothesis?
All my observations prove the fact that nothing can be straight.
Observations prove the fact. Excellent. So you've made an observation. So, good science, my friend. Observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. Can you post in the side chat your good science observation so this can be repeatable, so we can go back and do it ourselves?
He's never worked in a machine shop.
Water is flat at rest, Giga. You even admitted that.
May I please finish a sentence?
You were silent. Nobody interrupted you.
Let me try to finish like a couple of sentences in a row. Let's see where this goes.
Before you begin, let me ask you, is it going to be evidence or is it going to be feelings?
It's going to be observations.
Okay. Can you post the observations in the side chat so we can see them?
No, I cannot.
Okay, so where have you observed Earth curvature?
Wait. We are talking about the fact that you make observations distill into the fact that is objective truth, right?
We take measurements using lasers.
You've yet to present anything. If you're going to have something that you're going to consider as fact, we want some kind of citation to back up your fact. Because I'm not going to take your word for it, because at the moment you've spoken of philosophy for the last hour. So, why would I believe a philosopher?
I don't know. Why not?
If you're going to present something as fact, you're going to have to back that up. So present whatever you like as fact. I've got no problem with that, but you're going to have to back it up, brother.
No. I will tell you.
Yes.
No.
So you've made an observation. So this is the problem. You've instantly jumped to the second part of the scientific method. You've accepted something as fact. You have to make the observation first. So where have you observed these lasers bending downwards?
From all of my observations as a human living in this society.
That wasn't the question.
I have noticed. May I please answer it, nevertheless?
Lasers bending down. Where's this happened? You've seen it happen. You're claiming it's an observation, so thus you've seen it happening. Where have you seen this happen?
He didn't answer the question. He said, well, can I answer it? Can I say this shit anyway? No.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Cool.
This discomfort you're feeling, Giga, is the fact that we are exposing the fact that you don't have any evidence to support your claims. And you want to retreat back into your feelings and distance yourself from the conversation. It's really obvious to everyone.
May I please answer your query?
No, answer Matrix's question for you. Where have you seen lasers bending downward in accordance with the expected rate of globe curvature?
See what we've got, Giga. We're going to run through the scientific method. Number one, you're going to make your observation. Can the person that's got his camera on please turn it off? You're going to make your observation. Then you're going to put forward a hypothesis. And then we're going to test this.
My hypothesis.
So, your observation was what?
May I please have my hypothesis first?
Not without your observation.
Okay, my observations are the
following. Can you pause for a second? I've just got to have a chat with this. Ergo, can you turn your camera off, please?
You limit the room size. No, yeah, we don't care that you blow smoke.
Thank you. Okay, please proceed, Giga.
So, my claim is the following. From my life experience, all the things that I have noticed, which are long...
About lasers?
No. I'm not talking about lasers yet.
You should be.
I will bring up the concept of lasers later.
Oh, they're a concept
No,
now?
bring it up.
I'm not going to put my fucking hand in front of a fucking 100-watt gun.
Yeah, you've wasted everyone's time enough. Can you please try to get on topic?
We're talking about the lasers. Your observation of lasers bending down. That's what I'm interested in. Thank you.
I do not know how to answer the question sufficiently for me to be...
Well, you're telling us about an observation. The thing in question is lasers. Long-range laser tests over 10 and 20 miles. Okay, you've observed one bending down. Where have you done this?
I'm gonna try to answer this question, and feel free to cut me off, which you will be doing inevitably.
Oh, shit, yeah. Especially when you're talking about other random things. So you've made an observation of a laser bending down. Where, when, who, how,
I have
what?
Never said that. I have never said that.
So how did you come to the conclusion that lasers bend down if you've never seen one?
Here are my observations. I have held a stick. I have held a metal rod. I have held many objects made out of many different materials. They all bend down. There is something bending them down.
Really? I have lots of things that don't bend down, Giga.
For example?
I have many man-made objects, and we use lasers over long distances, and they don't bend down. So your contention that everything bends down is like just stupid. I'm sorry, but it's just stupid. We shoot a laser over a large body of water, and it doesn't bend down. So now what?
But what other things do you have?
Oh, no, I'm not playing this game with you, Giga.
Hey, Giga, we're talking about lasers. If you want to talk about other things, you're in the wrong room.
Lasers don't bend down, Giga.
I know that.
Not unless the conditions are really unusual.
But why?
Excellent. So here's Giga. I think other things bend down, so therefore lasers do. But they don't bend down. I'll tell you they don't bend down, but because other things bend, lasers have to. We're talking about long-range laser tests. That's what you brought up.
I never said that. I wanna point out the fact that gravity exists.
No.
You don't get to do that without evidence, Giga, and it's irrelevant to the topic anyway. We can have gravity and lasers still shoot straight over large bodies of water.
Okay.
It's just a word.
It is okay. It is okay, and it completely destroys your worldview, and that's why you're so uncomfortable right now.
No, I am not, because you cannot prove that the Earth is flat in a society that did not
I can
develop
prove it.
lasers.
I absolutely can prove it. Are you saying that truth is sourced by consensus?
You are forced to use lasers, my man.
We use lasers because we can use them with accuracy and precision over long distances. What evidence do you have for surface curvature? Use a laser.
Again, I would like to point out that I do not have evidence. I do not have anything to
all right.
present.
Well, as long as we're clear on the fact that you're here to argue for your feelings and not for any kind of practical demonstration of the Earth being a globe.
Yes, but can you understand the dichotomy of
don't start. Don't start. Giga,
my bad.
We just present evidence, right? And then we invite people to, present their own evidence. We present our own evidence, and then we discuss that, and we can challenge each other. You don't have any evidence.
No, ma'am.
You just have feelings. You really just have feelings.
I don't think it is feeling based. I think.
Well, I don't care what I don't care what your feelings about your feelings are. You have clearly shown that all you have is feelings. You don't have evidence.
Okay.
You've made that clear. So I don't understand how you could then contradict yourself and say it's not feelings when you haven't presented any evidence.
But here's the thing. Have you presented evidence?
You told me other people had presented evidence, but you couldn't tell me what that was.
Why is a rod behaving differently than photons?
What?
Because they're not the same thing. That was easy.
God. This is unbelievable. You are unbelievable, Giga. Are you like this in everyday life, or just when you come in here?
Quit while you're ahead, bro, please.
Wow. People like you help create more flat earthers. So thank you for doing your part.
Again, I'm not here to convert anyone towards anything.
Oh, you're converting people. Trust me.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, I used to be a glober. If I wasn't already a flat earther, you would have converted me to a flat earther today.
Fuck yeah. I really would like for you guys to not ban me from this VC and accept me. Maybe you can mute me.
What are we supposed to accept?
Banned? Who's banning you?
No one's banning you, Giga. Are you trying to get banned?
You Globers are paranoid.
I think he's telling us he won't get on topic. I think that's why he realizes a ban is imminent.
Well, I'm not about to ban you. If he doesn't talk about it, if he doesn't talk about it, it won't be true. But it doesn't matter what you think, dude. Earth is already flat, and you already know it. You just want to, deny it somehow, weird way.
I would like to call on other people who already left. I'm not here to disrupt the VC. So I'm
okay,
genuinely
Giga, if you're not willing to disrupt the VC, then you would get on topic, which you're unwilling to do.
I have no topic. I really think that
the room has a topic, Giga. It's not your room.
Yes, ma'am. And I will shut the fuck up. And I already did it.
Come back when you have evidence to support your claims. We look forward to seeing it.
I'm not here to convert you, and you cannot.
I didn't ask for you to convert me. I asked you to present evidence, and then I can make my own mind up.
And as for Jesse Pinkman, maybe if you've been in the channel for the last, nearly 10 o'clock, I got home at 7:30. He's been in here basically since then, going round and round in circles. So, yeah, it might be somewhat of an idea to know thy enemy.
Matrix, answer me this. Am I disruptive?
That's not how dishonest sounds.
No, you actually offer nothing. That's all. You offer absolutely nothing. You can't even have a conflict because of your feelings. So really doesn't matter what you do if you just sit there.
But is that disruptive for the community as a whole?
Do you often go into other rooms and talk about something that isn't the room topic?
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. This is one of my favorite rooms, my man. Especially
then why are you? If it's one of your favorite rooms, why are you so afraid to address the topic?
Why do you keep saying "my man" to a woman?
It's a language barrier difference.
He's hoping.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. Like, anyway, yeah. So this is your favorite room because what? Because it offers you an opportunity to just waffle on about nothing.
It's to
how much time have you spent here? How much time have you spent here, Giga?
I don't know. Like I think like it's above 10 hours.
Okay, and yet you cannot steelman a single flat Earth argument. What does that say about you?
I don't even wanna.
Right, you don't wanna. So why are you here?
I don't know, like there is this perverted
I'd agree with that.
Understanding.
No, you're not trying to understand, because if you tried to understand, you could tell us what our evidence is.
He was right, though. Globers are perverted because they always come in and say degenerate stuff. I mean, it's definitely perverted.
Yeah, we definitely see that to be a consistent theme. Can you imagine spending 10 hours in a room and not knowing anything about the room topic?
He's been in here 10 hours?
That's what he said.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I know like a lot of like also like individual views and shit like that, but I try to not like
10
interfere.
hours and you can't explain anything about the topic.
What size is the globe? Earth? It's a radius.
40k miles?
No. That would be your circumference anyway.
Yeah, like you were asking for size, and I like could have answered it one way, and then you would have been like,
no one ever measures
I was asking in moles.
No one ever in their life measures a basketball in the circumference of it.
Again, I would like to be the one, like you're the guy who assumed that I has never done machining, right?
Correct. You don't know what flat is. You said there's no such thing as straight flat.
So you're the guy who assumed that I don't know shit about machining. Okay.
Correct.
I'm gonna note that.
I assume that by the way you speak.
Not only that, he said everything bends down.
That's how I know he's never machined a part in his life.
He's never seen a tree either. Or a blade of grass.
Could you imagine Prince holding a tolerance and it has to be just like this, but when you hold it up, it bends, and it doesn't say it bends in the print? You would be working on that. Like, you may as well just go to a crazy house and get a job there and just be nuts all day long trying to make a bent part straight that just doesn't straighten out.
DDoP and Matrix specifically. Am I disruptive?
Wow.
Dude.
Did someone
Do you want us to make you feel better about the fact that you don't have any globe evidence?
I'm not here for that.
Then you are in the wrong room, dude.
Then you've answered your own question. Yes, you're disruptive.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like he's a closet flat earther. He knows that he's attracted to the flat earth, but he doesn't want to come out and admit it because he doesn't want his parents to find out because he'll be shunned.
I'm again like if you have like a cohesive community and I'm disrupting and shit.
Dude, I just asked you to get on topic.
By asking us if you're fucking disrupting us.
Yeah,
I have no
totally.
topic
I don't know why you want us to coddle you and treat you as somebody special here. We ask everyone to discuss the room topic.
I am literally a global.
Okay, so if you don't want to be disruptive and you claim to be intellectually honest, you'll address it.
He just said he was a glober and he doesn't know anything about the globe. How is that possible?
Because he has a religious belief in the globe. And it makes him feel good.
The TV belief, the one you see on TV.
It makes him feel good to agree with most people around him.
I agree. It is. Maybe it is that way. Yes.
It's not maybe.
But again, should I shut the fuck up, or do you want to talk?
You should try to get on topic. Can you do that? Are you capable of that?
I'm
Are you? Interested. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question, Giga. Can you discuss the rim topic or not? Yes or no? I don't want to hear anything else besides yes or no.
Can you please phrase?
Okay, so that was a no. That was a no. You cannot address the rim topic. You are physically unable to do so or mentally unable to do so. Understood. Is there anybody else in the room
maybe
who
it actually
has any questions?
Maybe it's actually painful for him to adjust the topic.
It's painful for us, that's for sure. I mean, we have several other people in the room right now. If anyone has any questions or comments or has any evidence for a globe, we'd love to see it, you know? But if you just want to talk about how you feel, this is probably not the best place for you. You know, I'm sure there's a philosophy channel somewhere or a therapy channel. The only therapy we offer is helping people get over their globe. We have several people with open mics. Do any of you have any questions or comments? Anything to offer on the rim topic? Has anyone talked to Sunflower?
Not yet.
No. Or Ganon? Ergo went on mute when I asked, so I assume he doesn't want to discuss. What about you, Jimmy?
I thought Ergo might have stepped up. He was happy to go on camera earlier. I thought he might have been happy to jump onto the mic.
Hey, Jimmy. I see you unmuted.
Just so you know, Nathan, lights are on, but no one's home. We can see you flashing, but no sound coming through, mate.
Reconnect.
Hey, Jimmy, welcome to the room. Have you been here before?
Yeah, I'm just listening right now.
Fair enough.
Welcome to the friendliest flat Earth channel on all of Discord.
That's a very interesting discussion, I must say.
Why is that, man?
Unfortunately, we haven't really gotten to the evidence at all. If you've been here before, well, I don't know if you've been here before, but have you seen anyone present the evidence either way, for flat or globe?
It's the first time, actually.
Okay, cool. Matrix?
What'd you
want this one
for? No, you're right. Keep going. You're on a roll. You're actually going really good, so I'm happy to let you. I can post them up.
Yeah. So, Jimmy, you said you don't really want to talk, so I'll just briefly go over the evidence for you. So, we're told that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. So that necessitates a certain rate of curvature just using trig. So that works out to approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So we go out in the real world and over large bodies of water, which are flat at rest, we measure for that curvature. And every single time, we get none. So, for example, over a 10-mile body of water, there should be over 66 feet of curvature. That means that if you had a 6-story building approximately at the other end of a 10-mile lake, it would be completely invisible due to being blocked by Earth curvature. We don't see that anywhere. We don't measure that anywhere. When we shoot lasers, they hit their target every single time. Over 20 miles, that would be over 266 feet of curvature, so a 26-story building approximately. No curvature there either. And that's it. So we're not interested in creating a new paradigm. We're not interested in creating a new model. We just simply completely destroy the heliocentric model by measuring the surface of the Earth. We don't claim that the Earth is a specific shape. We don't claim it's a disk in space. Nothing like that. We don't claim that we're the only flat planet. The whole model falls, the whole globe concept falls apart as soon as you measure the Earth as flat. So we don't make claims to things we cannot empirically prove. Some people are uncomfortable with that fact, but we're going to be honest and admit when we don't know something that we don't know it. But we do know that the surface of the Earth measures flat. And that's it.
Feel free to reference me as a glober, by the way.
No, we're not using you for anything. You don't know anything about the globe.
Thank you for validating my claims of you being a disruption.
Oh yeah, you are right. He is a disruptor.
My bad. I have just one question.
That's okay. I put it in the notes. I put it in my notes for you, Giga. Room disruptor.
If anyone wants to check the side chat, people have put some really great stuff for y'all to check out, including a whole big list of laser tests.
He worked out we couldn't hear him.
Still can't hear you.
Yeah, lights are on. No one's on.
I guess those microphones don't work.
Yeah, just with this one. I've refreshed.
There he is. Yes, he's got it.
Now you're on.
The Discord just cut out. I refreshed it and it's fine now.
Welcome back, Nathan.
Hello.
What's going on your side of the pond?
Very hot here. Clear blue skies, beautiful sunny day. Just does mean I'm going to be pouring with sweat though. That's life.
Hot for you. Hot for you fellas is anything above 15 degrees, isn't it?
15 degrees? No.
You guys having any clips today?
Yeah, at 7 p.m, something like our time. I've had the girls make a couple of viewing boxes just in case it is too bright to look at with the naked eye. I doubt it because it's late in the afternoon. So it should be easy enough to just look at it. But
in 2 hours, make sure you strap yourselves in because gravity is going to vanish for 7 seconds.
I already got myself tied down. I had a company come out and drilled poles 60 feet into the ground and diagonally a couple different directions, and I got chains out there, and then I'm going to go out and chain myself out in the yard later.
Okay. I mean, gravity, depending on which one you're talking about, is an assertion that we've got a downward vector perpendicular to a plane of reference. But in terms of it being a force that could be turned off, that was superseded 111 years ago. The current rhetoric is a mathematical construct called space-time, is alleged to warp as a consequence of the uneven distribution of maths. That's not something that you can turn on and off in any circumstance. It's the mathematics. You talk about specific gravity, it's just weight. You talk about Newtonian gravity, it's mass attracting mass to the centre of Earth. So, depends which one you're talking about, but none of them are actually any consequence beyond weighing things.
Well, it's all over TikTok that it's turning off for 7 seconds today. Hold on to stuff.
Yeah, because the reason why is because there's black hole waves crossing. Oh, it could be from the eclipse. You better believe it. They anchor down.
These are only in existence in mathematics.
Yep, now it's my turn to play. I'm half a day ahead of you lot. Nothing happened, so don't worry.
Oh, I forgot. You live in the future.
Yeah, but it has to happen 10:30 our time. Well, 9:30 my time. 9:33 to be exact, Central Time. 10:33 Eastern Time. So wait, you're saying that at the time it was supposed to happen for you, it's gone already and it didn't happen? What a disappointment.
Correct.
It's already Thursday.
It is.
Close to it for Australia.
I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, so at 12:30 a.m., you should feel the effects in Sydney. Right? So it'll be Thursday for you.
Correct.
Wednesday for us. So it didn't happen yet for you. It's happening at 12:30 a.m. So please make sure you take precautions.
Hey, Matrix, look in your types of gravity chart and look in the D section. Look at the first one. That's a Glober gravity. It's a degenerate gravity.
Well, during the 7 seconds, are the effects going to be negligible or what?
You are going. That's what I was thinking. If you're outside, 7 seconds, don't go by so fast. So you could freaking float up 20 feet. There's going to be a lot of people dropping dead today.
Just so you know.
What I've been saying.
And why would you be floating up? Where are you getting this instant want to be up in the sky from?
Because gravity pulls you towards the center. If you don't have any gravity, you're going to fly away from the center. Duh.
Horseshit. That was superseded a while ago. It's bendy space-time now. I want to know how I'm flying.
See, that one don't work with what's supposed to happen at 10:30 Eastern time. Stick with the one that's going to work. And bending of space-time ain't going to work. Like, you can't float away with that. So just go back to Newtonian.
Yeah, stick with the right one.
Carry you on without Einsteinian gravity, your inertia would carry you on. So it looked like you were falling upwards, but it's actually the Earth just stopping its movement.
Oh, shoot, the Earth's going to stop? Wow, there's going to be catastrophes. Let me get ready. I'll be back. I got to hang it down.
I already talked to some Globers. If the Earth stops spinning, everybody flies off.
I see this as a fairly narcissistic endeavor. Whoever seeded this into the general populace, this idea, right? It's a couple of things. One is duper's delight. But moreover, there's a narcissistic endeavor called future faking, which is where if you're dealing with empathic people that respond well when you try and extract a response or a reaction from them, and you can plant this idea of something that will affirm their bias coming their way imminently. In this case, a demonstration that the lack of any evidence of Earth turn or gravity can be compensated for when suddenly the effects are no longer in effect. There aren't any effects. Not all things tend towards the ground. But to suggest that we can nullify a non-effect and then we'll start experiencing something is a way of future faking you. When it doesn't happen, you've already had those endorphins released into your system anyway. You've already got off on it. You've got the mental high from the fantasy that this could happen. It's like the psychopath telling the woman, yes, of course we'll get married next year. Of course you can go out and start looking at places to have the reception. The year elapses and they're not getting married. And then he just says, oh yeah, did I say that? Yeah, we'll get married this time next year. And she immediately gets excited again. It's future faking.
Did you hear what Harp said to me that one time when we discussed this about a month ago? I said, man, if that happened, that would freak me out. I'm just walking down the block and boom, I get sucked up. He goes, you stupid idiot. You're a Christian. You're supposed to believe in a rapture. So why should it freak you out? Oh, man. It would freak me out.
Yes, the lack of a non-force that you can think of as a force that isn't really a force because there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Professor Brian Cox, being turned off should worry everyone. I think we should all be deeply afraid. In fact, don't be afraid. Be very, very, very afraid.
Well, they cover this in one of the Avenger movies, don't they? Where gravity is gone for a couple of seconds and people are just floating in the air. I don't know if it's Spider-Man or the Avengers, one of the Marvel movies. Or it might have been Flash. I don't know. It's a superhero movie where they lose gravity and people are just floating up in the air.
Can you say all that again? I was in the other room making coffee.
I said in one of the superhero movies, it's happened already, so.
Oh, it must be true then.
It's turned off. Very good.
Yeah, it was one of them. I don't know if it was Flash. It was one of them. I'll find out. But it happened in one of the movies for about 5 seconds. It was a loss of gravity, and everything just floated up in the air. Cars, people.
Is that because the Earth stopped moving up?
Infinity War.
It was the Avengers, right? The Infinity War?
Yeah.
Now that was when at the end Thanos clicks them all away, right?
I think it's when Peter Parker's on the spaceship.
I didn't hear you. Somebody rumpushed you.
I think it's when Peter Parker's on the spaceship.
He just wants to rumpus you today, whoever that is.
Sorry, I was just calling you the waves for talking about comic book shows.
Oh, it's Len.
Yes, I agree entirely. Yes, I was definitely listening.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt there anyway. How's my sound? Is it shite?
Average. It's all right. It's not terrible.
I was wanting to get the same noise cancelling headphones as Eli, but then a day or two afterwards, someone accidentally delivered a set of Sennheisers through my door.
Oh, okay.
It's got my address on it, but no way of returning it to anyone, so I thought, I'll give that a go.
Fair enough. This sounds fine. It's all right.
I can hear the background, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're anywhere near as good as yours. I'm doing about 20 on my bike, and there's a bit of a breeze, so you probably can't even hear what I'm saying.
Oh, we can.
Oh, that's actually pretty good, then.
Yeah, I would agree. Considering your circumstances, that's pretty good. Battle of the noise cancellation headphones on our show currently. People out competing each other for how much crap they can have going on in the background that you can't hear. Like, we had jackhammers in the background yesterday. Couldn't hear them.
Wait a minute. It occurs to me, I've heard over the months, Dave Weiss, in one of his apologetics, discussing how electrostatics work and that they've discovered that when lightning strikes, people and things actually float up because it changes the polarity of the local. It depends on how close you are to the lightning strike, but things do actually float momentarily when the sudden change of polarity of the ground versus the sky changes when the lightning strikes.
That's not true.
No, it is. I saw that. No, don't be so quick to condemn it, John. I did see it. There was this, bird. I think it's called a roadrunner. And then there was this other creature, like a coyote. It got struck by lightning, and it levitated off the floor. Amazing.
Go ahead, John.
During an electrical storm, the polarity of shifts a lot. When was the last time it thundered near your house and you floated up in the air?
The last bit you broke up. The last bit again.
Polarity switches during a lightning storm, often and regularly. So when's the last time you floated up during a thunderstorm?
I'm not saying it's constant. I'm saying that a close by lightning strike is enough to apparently, again, I haven't looked into it besides the Roadrunner, and the local, fairly local strike will objects will raise up slightly.
You've never seen that.
Yeah. I'm just saying it. That's what the claim was. I haven't looked into it. Other than the whole past 8 hours, we've had the most lightning and the most rain we've had in our area for months and months. We got flood warnings.
That's a lot of things floating up.
No, it's not that. It's not that everything is floating. It's that instantaneously, or for a short second, the polarity shifts in a local lightning strike. I'm not saying that a bunch of lightning means the polarity changes of the area.
The polarity changes constantly during a lightning storm. Okay. Not all the time do you get lightning. That's to have that path, right? So people that make these claims have no idea how electricity works.
One thing I have seen that was truly fascinating, when you say if it has that path, well, like most places, there's going to be somewhere at a high point of the ground that's got a conductor on it, right? So for me, it's the local church. It's got a lightning rod on it. That's where the lightning goes. It's quite noisy when there's a lightning storm here because it hits the church. Anyway, aside, if you're in somewhere that doesn't have anything like that and it's like an open expanse, you can get these things. I think the correct term is leaders, and it's like lightning raising up from the ground to try and meet the electricity that's going to come down from the sky. You ever seen that? Where they've got it looks like reverse lightning almost coming out of the ground. I'm talking about.
Yes, it can go both ways. It can go sideways. It can go like the people that claim this have no idea how electricity works. And the idea that lightning is going to strike and cause things to float is ridiculous. It may land there and explode and people go flying in different directions from the explosion, but I don't call that floating.
I think sideways lightning, sheet lightning.
It can be ball lightning, all sorts of different phenomena that can happen with electrical currents, the way they work in our air.
I'm sure I saw a documentary once about a guy who sewed a load of body parts together, and he put it on this bed and raised it up towards the lightning. The thing came to life. I'm sure I saw that in a documentary sometime.
It's as believable as things float because of it. But if you're going to have an immaterial material be the background medium for all mediums, then you really do need to explain this downward vector behooving upon you, the force that appears to be applied to it.
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. What about the MIT little aircraft thing that doesn't use any moving parts, that floats around because it reverses polarity or something? I need to dig that video up.
It reverses polarity and it has no moving parts. Then how does it reverse polarity?
I mean, they got a wire hook to it. I gotta find that video.
Talking about where they got that like metal, they put it in like a metal box, and then they reverse the polarity and have the attracted one way to the metal box and the other way to the metal box. Is that what you're talking about?
This is going back to Dave's videos, but yeah, there's one where they've got a triangle of foil and they reverse the polarity and it's goes up. So basically there's a diplane or whatever. They've got, the positive on the bottom and negative at the top. And they reverse it, and so then there's levitation.
Is it in a metal structure or other container they're doing it?
It's not contained. It's like a aluminum foil triangle that is
Is there something beneath it, above it, or on the sides of it?
There's several different versions. One is it's metal plates above and below. So the top plate is negative, the bottom plate is positive. So they're putting it between it.
Think about what they're actually doing, not what they say they're doing, because they're not making it float. They're attracting magnetism.
Yes,
and that's omnidirectional. What do you got?
Well, I'd have to look up I guess I'll look up the video of the thing. Again, it's what Dave claims. He shows a video once in a while, or used to. MIT's got a, I don't know what they call an ionic drive or whatever. Where
I can prove that fire falls down. Okay. I got this flamethrower and I can point it down and fire will shoot out of it downwards. Therefore, fire goes down, correct?
Non sequitur from the ionic drive thing that they did that. Yeah. I didn't pull it up. Yeah.
They're using the same non sequitur that I just did.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a horse in the race, but the prospect of going out and checking how flooded my barn is pressing upon me at the moment.
Well, I don't have a competing theory for why things go down, go boom, boom either. We're implying that.
No, I know. It's just fascinating. And it wasn't even, well, I guess this all started with the whole gravity thing that we're so afraid of today. It is fascinating that there is a claim that for a microsecond, there is a shifting of the polarity enough when lightning strikes. And I agree, a lot of it could be just the explosion or the concussion of
with magnetism, right? you could have two north poles, right? The polarities be stood in opposition, and they will seem to push each other apart. So if you put a magnet facing a certain way on the ground, and then you have something else that can have an electrical current flow through it, change its polarity, it can appear to float because of that repulsion of the two magnetic fields. Is that what they're thinking?
Yeah, that's what's happening. It has freaking nothing to do with gravity. Nothing at all of any of this has to do with gravity. It just has to do with the effects of either electrostatic or magnetic or electrical. It's all that's all
To mute you all just to catch Eli, who sounded like he was urinating.
Sorry, my bad. I was about to say something.
I muted you, Surf Daddy, and refracted. It was the quickest way. Sorry.
What you urinating?
Yeah, we don't want to hear him to the toilet.
He's just on a European vacation.
When you said, damn, now I forgot. The last thing you said about that's what's happening. What's happening exactly?
Basically, there's this underwriter called Weiss and Whitsitt Underwriters, and they've come out with this thing called gravity insurance. Now, if you're worried that you're going to be affected by this ether sensation that's about to occur, then you can take out some gravity insurance. I am a broker. Feel free to send me money.
The same people that were selling people stars?
No, insurance against the stars falling on you, I think you'll find.
Oh, pay attention to that because the stars will fall from the sky.
And when that happens, you will be well covered with Weiss insurance.
Y'all can make jokes about it, but the gravitational constant in the universe may not be constant.
Exactly. You'll find out in, let me see, less than 2 hours. We will find out.
Never too late to be insured.
John, are you anchored in, John?
I went ahead and bought 3 helpings of insurance.
Ian, can I interest anybody in the Discord server in some gravity insurance? Very good rates.
We normally sell people asteroid insurance, if that's all right.
I've got that too, but I mean, it's okay. We can compete on those scores. It'll drive the prices down. Makes us more competitive.
Well, what price are you pushing? We've got 3,959 for a year.
It's tremendous value.
Oh, hold on. This is going to stop everything. I was way off because you are not going to float no 20 feet. You are going to float 66 feet if we lose gravity for 7 seconds. You all better get serious now.
It's 66.6 feet, I think you'll find.
That's better.
Accuracy is the hallmark of heliocentric theology.
Here's what it says. The viral social media rumor claiming people would float 20 meters, 66 feet high during a 7-second loss of gravity is a myth. If gravity would somehow turn off, it would not float straight up like a balloon because of inertia and Earth's rotation. You would instead drift slightly upward and fly sideways at 1,000 miles per hour. So we're only going to go up a little bit, fly sideways at about. We can handle it. No need for freaking insurance.
So why don't helicopters go sideways at 1,000 miles an hour when they take off?
Not 1,000 miles an hour isn't that big a deal. It's only one rotation every 24 hours.
Oh, that's going to bug me if I don't do it now. Right, this derived rim velocity, the edge velocity of an alleged equatorial plane, is a derivation of a flat Earth measurement of elevation angle. That's where you get this value. It's an inferred value based on the edge size, therefore the velocity based on the 15 degrees an hour turn of the lights that we see in the sky. The start of this process to infer an edge velocity of 1,024 or whatever it is miles an hour requires you measure Earth flat to extrapolate that distance, that equatorial value, so that you can ascribe it a speed when converting it from a degree of rotation in a different type of velocity. So it's all based on flat Earth measurements. Just want to drop that in case anybody gets ahead of themselves and starts believing this bullshit, while we, the flat Earthers, go through it, sniffing our own farts about how well we understand heliocentrism.
Duly noted.
You'll find out the hard way.
Yeah, we were having fun until you came around.
No. He's gonna pay for this. This is what it says. Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Without gravity tethering you would maintain that sideways speed and launch horizontally. If gravity 7 seconds, everything airborne, including you, the atmospheres, and oceans would slam back down at terminal velocity, causing global destruction.
Okay, so the descriptions of the velocities, bullshit though they were, are with respect to a plane. All of it. The maths they're using to try and scare you is planar mathematics. Yeah. The only inference of sphericity was an edge velocity at the equator, end quote. What's the equator, Neil?
Oh, that's a flat Earth measurement there, the equator.
Right, so we start this process to try and scare people with a flat Earth measurement that we derive into this extrapolated value we call the equator. Yeah. It's not my equator, I don't care about any of this nonsense, but it's just being done to scare dumb people. That's as far as it goes. By somebody, an unknown source, that's laughing at people. But simultaneously giving people the idea that they can reaffirm this belief that we won't notice any effects of Earth's alleged rotation, despite the rhetoric actually saying a 15 degrees an hour deviation will be observable that we don't see. But what we can infer is that we wouldn't notice anything unless we stopped, and we will be stopping. You'll see the effects for 7 seconds or whatever they're claiming. So be afraid, be very afraid. When it doesn't happen, they'll go, oh, well, isn't that fortunate that you didn't get to experience the effects of gravity not working? So it's still working. Everybody know it's still working? Right, everybody got their belief reaffirmed? Brilliant. We'll get married next year. I mean, there'll be a point where we'll experience it stopping next year.
Well, this all comes from a NASA plan called Project Anchor. Now, why would they have it named Project Anchor if it's not going to happen, Nathan?
Get this. Bollocks. It's just nonsense. Right, I'm going to press a few buttons. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
You know damn well that there's a bunch of ballers hoping that this happens. We'll show them, flat earthers.
I've just got this idea of all these clowns just sitting there praying, come on, gravity's got to turn off. I've got to teach these FE guys. We've got absolutely nothing else, and this is the only thing we're going to have.
So you're like this. Gem Panda, all he needs is thousands of pictures from space to prove that Earth is a globe, and Rob Noxious, flight patterns or flight paths. That's all they need, and for them, Earth is a globe.
Photos and flights, eh?
Pictures and paths. That's all ballers need. Reaffirm their nonsense.
So what about the flight paths and the photos taken from such that Jay Tolan Media has done? Round 2 up with one sitting there. Be great.
Still arguing that geometric horizon that's blocking even mountains 1,000 miles away in the distance. You just don't understand that you got to be a certain height above the ground, and you can see pretty far unless you got refraction.
Seeing a distance is a flat Earth measurement of horizontal linear distance in miles or kilometres. Refraction is a deviation in the vertical with respect to said horizontal distance if you're referring it to Earth's surface. Refraction is a flat Earth measurement by prerequisite, as is distance.
Yeah, that's what I tell them, and then they come back with, you're just parroting Nathan Oakley. And that's usually where the discussion ends.
Yeah, but technically you're parroting facts, not Nathan.
I know. I could give them all kinds of citations, and they just keep throwing this 1.22 times square root of the observer's height in feet. I've got a thread that's just massive on Facebook with the whole geometric horizon stuff, and they're given the 1.22 formula, and I laid it out. That's height, that's distance. The only measurements you have there are with respect to a horizontal plane. And there's some guy, I don't know if he's AI assisted or what, but he is just brutal. It's like the Black Swan never happened. And that concept of seeing too far with the Black Swan, or seeing the horizon farther than the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
Not to be a stick in the mud, brother, but can you stop calling it the Black Swan? It's up to the Globers to provide their Black Swan. That's a white swan. That's normal viewing, mate. It's not a Black Swan.
Yeah.
The reason for it, we don't have a friggin' globe in the first place. So it's not really a Black Swan, it's a white swan. They're the ones that have got to provide the Black Swan for us to go, oh, wow, look, it is curved.
Yeah, they're too busy asking us for our flat Earth measurements.
Yep, you can provide those. That's not a problem. Tell us more about their beliefs. We'll sit and listen. I'll grab some popcorn too.
I'll send you a link to the Facebook thread.
Oh, mate, I'm on Facebook. They're broken in the head there. There's not much we can do about them.
It's a dumpster fire.
He said they're broken in there. There's not much we could do.
It's the same people everywhere. People are people. It doesn't matter which platform you're on.
Really?
Yeah.
Jump onto Facebook, jump onto TikTok, and then come back here and you'll go, you know what? They're pretty reasonable in here.
This particular server at this particular time, maybe. We'll find out shortly. I do think people are generally the same in that regard. Most people have got an average worldview when it comes to this subject, and there's a stereotype that you can apply to normie when it comes to talking about Earth and the nature thereof. Most people assume it's a ball. Most people don't know that's a religion. Most people have got no idea that the actual Earth measurements are all flat. Most people are blissfully unaware of all this stuff.
So you mean to tell me that Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni measured Earth flat?
Yeah. There aren't any other measurements of Earth. A minute ago you were talking about black swans. What's a black swan? Well, in the modus tollens logical consistencies, if Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that's a flat Earth distance. And every distance, that's a flat Earth distance, the horizon measurement in horizontal linear flat Earth miles can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off a flat Earth in perpendicular altitude. So we've got several flat Earth measurements before we've got to the end of the logical consistency. Distance to the oil rigs, that's a flat Earth horizontal linear measurement of distance, is beyond the limitations of the sphere edge distance, that's a flat Earth linear distance measurement. When you suggest and infer with a calculation that your measured height off a flat Earth will limit your view at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because here's the horizon. Therefore, the Earth's not a sphere, the radius of 3959, flat Earth derived distance. With flat Earth distances, we can show it's not a ball. This is so redundant.
So you're saying all those flat Earth prerequisites that you just mentioned, why would we go back to saying, therefore Earth is not a sphere? Why wouldn't we just say, therefore Earth is flat?
It went without saying the entire time, because both sides of the so-called argument were using flat Earth measurements the entire time. It's not like there's alternatives to the Cartesian system's flat Earth distances, perpendicular altitude, sea level, flight level, surface level, eye level. You need all of these things, and you do use them regardless of your belief in a ball. The ball uses flat Earth measurements also. It's derived from those measurements. So it can back engineer into the actual measurements of Earth's surface with things like elevation angles. The globe works because it's back engineering the flat Earth measurements into a spherical system with a protractor wrapped around you. So without the Earth being flat, you couldn't create a ball to believe in. All of the measurements, without exception, are flat. There's no other Earth measurements. When we take them to come up with clever logical consistencies, we're essentially whistling past, that is to say, it goes without saying, that the distance is a flat Earth measurement, that the height is perpendicular to sea level, that sea level's been measured for us to utilise it for altitudes, that eye level's parallel with surface level. You know, these are all axioms that we fundamentally require. It's just nobody says, well, if we're measuring perpendicular to sea level, then Earth is being measured flat. Nobody says it. It just went without saying. Nobody ever says, well, if we've got a horizontal distance to the oil rigs, then we've got a flat Earth measured horizontal distance that's linear then. And the answer is yes. All distance measurements are flat. There aren't any exceptions.
Is this discussed in your book?
Yes, it is. In the chapter called Earth Curve.
I think what happened was everybody was looking for Earth curves. That's why we missed all the flat Earth sine qua nons or prerequisites that without which you cannot have a globe. I think that's why we all missed it.
We were trained to.
It was there.
We were trained to ask, where's the curvature? Where? As in a location, like a point on the ground with coordinates measured off a flat Earth, or a flat Earth distance away from where I am now? What's that you say? Depending on how high I am from a flat Earth will influence how far this curve is. You're like, this is ludicrous. When you break it down in the reality that we're measuring Earth flat in every single instance, it suddenly becomes so stupid when I break it down, doesn't it?
Yep.
Who knew? Who cares? Doesn't make any difference. It's still going to be measured flat tomorrow. Regardless if heliocentrism fails or not, nothing will change in terms of how Earth's actually dealt with. So it was always being dealt with flat anyway. The only reason globe belief can exist is because it back engineers those flat measurements that we're using anyway. So what's got to change? If everybody stopped believing in a globe tomorrow, nothing would change. Literally nothing. Every measurement would remain the same. The tracking of every single light that we've got in the almanac would remain the same. The fact that people recognised how flat it was being measured would also not change a single thing in terms of Earth's measurement. So the so-called debate between flat earthers, actually anti-globers, saying where's the curve, and globe believers in this arena, it's actually anti-flat earthers saying aren't those people idiots, because they're already at the bottom rung of society in their dweeby little corners, would have no bearing whatsoever on how Earth was actually being dealt with in practical application. So everything we do in this regard is pure entertainment. Moot. Nothing we do here will have any influence over Earth. If you're in the panel on Discord now believing that you're on a sphere and you suddenly change your mind, absolutely nothing will change. And you will have no influence or bearing over those things that were already being measured flat anyway.
Nothing would change in reality as far as how Earth is measured, but there's going to be a lot of people that want answers from certain government freaking organizations.
Nah, give it another 10 years and most of the people that were bullshitting at the highest degree in the 70s and 60s would be dead. No one will care. They'll have all died off.
There's people freaking paying taxes into a government agency called NASA, and now you're telling me that Earth is definitely beyond a shadow of a doubt measured flat, and it's never been a sphere. So what the hell they've been doing?
Well, they declare that in their document. When they're actually dealing with aeronautics of any actual endeavour that's consequential to the surface of Earth, then they outright declare that it's flat, don't they, Neil?
Yeah, well, they have to.
Yeah, exactly. They have to, because it's being measured that way regardless.
Yeah, but those rockets have to go a long way. Distance. Long way.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth horizontal measurement, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I didn't say it wasn't. I'm just saying they have to go a long way.
Isn't that the point of the whole thing that makes us like rely on the scientists in the first place? You can't measure it. You can't see it. You can't do this. You have to rely on us, and then they control the fear, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also Coffee, Patreon, Crypto and Thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel. So please share the show on Facebook and X. And also check out my book, Measured Flat. Info box is where you'll find a link to the book, together with a link to become an affiliate if you'd like to make 30% selling the book below your video. Now we are joined by Eli, Neil, Len, Surf Daddy, Refracted Curvature, Click OK, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm feeling a little light.
Hold on.
I'm like 10 pounds, 15 pounds lighter. What's the deal?
Okay, so for those of you who aren't in the know, in about an hour and 45 minutes or something around that sort of idea of a figure, there's an alleged halting of Earth's rotation or something to that effect, where gravity, a force that's not a force that you can think of as a force, will stop. And therefore you'll suddenly feel the effects that we don't feel when it's alleged that we should feel them but don't feel them because they're not really a force. So there's a convoluted gaggle screw of an out-of-date 111-year-old rhetoric about a force that's been superseded by a bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry that is alleged to be stopping so that you'll experience it in a narcissistic, future-faking, bullshittery way that's been fed to the public through TikTok. So don't be afraid. Be very, very, very afraid you might start levitating for a period of time in under a couple of hours' time. So there you go. What a load of old nonsense.
Well, you know all the ballers are sitting there waiting for this to happen.
Well, gravity insurance is available for the gullible. In fact, I said it in jest, thinking about it. If this was actually a possibility, there would be people selling insurance, wouldn't there? People would be exploiting it for financial gain if it was real. Right? Somebody would be exploiting it. Yeah, it's there as a way of scaring people. If you're worried, don't be. Complete nonsense. Meanwhile, objects that are moving through a gas that are more dense than the air that they traverse will move in a downward orientation with respect to a plane. That is to say, the assertion of a downward vector, if you want to call gravity that, when describing specifically objects more dense than air travelling in a downward vector, then you are measuring a flat Earth to describe that. If you weigh things, again, that are more dense than the air surrounding them, on a scale, you are also measuring Earth flat, perpendicular to a plane of reference. That's what down is. Down is perpendicular to a plane. Now, not all things move to the ground. We've got clouds. Glance up. Today is actually blue skies here. It's beautiful. Very, very hot. I'll undoubtedly be very sweaty by the end of today's show. But things don't all go down. You know, release a gas. It will dissipate. Right? If it has an odour, you'll smell it in multiple places as it expands in all directions through the gaps in the air that exist around you already. So the second law of thermodynamics violates this notion that's 111 years out of date of a Newtonian downward vector. Meanwhile, even if you take the downward vector that's inferred in this out-of-date rhetoric from 1915, that's the date it was superseded by bent spacetime at least, and you've still got a flat Earth prerequisite downward vector to cope with. Earth's being measured flat even in their nonsense gravity. Furthermore, any measurement ever made of Earth's surface with any respect to Earth will always be a flat Earth measurement. All measurements are flat in that regard. There aren't any exceptions. There's no non-flat, non-Cartesian measurements of Earth's surface. If you're going to suggest that there's a deviation from the horizontal flat Earth measured distance, then that'll be a drop in the vertical. With respect to the horizontal, that's measuring hills. We've definitely measured hills to the millimetre accuracy. So any curve, if you will, is surveyed and documented with respect to sea level. An overall master reference that we've also measured from a flat plane, because that's what Earth is, a flat plane. If you're unaware that Earth is flat, don't let it worry you. It's not that big a deal. In order to create a sphere belief like the one depicted above me, you still need to measure Earth flat to come up with conventions like equatorial planes and latitude and longitude and time. All of these systems will still require Earth be measured flat for them, And that is indeed how Earth is measured flat to develop those systems that you can, after the fact, reify into existence and believe that you are on rather than in, as diagrammatically exampled here. It doesn't mean you are in a ball to describe this out-of-the-box mathematics of moving around the sun called heliocentrism. That is just a religious belief. Earth will be, and can only be, measured flat to create those systems. And that won't change if you find out that Earth's actually flat, as opposed to the ball you were taught in your school education system. It'll still be flat regardless. It'll still be measured, built on, surveyed, and then moved around on. That's negotiated and navigated flat in all circumstances.
Well, then what are the measurements then, tough guy?
I just went through them, like literally 10 Y-mail models. I just literally detailed them. Surface level, sea level, eye level, altitude, angles, azimuth, directions, heights.
Give me the size.
Size? Well, the territories. I cover this in the book, right? So there's a chapter called The Offing. And in The Offing, I explain that in a very recent time, we've expanded the known territories. Now, in terms of the territories themselves, they are useful tools of propaganda. And when utilising the land masses for the purposes of propaganda, it may be that there's a benefit to the individual to distort those land masses. But in terms of the tools available, the conventions used to measure them, they are only ever flat references, flat distances, perpendicular altitudes with respect to sea level, square miles, square kilometres. Everything about any measurement of any known territory is flat. You say, give me the overall distance. Well, number one, that's not my burden. I'm not a cartographer. I don't know. I have no idea what the overall size is. I've even looked on the current available materials that suggest they have an overall area or an overall size. No. Do I care? No. Not in the slightest. But what I will absolutely assure you is if you were to, in metaphorical or literal terms, drag a tape measure across the entirety of Earth's surface, you'd be getting a horizontal linear distance measurement in kilometres or miles. That's the only way of measuring it. So having a capability to ascribe the limits of Earth with an actual value would still be measured in the same way everything else has always been measured, which is flat. So regardless of what that value may be, it'll be a flat distance measurement.
They think that giving something an object, right? You take measurements of an aspect, you're not giving shape account. So they're trying to straw man it into a shape so that they can debunk the shape.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a misconception about what's being described if you put it into this category area of flat versus globe. Like, that's not like saying triangle versus square. You're describing a shape, sphericity, versus an aspect, flatness. These two things are incompatible with one another. The description of a spherical surface would still be afforded you through descriptions in a Cartesian system. You still need length, breadth, and depth. When it comes to measuring Earth's surface specifically, it's a lot of S's, you've got a Cartesian system with horizontal distances. Now, it might be that you've got them in 2 dimensions, therefore you can give square miles or square kilometres to a particular landmass. It might be that you've got it in a 3rd dimension, so you're describing the perpendicular altitude with respect to the horizontal distance. That's called rise over run. Now, describing slopes, like hills, those have all been measured, surveyed, to the millimetre accuracy. And the millimetre accuracy of the topographical deviations is a vertical measurement with respect to horizontal distance. So you still need to measure Earth with horizontal distance. How about a shape when you're describing horizontal distance to Earth's surface? That's not a shape, that's an aspect. It's flat.
Yeah, the correct dichotomy, I guess you would say, would be flat versus curved, wouldn't it?
Hopefully one of my mods can stick a link to the politics server. So we are in 24/7 Flat Earth section of the politics Discord server, which is a very diverse server. I was perusing it a couple of days ago, looking through all the different rooms, listening to some of the discussions, and it is a very interesting and diverse server, probably the most diverse server I'm associated with in any capacity. So check it out, Politics Discord server. Someone will put a link to it in the live stream YouTube chat, so you can pop along and hopefully join in and participate in some of the other discussions, if not 24/7 Flat Earth. That's where we are today. So if you did happen to join via the link, that's where you'd end up, in politics. Nice to be here, by the way. Good to have you, Nathan. Oh, well, I'm very pleased and flattered to be here.
Where's all the ballers?
They're protesting or on strike. They're not going to talk tonight.
No, I think they chained down. They think this is going to happen.
They're thinking about their eclipse today. They're contemplating how
the eclipse rather than floating away? Wow.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to be going and watching it with my kids. They've both made themselves little eclipse viewers out of shoe boxes with a bit of tin foil and some tape.
So where is that going to be seen?
Over there.
It's like a part, mostly Spain, but like it's such a wide area too. Like northern Spain, it's going to cut through and hit southern France. But it's going to be seen from other places too. That's going to be the biggest path, or the most like percentage of the sun.
You're saying it's going to be seen in Spain and other areas. That can never happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
was that the baseless assertion? There was no substance to that statement, Neil.
No, that's what the globalists have been saying. Like all week, they come in here, and it's been like just a parade of them. How are you guys going to explain the solar eclipse on Wednesday? And I'm like, well, same way you are. Exactly what you see is what you get. And then they don't know what they're talking about. They're completely clueless about what a solar eclipse is. Sometimes they'll get it wrong completely. They'll say like, oh, that's the Earth in between the sun and the moon, and you're like, that would be apocalypse.
Well, the eclipse is only descriptible from a plane of reference.
To describe mathematically the movements, you're describing them with respect to a plane, right? If you derive the orbital mechanics to suggest occultation, which is what was just done, that's also describing it with respect to a plane. The mathematization or descriptions that we log of these events are planar, right? That doesn't explain what it is. So you were phrasing it such that these people don't know what it is. Neither do I. You know what the sun is? Do you know what the moon is? Do you know what an eclipse is? The answer, if you're honest, is no. Now, you might have an explanation that's been derived from flat Earth measurements and put into this out-of-the-box thinking an equatorial plane that you're inside with a protractor wrapped around you based on the flat Earth measurements of Polaris for a North Pole-centric system that can move around the sun on a plane with respect to that sun as the reference. That's heliocentric. But that's still planar. To describe it, that's to describe what it does in the sky. You'll describe it with angles from a plane, with movements, with azimuth. That's all you can. It's just another measurement if you describe it from a surface. Therefore, it can only be planar, in spite of the inference of a derived convention called heliocentrism, which is also planar in this particular example when you describe occultation.
So basically, it should be that you can only see this from a flat plane.
It's not that we can only see it from a flat plane. It's that we will only ever describe it, detail it log it, calculate from it with respect to its measurements. And the measurements are from a plane. Like any light in the sky, this is no different. Now, the fact that, like I say, you can extrapolate out movement in an orbital mechanical motion with respect to a plane also, doesn't mean that that is an explanation for what is occurring. Quite the contrary, that system violates the base measurements of flatness when you suggest that you're on the surface to watch this occur, because the mathematics doesn't allow you to be on the surface. You're in a ball at a center point when you're moving along in an elliptical orbital motion in the maths. No, you're not on the surface deriving that, far from it. It doesn't function to view it if you want to reify that heliocentric version of the maths. That version of the maths still requires planar measurements of angles with respect to these lights to describe the occultation that is being suggested. That doesn't mean it's real. You can't be inside a ball. If you were, we're not. You wouldn't see anything. You'd be surrounded by rock. But that's how orbital motion's described. If you want to use that to explain it, it doesn't. Does that mean I know what it is? No, it doesn't. I wouldn't be so bold. I know what the sun is, don't know what the moon is, don't know what an eclipse is. It's a phenomena.
Yeah, but it casts a spherical shadow. That can only happen on a globe.
Again, you're working outside of the convention of heliocentrism, which would describe the sphericity of the occultation when describing it on a motion from within a ball, not on a ball, Neil. Second time. Your inference is an orbital mechanical occultation claim.
No. We derive everything from in a ball, but in reality, we're on the surface, Nathan. Come on.
No, that's a reification fallacy. You're working outside the convention. The convention might work in terms of being able to better predict these things, which is all heliocentrism's for. That's its only purpose, to predicting the movements of the lights. And at the moment, it's the pinnacle of what humanity has to explain those movements. But it's very much out-of-the-box thinking, or you could rather more accurately say inside the globe thinking, with a protractor wrapped around you at a centre point. Being inside the globe to describe these motions. Moreover, that applies to epicycles / retrograde motion. But for this to be heliocentric, it's more accurately, John called me on this a couple of weeks ago, to describe this motion with respect to the inside of the sun on a plane. Because it's derived sun-centric from the centre of the sun. That's the central position to describe these motions to account for the retrograde motion, right, with ellipses and orbits sun-centric. So, yeah, it's an extraordinary claim in mathematics, but from a purpose of trying to just explain and predict where these things will be, that's satisfactory, I would say, in terms of its ability to achieve that ends. And it's still used, right? They still plan when Easter's going to be based on heliocentric motion. The church is still using it in the way it was originally intended. It was one of the first things I asked my uncle, who's now retired, but he used to be a pastor. And that's what he explained to me. It's like, that's where we get these times from. And then later I read another book on it in more detail about the derivations from the Roman Catholic Church. That book was called The Sun in the Church. Yeah, these systems are still being practically applied by Christians for their original intended purpose. Doesn't mean we're in a ball. We can't be in a ball. We're not in a ball, right? We're not in a Polaris-centered system in a ball, describing the motion not even from that ball, from a different ball that we say we're in the sun. This is just, what's the word? Bollocks.
I can't believe there's nobody here to defend this. Oh my goodness.
What's to defend? I'm leaning into it. I'm saying it's a good system. It's the pinnacle of... I just said it was the pinnacle of what we've got to explain these movements. What's to brace against? I'm leaning right into it. Which I like. About 5 years ago, I used to say, I quite admire the heliocentric system for its complexity. I'm not a Satanist, in case anybody in the comment section is going to be so bold as to suddenly infer that I'm a heliocentrist. I'm not. Be a heliocentrist is to reify this mathematical system the church came up with into what Neil just did. On a ball, not in a ball. No. You can't be on the protractor that you've measured the angle with respect to. You're violating the baseline of the protractor. That's the Polaris measurement on the outside edge of a globe. If you think you're on it, then you're violating the baseline that creates those latitude lines. So, no, you've got to be in it. Ball, that is. With it having the protractor wrapped around you to describe these motions. It's called the equatorial plane. And what do you know? Right on cue.
Go inside the Earth.
Yeah, inner ball. Exactly. Like this says, equator. Right? Well, north is not above you. That's a bastardization. It's got a fallacy named after it. Wrong direction fallacy. That's north. That's not north. Right? See on this diagram where it's got north pointing up? Not north. You can derive north from two different systems. One is with Polaris and one is with magnetic field lines. You're deriving horizontal azimuth directionality. The fact that you can derive it from the North Star as you use it for angles gives you a different system, the glorified protractor. That's latitude. Trimmed up the video from the two chicks that we covered over the last couple of days. One turned into a 15-minute long video, and the other turned into like a 2-minute video with Eli mostly talking. At one point, Eli saying, "Isn't it sad that videographers cover people who are covering people? Isn't that sad?" It's like, literally, when he's saying it, I've got somebody above me that we're covering who's covering someone else.
I did see that video. That was funny at the end when you said that. Meanwhile, you're doing the same thing. Yeah, that was cool.
Then the other girl was the one who was talking about the eclipse and rising and setting suns, etc. And I actually trimmed out the section from the Jaffa Cakes ad. You know, full moon with a Jaffa Cake. Half moon. Total eclipse.
That reminds me, sunrise and sunset only exist on the globe.
Sunrise and sunset actually debunk a flat Earth. No, rising and setting.
Increase of elevation angle through the day and its setting is the decrease of elevation angle proves that it's not flat.
Yeah, decrease in elevation angle with respect to a flat baseline proves it's not got a flat baseline. We had some adenoidal dude that was saying this in case the audience are worrying about what our in-jokes are. Very poor form on our part. But I've explained the in-joke now, so it's not an in-joke.
You were having a conversation the other day with Vaxwax.
Well, it's been a pleasure being here. I don't associate with thieves. This man is a thief, so I don't want to associate myself with him. So either this man's
kind of or mad allegation, isn't it?
I'm going to hang around with this thief. You are a thief.
Unsubstantiated allegation, Nathan.
You mute him or I've got to disappear. I don't want to hang around with this thief.
You did say that the AE map...
Being in politics, thank you very much for having me.
The AE map is 100% correct. Is that your position?
Hang around with this thief, so I'll now be disappearing from politics, so I don't have to be in the company of thieves. Thank you, politics, for having me. Enjoy your time with this thief.
I might come back.
That was a bit dramatic, wasn't it? I was only pointing out the other day you had a conversation with Vaxwax, and Neil was saying, "Oh, Vaxy, you're an mad guy."
Muted him. I don't want to be in his company. Muted him. I'm going to go somewhere else. I don't want to be in.
Said, well, that's like 50% of the map that Vaxwax was saying. 50% of the map is correct. He thinks is quite spot. Nathan was saying that the AE map from the North Pole to the equator is 100% correct. Wonder if that is your position, Nathan. Oh, was he gone? Oh dear. That was all I wanted to ask him. He did say the AE map from the North Pole to the equator was 100% correct on the AE map.
Yeah, Globers are afraid of verifying their claims about Antarctica. You know, they're going to say, we don't have to go. I don't have to do anything. Yeah, because, you know, if you actually went and tried to head due south to Antarctica, it's probably not going to show a globe or like whatever your map shows. So you're just avoiding the fact. Globers have a map, right? They said, this is what the cool people that explored the world found out. But I'm not going to go explore the world. I'm not going to, like, check this map at the bottom of the ball that nobody checks. Just go believe the ball.
I was just pointing out that Nathan does have a map because he says that the AE map from the North Pole to the equator is 100% correct. So based on that, I guess, you know, you could then ask further questions, but seemingly he doesn't want to do that. The wrong direction fallacy is worth looking into as well. Interesting fallacy.
Can you explain the wrong direction fallacy and maybe give an example?
You'd have to buy the book, really, wouldn't you?
I'm asking you just to explain the fallacy, dude.
Well, if from the book?
No, just the fallacy.
Oh, the fallacy.
Yeah, the wrong specific direction fallacy.
Well, what's your understanding of it? Do you have an understanding of it already?
No, I have no understanding of it. It's the first time I've heard about it. I'm literally asking you to explain what it is.
Okay.
Why conversation so fucking hard with you, dude?
It's not hard. You just got a bit aggressive with me.
No, I just asked you a question. We're here 3 times later and you still don't understand what I'm asking. Can you please just find the fallacy? God's sake.
Now I understand that you don't know.
Yes, that's right. For the 3rd time. I've never heard of this fallacy before. Would you mind explaining it possibly with an example?
Stop it. You've been hung around here too long. You just attack everybody from the get-go.
I'm asking you for the 4th time now to explain it.
You're getting upset about it.
You're correct. I don't know what it is. Well done.
If you
now, can you tell me what it is with an example?
Don't be so aggressive. The wrong direction fallacy.
Not being aggressive, you can't. Now I'm going to be aggressive.
Now you're being aggressive. The wrong direction fallacy.
Now I'm being aggressive. Now you're going to be muted. For fuck's sake, Elder Bear.
Are you listening?
I'm asking you really clearly just to explain what the fallacy is, and possibly could you do so with a fucking example?
I'm just giving you one, but you keep talking. The wrong direction fallacy occurs when the cause and the effect of a situation are reversed, such as believing, say, cancer causes smoking instead of the other way round. It assumes that an effect is the cause, leading to incorrect conclusions. That's the wrong direction fallacy.
Awesome stuff. I think I've come across a few of those before. I can now understand what you mean by the term that you're using.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
The point is a fucking idiot. Yeah. If your point is, if you compare that with Nathan Oakley's idea of the wrong direction fallacy, you might call somebody else a fucking idiot.
I probably would, dude, but I might have a lot easier time having a conversation with them. You're just hard to talk to, mate.
I was having a conversation, but you're always aggressive with me. Always. You can't help it.
No, I'm not always aggressive, dude. I'm just always aggressive.
You just demonstrated it today. You just demonstrated it.
With you. Now you can fuck off. Fucking hell, dude. It's so hard talking to you.
So when is this no gravity shit supposed to start again? Time wise, 10:45 or something like that.
Yo. How we doing? Yo. Yo, anyone in here? Yo, if no one talks, we're closing down the room. Alright, let me go ahead and shut down the room.
Well, what happened? Did Elder Bear or the Bevites ran them off, or what?
Looks like it's dead.
completely dead. know calculus. That's why I asked you guys if any of you guys know calculus, because you guys are
So if
making
it helped
claims
you understand,
about optics.
so if it helped you understand optics
You
better,
can't
this
read these
calculus.
papers.
Dude,
You
hello.
can't read these
I think you
papers.
stopped,
You
dude.
don't have the skills to know. You don't have the skills. You don't have the
Okay, if you have the
mathematical
skills, I'm
capability
curious.
to understand it.
I want. Yeah, teach
It's
me
just
about
it's just
optics. Are you just gonna?
It also
look. I
depends
can't.
on which
I
branch
can't.
of calculus, dude, right? Because Leibniz came up with a form of calculus that's different. In which case,
No,
you wouldn't be
the
able to read
calculus
Newton's
is the
papers,
same.
right?
The calculus is the same. They just use a different notation.
Yeah, you got to learn the notations. My point.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, now you know who you're talking with. Somebody who might understand a thing or two. Carry on.
Yeah, like I'm not saying you guys are like. I'm not trying to call you guys like dumb. By the way, like you guys are obviously very smart.
Oh, good, because I was
I
wondering
just
that.
want you guys to. Yeah. So the like my point is just that when it comes to like the it could just be really good to like kind of go into these things, but when it comes to optics, you guys are making claims about optics that kind of means that the whole idea that there's different time zones and the sun sets, but the sun is still up in half the world despite its setting. Like I don't think it makes sense when it comes to the flat Earth model that the sun sets, but
I
it's
need to
still
stop
up
you right here.
halfway across the world.
You're the one making claims about optics, number one. Number two, you're the one making a claim, a straw man, about a flat Earth model that nobody here has brought up. Number three, I already addressed this question with a response, which you avoided, decided to go into, do you guys know calculus? So I'm a little frustrated because I feel like my time has been wasted. Light attenuates through a medium. Are you aware that if you were to look at the magnitude of the sun when it's directly above the horizon and compare that to the magnitude of the sun when it's directly overhead, it's 27,000 times brighter. This is not predicted by any globe or astrophysics model. This is using the Laplace extinction theorem. What's really interesting is stars don't exhibit the same behavior. Little food for thought.
Why do you think, just outside of the questions, right? Why do you think that all of the other things that we observe in the sky are going to become spheroid, but the only thing that's going to become flat in the universe is the Earth?
All right, so you've got a baked-in presumption that Earth is like the things in the sky, in the same category. From my vantage point, the things in the sky are nothing like Earth whatsoever. Earth provides a floor, a foundation for all the objects that we see doing really, really formulations in the sky. And those objects in the sky could, in fact, be spherical for all I care.
Yeah, so when like Galileo kind of, found, for example, because do you guys say that an orbit doesn't happen, right? Around
it does.
The
It's
Earth
a way
going
to
around the
track
sun, right?
Well, I mean, we can track the objects in the sky, right? And then we can apply a coordinate reference system. As long as we retain the proper ratios and timing, we can take any object and create any reference frame out of it. And then all the objects move with respect to that reference frame. My question to you that I'd posit is whether or not Earth is moving at all.
Yeah, I think the Earth is moving, but like when it comes to do you guys believe in the geocentric model?
Well, in a sense, flat Earth is geocentric. This is the foundation, the floor of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So
we don't have any evidence that there's outer space below our feet, below some pad of dirt somewhere.
Yeah, so when it comes to it, right, the idea is that essentially the Earth is stationary, right? But the thing is that everything orbits around the Earth, right? That's the idea in the geocentric model. is
right.
that
The Earth is a globe is principle. Yeah, we don't think that.
Yeah. So okay, whatever. The flat Earth, right? That the flat Earth, right, is has orbits. You have the sun, you have the moon, you have the all the other celestial, like the planets, right? They're
Yeah.
orbiting the Earth in the geocentric
They're
model.
making circuits is probably a better word for it. Like you can dig into Egyptian and Sumerian cosmology. They were great at tracking cycles over long periods of time of all the celestial objects that they could see.
If you call it a circuit instead of calling it an orbit, like how does it change it?
Well, I think it's a bit clearer because when people think of orbit, they immediately think of a ball with an object like a satellite going around and around and around and around it. So what I'm telling you is that we don't accept that flat Earth has what's called an embedding space in differential geometry. There's no way to prove it if it does.
I mean, it's cool that you believe in like magic.
No, it's not. I'll tell you what magic is. Magic is thinking that you live on a ball. Every time that you watch a sunset, that you believe that you're rotating backwards instead of watching the sun actually set.
Okay,
right? What
cool.
you see is what
But
you
when
get
it comes
with
to
this.
it, right? Look, when it comes to it, you don't have like a good explanation when it comes to like
Well, that's
everything
just your
in
opinion.
the that we look.
Yeah,
When we
listen, I
look
can come up
into
with
celestial
amazing
body,
explanations. You can go on TikTok right now and find crackhead flat Earth explanations for everything.
I'm sure.
Right.
I'm
Just
sure,
like
but I mean, like the
let me give you an
like
example of
we
space
moved away.
magic. Right? Explanations. Talk about explanations. Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes, who provided the seed value for the globe that followed in, surveying and geodesy. Right? When he looked at the sun, he assumed, I'm going to measure these diverging rays from two different locations from that point source. But I believe that those rays aren't really diverging. I believe those rays are in fact parallel.
Look, I didn't come in here to debate. Like
Well, that's
initially,
space
that wasn't my goal. I wanted to see. Yeah, like look, I did, like,
right.
And I think this is like it got me riled up, but like I got dragged into a debate. I got asked some questions and I wanted to answer them honestly. Okay, because I was asking questions in here. I wanted to see where people that are flat earthers were coming from.
Well, we're not in a game of providing the best explanation. We're in a game of providing the best data that we can support with verifiable evidence and using logic and reason.
That's a like here. Let me ask. Is it okay if I ask you like more questions, but like just more about how you're processing it?
Yeah, if it's okay that I may occasionally butt in to correct a misperception, some kind of presumption or fallacy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, like 100%. Like when it comes to your confidence in the flat Earth, like how confident would you say you are? That it's
I'm 100%, 100% confident that Earth is not the globe we've been taught. Now, what flat Earth means, it could mean different things conceptually to different people. But I am here to tell you I have 100% confidence that Earth is not a spinning globe in outer space. It's not a globe at all.
Okay. So the globe model, you're 0% confident on.
Correct. Yeah.
When it like what do you think is did you always believe that it was 0% when it comes to your confidence in the globe theory, or did you believe in it at one point and then you lost like belief in it?
I started looking into this question about 5 years ago when I first heard about flat Earth. And I thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Boy, was I wrong. I mean,
yeah.
One of the first places I went to settle this was looking at surveying, the history of surveying and geodesy. Because if anybody is claiming to measure the Earth's surface, it's going to be the surveyors who claim to have been doing it for hundreds of years. That's where I started looking. And I took the radius challenge because I kept hearing from flat earthers that the radius value has never been confirmed or validated by any means it was always assumed to exist, and all measurements have subsequently been taken place to conform to a radius assumption. And it turns out that that's absolutely 100% factually correct. Nobody's actually measured the curvature of the Earth. It's been assumed.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a starting point that I think is entirely valid.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? Do you think that was the biggest piece of evidence that led you to lose, like, faith in the globe theory?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. It's because knowing that there has never been a valid curvature measurement in the first instance, or any instance, then it leads me to wonder how the heck society got it so wrong for so long. You know, and it became harder for me to accept that society could be deluded with this globe fantasy than it is to accept the reality and the facts of the matter. Number one, the globe has never been measured. Number two, when it is attempted, it's measured flat.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be, yeah. Just has to be.
When it comes, like, when it comes to the people that are like around you in your life, like, are most of them like globers?
Oh,
are
yeah,
most of them like flat earthers?
Of course they are. And you know what? I don't bring it up with them unless they want to bring it up with me, plain and simple. You know, and I know full well that people who are flat earthers are considered to be stupid or crazy or conspiracy theorists. And I'm here to tell you the 24/7 flat earth crew, we're not like that. We aren't here for the conspiracy theory. We're not here to make fantastic speculations about other worlds beyond the ice wall, or if there even is an ice wall. So, I mean, I know full well that flat earth has a stigma, a huge social stigma, and there's a huge social cost to anyone who pursues this interest and does so faithfully.
Well, listen, I'll just chime in. I disagree. It hasn't affected my social life one bit, except that the people around, a couple have switched, I guess, over, and the other ones just know not to bring it up because I'll destroy them. And we have
Yeah,
fun.
like I work in an office where half of them are flat earthers. I mean, but in like my immediate life and immediate surroundings, I mean, I know where I am, and I know that this can be a third rail topic, and it can cause disaster in the proper settings. Like, you don't want to be at a family reunion, like you don't want to be at a funeral or Thanksgiving and try and flat smack your relatives.
That is true. Yeah.
Right.
Wait, that's a funny word, like flat smack. Is that part of like the lingo and the crew here?
Yeah, because some
if you like
people
bring up the discussion that you're flat smacking someone, kind of thing.
Yeah, it kind of became popular because during and after the lockdown economy that happened, people associated with our community were going out in public and setting up information kiosks and bullhorning the public and flat smacking everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Some activism.
What's are most flat earthers like from the U.S. or is it like people from outside that like kind of come here?
I'm surprised to say that there are a lot of international flat earthers. There's a huge contingent of Australians.
Mm-hmm. Like politically, like do flat earthers lean mostly like right wing, left wing, center, or like apolitical?
Apolitical, totally.
Like non-voters kind of thing.
Yeah, apathetic.
Like just distrust everyone.
Not really distrust. Okay. It's no reason to trust.
Yeah, because they both believe in like everyone, all the sides believe in like the globe theory, right? So I mean, then they're all part of it.
Yeah, I mean, being a part of it is being a part of just the social milieu. You know, everybody believes in the globe because everybody believes in the globe. There's no reason to doubt it because everybody believes in it.
Is it a like difficult to like kind of like communicate about it or get along with like loved ones who are like globers?
It depends. I mean, we've all got family members that may disagree with us on a political or moral topic. Pick up abortion instead of the flat Earth topic, right? And you're going to run into people who are impassionate about it.
Yeah.
You can really ruffle people's feathers. It really depends. And this topic, if you were to stick around and just watch and listen to our interactions with random people who come by our spaces, whether here or the home server or other servers that we occupy, you're going to see an interesting psychology.
Yeah, like that's what I'm like kind of fascinated with here, like and kind of listening in as well with the and like my guess is, and you guys could tell me if this is right or wrong, is that a lot of the people that are going to come in here, they're going to come in here and trying to like kind of snicker and laugh at some flat earthers, right? Who like are going to be like so stupid and they're going to be crazy, but then they're going to come in here and they're going to get a little flat smacked, right? Because they really haven't, like for most people when it comes to physics or astronomy, like they really have like a middle school kind of level of just repeating after and kind of taking it on authority. They haven't really taken like high level courses. Like I've barely taken any, like I've only taken like one or two, if I hadn't taken those two and I came in here, I honestly would have been like just confused. Like a lot of the points that you guys are making here, I would have like not known how to like respond to them. And I still really don't know like all that much, like, and I'm just incredibly ignorant on a lot of things. And I know a lot of people come in here and they're going to realize that they actually don't know that much about.
That's a big part of it. Yep. We're trying to get people to dig into separating their beliefs from true knowledge. And it does expose a lot. It exposes a huge deficit, and it's scary. It's psychologically uncomfortable for people to realize that what they thought was true for so long is actually very difficult to prove, and I would say impossible.
Well, you guys are recognizing that a lot of their people's opinions about astronomy is people like making appeals to authority. And them not really knowing it. Yeah, and them not really knowing like how it kind of came about the way that it is. These like models, and they're just kind of trusting the experts, quote unquote.
Yeah, there are people today. There are actual like astrophysicists. There's one guy who just retired from Princeton University who's a hardcore geocentrist. He subscribes to the Neo-Tychonian model of the solar system. Dr. Bennett, I think, is his name. And you can hear him. He doesn't come by here, but he comes by other flatter places. So.
You see, he's a physicist.
Oh yeah, he taught at Princeton astrophysics department. He's a former faculty member.
Interesting for an astrophysicist. I didn't know that. An astrophysicist was a flat earther. That's news for me.
Not flat earth,
at least the former one.
But
geocentric. Okay.
Yeah, and you've got people who used to work at NASA who are flat earthers who are out there. A guy named David Beverly. He used to actually work for NASA and used to set up satellite uplinks and downlinks in Antarctica for NASA. He's a flat earther now. There's a guy in the UK. He goes by the name Dr. John Dee. He has a PhD in physics and specializes in spectrophotometry. So if anybody knows about optics, it's going to be that guy. And he's taken his laboratory equipment on tours through the UK. Has done long distance laser shining tests for the general public and has recorded some of this stuff on his YouTube channel. He initially set out to prove that Earth is a globe because he thought flat earthers were nuts. Well, now he's a flat earther. Right. So our community, I think, is fundamentally different from most, if not all others that people see on the internet. So we get the random troll who comes in here because they just got off a bender going through all the dumb flat earth content on TikTok. And they meet us and they encounter something completely different. And they think we're the ones that are trolling.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people assume like flat earthers are trolling. I mean, I don't think anyone I've talked to today has been trolling.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you guys this is your like the real beliefs that you guys hold. Like, I mean, like clearly, even if I like disagree with you about the idea, yeah, it's like you're I don't say belief like dismissively, it's your this is like
conviction in the measurements.
Yeah, like this is the conviction you guys have. When it comes to it, do you think that it's made your life, like holding this belief, has it made your life like better because now you know the truth, despite the social cost of it?
I would say it's been satisfying intellectually, and to an extent, metaphysically, because I do have a faith life, and my faith life is apart from this completely. But it's been satisfying in many ways. But yeah, I mean, it also brings difficulties of its own. Flat earthers are socially ostracized. Like if I walk into a bar and declare myself a flat earther, like people would want to fight me, or it's ridiculous.
Like, is your interest in like because there's a lot of passion about this topic from like the people that are in here, and it's not just like a curiosity or just like this is kind of neat, or this is like like a fact I've discovered. It seems like there's an ethical component to it too, where it is like something you kind of believe that there's a right and wrong kind of happening.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up. There is absolutely an ethical component to this. I think there is an ethical duty for us and for all people sitting at this table to be as rigorous and as academically honest as possible. And if something isn't true, then to call it out. If people cannot prove that Earth is a globe, then they need to be honest about that. We find that there's an unsettling amount of dishonesty from people who defend the globe who come in here. They lie about every little thing, and then they have the gall to ask us, why would people lie?
Mm-hmm.
We've been recording conversations 24/7 for 10 years on YouTube.
Mm.
So there's
when it comes to the
overwhelming
most common
content.
lie that you hear.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting. Like when it comes to the most common lie you hear from the Globers, right? As far as their justification that you find unsatisfying, what do you think it is that they come in here with? That they themselves may know it's a lie. Maybe, I don't know if they recognize it or not.
Yeah, an example might be this, and we can get to the why later, I guess. But we may ask somebody, hey, have you ever seen curvature before? And sometimes they'll say yes. Say, oh, great. So where were you when you saw curvature? And then they'll make up a fucking story. Dead serious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, happens every day.
Yeah.
Is it people like pilots, or is it people like that are just like
according to them? According to them, they're all flying at 50,000 feet. every teenage kid who walks in the room says they saw curvature at 50,000 feet because they're Air Force pilots. Yeah, they're all lying.
Yeah, we've talked to actual pilots who lie through their T2, and some of us are pilots.
Well, we have then we get honest pilots come through as well, like commercial pilots, and he's like, yeah, you do not see the curve from a plane. He's like, I've never seen it. I don't know why anyone would suggest such a thing. He's like, yeah, I believe it's a globe, but from a plane, you don't see any curvature, right? And this was, a very, very legitimate guy that we had come through here. Quite often, pilots will tell you that in interviews. You don't see it from that height, and that checks out mathematically that you wouldn't.
I haven't done the math on it. I haven't seen it, but
you would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth, right? If you have a look at it on a map and you draw a little circle around your maximum distance that you can see 360 degrees around you from that height, it's a tiny circle. You're really not seeing that far from that height. It's not enough to see any curvature. And I mean, I've flown all over the world. I'm always amazed how flat the horizon looks. I've never seen any curvature. And some people say some planes have certain types of windows that have, thick, round, triple layered glass, and it might make it look like it's curved, but I've never seen that. What I did see, though, was how flat it looked, and then I pulled my camera out, and I'm like, damn, I'm going to film it and then show the guys, in here. And then when I got home, I looked at the footage, I'm like, damn, I can see freaking curvature. But then I noticed when I pan the camera, like up and down a little bit, as soon as the horizon will drop below center frame, it will start to curve the wrong way. And when it's slightly above center frame, it's, it looks like it's curving. When it's right in the center of the frame, it looks like it's completely flat. So, maybe sometimes people are looking at footage and thinking they see curvature. I'm not sure, just because of the lens distortion.
Like, how many people do you think that would be necessary in order to, hide this truth?
I think it's self-inflicted. I think people believe in the globe so much that they take their scientific instrumentation, they take their physical measurements, and they mathematically contort it to a globe. And there's an actual process for this in surveying. It's called the mathematical reduction of the horizontal datum. What they do is they conjure a mathematical ball, so a wireframe mesh of a certain dimension, and then they take their surveyed measurements, which are flat, and then they wrap it to the outside surface of that mathematical ball. And this has been going on for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's essentially what the globe is and how the globe was created, right? It's a theoretical, mathematical concept which originated from the theoretical concept of the way that we view the sky or map out the sky into a coordinate system. That's what the globe is. It doesn't exist in reality. It exists basically as a model. And then when we go out and test, and then people say that the model is reality, okay, it matches reality, and then we go out and test for that, and it doesn't ever match reality, not even close, not even remotely close, ever. And there's not one observation that I've seen. I've been looking into this for 8 years, spoken to physicists, spoken to, aerospace engineers, all kinds of people, and not one person ever has been able to present one observation, one empirical, observation over distance that matches up with the globe, taking into account the necessities that would have to be taken into account, right? So, yeah, it's crazy. The more you look into it, the less the globe will make sense. The more you look into it, the more wacky the globe concept becomes.
Yeah, but it seems like Nicola's most interested in what is, these guys who believe in the globe, even after they go out and they test it and see that it's not there. What's holding them to this belief without evidence? That's what it seems like. That's what Nicola's he's.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man, a deeply ingrained belief system, isn't it? And there's a lot of mocking and ridicule and as propaganda behind the flat earth topic as well, and a lot of misinformation out there. So maybe they don't really have what they would consider a valid alternative option, because they haven't really looked at the true information regarding flat earth and actually dug into the long distance observations and laser tests and all the infrared photography, all this kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's ego-based. They'll get into some heated debates with a flat earther, and that'll sort of, they don't ever want to back down because their ego is running the show.
So again,
I don't know what you're talking
Sounds
about.
like you're
You
saying
just
that
confused
gravity reverses the entropy of gas behavior.
no, I didn't. What?
Yeah, because gas
No?
spreads out. Remember,
You're
you even
you're
said that.
oversimplifying what I'm saying. You're strawmanning me again. You can't do that.
Okay. So did you imply that the gravity causes the pressurization of gas?
provides a wall, like not exactly a wall,
The
but it
gravity
holds it in
wall.
place.
The
It
wall
holds
of
it
Does
in place.
gravity tug on gas molecules and reverse their trajectory upward?
Yes.
Yes. I'd like to see that demonstrated too, because now what you're claiming
Okay,
is
how
that
would you
there
like me
is
to demonstrate that?
that there is. Well,
Tell
I don't
me.
know, because you can't do it without begging the question.
Yeah, you've
How
already
would
said
you
it's
like me to-
undemonstrable.
Okay. Here's one. Okay, cool. So you know when you get a bucket of water or a bucket of like gas, right? And it's helium or something, and you spin that bucket really, really fast around your head, right? The helium doesn't escape; it stays in the bucket because what
Okay,
you're
now
doing
remove the bucket
is
and
you're
what happens.
creating you're creating
You don't have a
centrifugal
bucket,
force.
remember? You don't have a bucket, remember? So now
Yeah,
remove
now
the
put the
bucket.
gas,
He is a liar about that one.
put the gas on the
talking about?
outside of the bucket.
Well, hold on. No,
Put it
just
on the
remove
outside of the
because
bucket.
you don't have a bucket. You don't have a container. Remember on the globe. So remove the bucket, and then what happens?
But then you'd need. This is the point. We don't have a mass that is big enough to hold anything together. That
Yeah.
we
So
can
it just has to go
recreate.
back to imagination and pretending, right?
Well, here's the other thing, though, that the mass-independent nature of gas pressure is expressed by Avogadro's law. So if there's a mass-gravity relationship, it flies in the face of gas laws.
No, but it doesn't. If not, if you take
Yeah, it
into
does.
account
For the
gravity.
listening
If you
audience,
completely
Google this:
ignore gravity,
Avogadro
okay, you're just shouting at me.
mass-independent
I don't
gas
like you
pressure.
shouting. Can you stop shouting?
Well, he's speaking to the audience here. So could you let him finish?
Yeah, but you can
Yep.
stop shouting.
So here's your
Well, 'cause
Google
you keep
search term,
talking through
audience.
him.
Go Google Avogadro, Avogadro, mass independent gas pressure.
This is very, very.
Yeah, gas pressure is mass independent. This is taught in 8th grade physics.
Why are you giving me 8th grade physics to explain the laws?
Because 8th
of
graders
gravity?
know this shit.
No,
Because you need to
yes,
understand
Cassidy,
it.
because you guys have an 8th grade knowledge of science.
No, because you would fail 8th grade
Stupid.
science.
I can't
You
deal
would
with
fail
you.
8th grade science.
Yeah, Peas and
You
Rice,
would
you're
fail.
demonstrating that you
I
don't
can't deal with
even
you
have an
people.
8th grade level of science. So
Do I not? Okay, cool. Okay, so you
Hey, can
people
I read a quotation here? I've got a journal that actually supports this, what I'm saying. They're talking about natural observations and why it's important. So this is from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, volume 71, number 1, pages 100 to 107. Despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight. There's a naturally occurring observation free from man's interference that demonstrates exactly what we are talking about.
I mean, you're still not disproving that gravity stops the air particles from leaving.
you haven't shown that it does. You just said it
Right.
does.
I know,
just
but you
can't
haven't.
prove it. We don't need to.
Why do I
We
need
don't
to disprove your imagination?
It's on you to prove your ridiculous claim, and you've
I've
conceded
told
you can't.
you it's not a ridiculous game. I've
Yes, it
told
is.
you that
That's why you can't
pressure.
demonstrate it.
I've told you that pressure with height, yeah, it
You
gets
can't
less
invoke
dense.
pressure without a container. You know that, right?
You're
You
not.
can't
You're
invoke
not.
that word without a
I know
container.
we've done that already, mate. I don't
Okay,
know
so
where you
don't
come
use
from.
it unless you know that you're going to be using a
I'm going
container
to use it
for
because we've talked about this, and where we're at, because you weren't here, okay, is that gravity is
I've
containing
been here
the
the whole
air.
time.
Yeah, you made that
Gravity
up.
is containing the air,
You're just
so that's
repeating
it.
the
So
story you've
let
been
me
told.
finish. The
Gravity is
way
not a
no,
solid
but let me
container.
low.
Dude, gravity is not a solid container.
Are you finished?
Yeah, go right into
As
the Journal of Cave and
when I
Karst
talked
Studies.
about pressure, I said pressure is also caused by colliding of particles. So you don't necessarily need it to hit walls in that sense. Okay. Also,
Yeah, you do.
technically, there's so many surfaces
And you won't
on
be
the
able
Earth.
to measure
So-
it.
No,
Then you won't be able to measure it
Oh, you
if it
guys are
doesn't
so-
hit the wall of the container.
It's hitting the walls of the Earth. There's mountains, there's trees, there's people.
Yeah,
there's
wall's part of your
constant collision.
container. Earth is part of one of the walls of your container. You're right.
It's your floor.
Okay, so the point is there is pressure on Earth. This is what I think, okay?
Yeah.
And
Not
what
caused
is
by
well
gravitation.
researched.
You're absolutely right.
Because you guys are acting like I'm insane. Like
that means it's a container. You know
what
that,
the
right?
world believes. Okay.
You are insane,
and
Peter,
also,
right? But it's not your fault. You've been made to be that way.
Pressure decreases with height. Okay.
Yeah, and volume increases with height.
Yeah, remember it's generated at the surface, so why wouldn't it do that? Obviously, that's what would occur.
Gas pressure gradients only occur within a gas
Without
pressure
gravity,
system.
you couldn't even have pressure in the first place anyway.
You don't
couldn't
have
even
gravity.
have any
You
sort of
couldn't
pressure
even
without
define
gravity.
it. Stop saying the word unless you're going to define it properly. Give us a citation.
What?
Gravity.
Of what?
Remember the wall, the thing that you were trying to now envision
Alright,
as a wall for gas.
I think I'm done here.
The
I
gas
just,
wall of gravity.
I
Let's see
don't
that.
know,
Let's see
man.
that
I think you
citation.
guys are a bit
Okay, so
mental.
you can't define gravity, the thing that's
I'm not
holding your
I'm
entire
not gonna
belief
do that because
together.
you can go into the internet and look
Okay,
it up
well,
if
if
you
you
really
can't
want to.
define your terms,
I'm not gonna do
then
that.
There is no
to you.
definition.
believe you.
You're not gonna straw man me by telling me I don't.
No, that's
you
not,
don't
I'm
know
not
the definition of
strawmanning you by
gravity.
asking you to define
It's very much
your
straw
term.
man. You know what the definition of gravity is. I know what it is. We're not gonna do that.
No,
right?
well, I don't know what definition you're using. I don't think you do know what it is.
Instead, you're not gonna straw man me. Instead, I'm gonna go. Good luck. I hope you guys.
Okay, cool. Peace. See you later.
Figure out the truth.
Yeah. Ironic. I hope you go and figure out 8th grade physics.
One final quote, guys. James Clerk Maxwell. He wrote this in The Theory of Heat, 1870. Gases are distinguished from other forms of matter, not only by their power of indefinite expansion, so as to fill any vessel, however large, and by the great effect heat has in dilating them, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws which regulate these changes. The power of indefinite expansion. Not subject to gravitational reversal, not. He's right.
Yeah, it's a good one. Well, it was probably a frustrating listen, but hopefully there was some benefit there.
Yeah, that was good. It's always special pleading, as Sazu pointed out, and begging the question. And they spiral. And why don't you believe in my imaginary form of gravity, guys?
Yeah, I can't even define. Just projection, Dunning-Kruger, the usual.
You know, maybe when I drop something, that's also entropy. Because I had to impart energy to pick it up.
These people, man.
I get the impression that her shtick was just to like frustrate people. But that's me.
She probably frustrates a lot of men.
Well, she
No doubt.
was trying to, but she ended up just conceding that gas pressure requires containment, gas expands in a vacuum. She technically conceded to all our points, essentially, but then she just added her little rhetorical spin on everything and then tried to retcon her answers to the correct dogma.
Right. You flat earthers are uneducated. If you only had the story explained to you as well as it was explained to me. In order for my story to be true, I need you to grant me this one special plea.
Yeah, and then even when you ask them to explain the story, all right, explain the story to us. No, Google it. You can just Google it. You know the story. I know the story. Like, all right. Cool story. Funny, they now have to turn gravity into a wall for gas.
There's a big difference between those who were critical of what they were being taught in school, especially these classes. You know, everybody else.
I mean, you can be forgiven for not thinking about this stuff yourself, but when people are handing it to you on a plate and you're acting like that, you lose my sympathy. Anyway, mildly entertaining. I'm going to dip off, go on mute for a bit, and then I'm going to head off. So, good chats, boys. Hope you're all well. I'll catch you soon.
Thank you, Cyclone.
Later, dude.
Wouldn't it be crazy if gravity did cause a pooling, a compression of gases at the surface, and that heavier gases with greater atomic mass would find themselves attracted to the Earth more? Like, holy crap, we'd all be suffocating. Gravity, it's so weak that it's hard to detect, and it has a minimal effect, but so powerful that it holds all the oceans to Earth against the awesome continuous vacuum of never expanding space odyssey. Gravity's so weak here, but so strong there. Gravity causes light to refract around the globe. So it's like, yeah, hey, Globers, you believe in that too? So is refraction pushing down the hump of the Earth? Or is the hump there, and is it just lifting up the objects in the distance? Is it depressing the big hump to allow a free path for the unrefracted laser to go from point A to B? Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Can I take your order?
Why, hello there.
Wadadoodle.
Seems you guys are an eccentric community.
I don't know about eccentric. I mean, we just describe reality as you experience it.
I love you guys' confidence. You seem very well, last time I called it beliefs, but you guys don't like me calling it beliefs. So I love how faithful you guys to your perspective of reality.
Well, we're confident because we know that this is true. We can prove it.
Yeah.
And we also know that the globe can't prove their side. I mean, it's pretty remarkable to say that reality is as you see and experience it, and there is no other way, and that all attempts to the contrary are met with failure every single time. I mean, it's just the world we live in. It's nuts.
Absolutely. I it's nice to see people who are very, safe to say, I guess, confident.
Yeah.
With the way in something that they believe is 100% true.
Oh, no, man, I get it. We live in this crazy postmodern world of relativism where people speak their truth, and man, whatever your truth is your truth, and it's true for you, man, but that doesn't mean that my truth isn't true for me and it can't be the same as your truth. Like, no, Absolutely. There is universal truth. Truth always is and forever consistent.
Well, I mean, I guess, to be fair, you can never really see the universe in somebody else's perspective because the universe is only how you see it as. So you're kind of, the master of your own world, I guess.
Yeah, but the world exists regardless of whether you're alive or not.
Right, but you would never know if the world existed whether or not you were alive because you wouldn't be able to, prove that.
Yeah, you wouldn't care.
Oh, yeah, that also works.
You wouldn't be there to care. Like, I mean, maybe your soul, like, floating around, but
we don't know that.
Like, the sky that's blue, man, is it blue for you, but it could be really like red for me, but I call that blue, and could that be the same, but maybe it's different, man?
I mean, it definitely depends, since, you could ask 100 people, they'll all tell you the sky's blue, but there's always going to be one person who is colorblind, they'll tell you the sky's yellow or something. I mean, you never know.
Sure. I mean, that's why reality's testable. And
exactly. You can't tell the person who sees the sky as yellow that it's not yellow because he sees it as yellow.
Well, we can tell him what the wavelength is.
Well, yeah, that works, but, just giving an example.
Right. Well, that is my example. that some people are just wrong.
So you guys, very, so it's maybe, I guess. There's some
people find this refreshing at first. They find it refreshing and intriguing, and then they want to dip a toe in. They're like, okay, let me try this out for a little bit. Let's see how I feel when I do it. And it's addicting. It totally is. Truth is addictive. It's the most addictive substance on earth. You can't get enough of it in this world full of deception and lies.
So I mean, I like to think of myself as a very open-minded person, which is why I'm here. I grew up, and I'm pretty sure I still do believe that the Earth is round. But obviously, you guys believe the Earth. You guys don't define the shape, apparently. So you just know it isn't round. So
precisely, and we weren't born this way. I mean, I'm not a young man. I've been around a while, and I didn't come to this realization until about 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Wow. What made you come to the realization? Like, what gave you the inspiration? Did you watch a YouTube video, or were you just curious one day when looking out into the ocean?
I kind of sidestepped a lot of this. I saw some of the initial claims that had come out, the long distance observations and laser tests. And I kept hearing from flat earthers that the R value is elusive, the radius of the Earth. Nobody's measured curvature to derive the R value.
I mean, that's very wide.
And I said, that's bullshit. Let me go find out. I had access to a bunch of academic resources at the time, and I was able to flip through tons and tons and tons of papers. Amongst the first places I looked was in surveying, and I learned about geodetic surveying. I'm like, if anybody has measured the Earth, it's the guys that claim to do it for a living.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and guess what? They came up empty. In fact, you can kind of read how their process works.
Interesting.
And they don't measure a globe. They calculate it. They physically measure the Earth flat, and then they calculate a globe after the fact.
Why? Because, I mean, I guess it's kind of difficult to measure it when it's curved. I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, so the way they got curvature in the first place was by imagining a celestial sphere. Which if you accept the globe cosmology, you don't even accept that as true. It's just a model.
Absolutely.
So what they do is they take the celestial sphere and they take the terrain that they measure and observe, and they slap it up into the interior wall of the celestial sphere. And then they extract themselves out of it, and pop themselves on top of the sphere and say, yeah, Earth is a globe now.
Right. I mean, I guess I'm not really here to argue about you guys' calculations because I'm very not educated on this. So it's more of I'm just very interested on why you guys why you guys think that the governments would lie to you. Basically, that's my question.
See, I don't know. I know a lot of flat earthers are into that. I'm not. I don't think the government. I don't think people are knowingly lying about this. I think this is one of these. Call it like an urban myth. The urban myth from hell. It's an urban myth that got away, and for hundreds of years, if not longer, people believe that Earth is a globe so much that they're taking all their scientific endeavors and observations, and they're cramming it into this cosmology that Earth has to be a globe, and that's all they're doing. I mean, it's kind of crazy. It's hard to believe, but that's what they're doing.
So you're saying it's kind of like a belief that's so ingrained in our heads that it's just like crazy to even question it.
Yeah. And it's a belief that could be reinforced by things like the space program. But then you go read what the space program is and how it started, and they're not claiming to hide a flat Earth or anything like that. I mean, the space program was started as a propaganda measure to project power and technological progress that may not even exist. May not even exist. So, you could have a bunch of globers at NASA who are secretly still trying to figure out how to orbit a satellite and can't get it to fucking work because they believe in the globe. So then they're projecting the capability that doesn't exist.
Wait,
in the meantime,
they can't orbit a satellite? I think they know how to.
No, they're not orbiting a globe because the globe doesn't exist.
Okay, so you think that satellites don't orbit; they just move around?
I'm not sure what they are. I mean, we know that they use balloons for a lot of things, and there's some exotic capabilities that they claim to use up there. But I mean, ultimately, I don't have firsthand direct knowledge of these exotic technologies.
Yeah, so I like a person able to, like, admit that they don't know a certain something, like, about stuff. Like, for me, example, I don't know much about your arguments for flat Earth, so I'm not gonna sit here and be like, try to argue with you on that. I'm just very curious.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have to argue with people too. People want to come in and they do want to argue, but I'd rather just describe the world as I've come to understand it to people. That's more my speed. I'm tired of debates.
So,
holy crap.
Hold on.
Yeah, don't let your wife find out that you're talking to flat earthers. She might think you're crazy.
I like the fact that that was my twin sister. Sorry, she's my twin sister, not my wife.
Oh, no. Okay, sorry.
I'm nowhere. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm nowhere near old enough, frankly, to have a wife.
Oh, okay.
Anywho, have you oh shit, forgot I was doing a bit. Well, still, sorry, I'm practicing a bit. I just talk like that during my normal interactions, just to kind of nail the voice down. Sorry for any confusion. Anyway, are you like a full-time flat earther? Like, is that what you do?
Yeah, it's not like it's the globe for 1 hour a day.
No.
So yeah, I mean, Earth is flat. It's one of the fewest things that I know for sure in this life.
Well, that's like asking if he's a full-time guy. It's like, do you magically change the night to someone?
Cuddles, man, you're robot and hard still. You might want to look into Starlink.
Okay. So Omni, are you a full-time globe earther?
See, that's a good question. The only reason I asked that is because I've like known some people who are really. I mean, I guess it's more of a one-time thing. You just sit down 1 week, you research, and then you just find enough proof to sufficiently say that you know the Earth is flat, right? I'm guessing that's what you guys, or some of you guys.
Yeah, there are two ways to come to the table, and ideally both ways should be explored. First is to look for the globe proof that people say exists. And when you get frustrated, you might want to start looking into the flat Earth proof that flat earthers say exists. And then you start to weigh the evidence. And you could start the other way too. You could look into the flat Earth evidence first and then say, okay, that's cool. Now let me check the globe evidence out. Like, I have not seen anything that comes close to what flat earthers have done to prove the flat Earth case coming out of Globers. And this is in spite of space agencies.
I mean, I feel like just because they're the minority, they kind of have to prove their point. They can't really.
There's a double standard.
Yeah, exactly. If you're the minority, you have to prove your point more than the majority, I guess. So,
unfortunately, now philosophically, you shouldn't have to, but, but to win hearts and minds, you do.
Once it becomes like a major movement, then yeah, you kind of, if you want to, like, get more members and all that, yeah, I guess. Also, Cuddles. What I meant by that was kind of like, for example, an atheist, or not an atheist, let's just say a religious person convincing himself to become an atheist, kind of like in that kind of sense. Something you believe, trying to change your beliefs.
All right, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're coming in. Sounds way better.
Okay, yeah, I'm having signal issues. The interesting thing is every Glober I've talked to, you guys, you can kind of wrap your head around the whole, like, I believe in NASA and I believe this. But then when it comes to something outside of that, you guys try and transplant that belief word over to anything else. And it's like, I don't have to believe in the physics of water because that's what water does. It's a know thing, not a belief thing.
Wait, what are you Okay. You know what? I'm a glober here. So what are you trying to say? Like, talk to me as if you're trying to talk to the majority. I'm here to represent most globers who aren't knowledgeable in the situation and are open-minded. So, what do you want to say?
Well, the nature provides a true reference of what is flat, level, and horizontal, and that's water. It's one of the most foundational things that you can explore as somebody new to the topic. What is the behavior and nature of water? You know, if Earth is a globe, then gravity must be bending the oceans around a ball. How does that work? What's the evidence for that?
Well, I guess water has no form, so I can't really tell you anything. Water is just whatever container it's in.
Yeah, water does do that. It conforms to the container and it forms a level surface at rest. Now, the funny thing is people claim that gravity is this awesome force that has the power to bend vast oceans around a ball in outer space and also hold the water back from turning into gas and exploding into the outer space vacuum at the same time. But then you read also that gravity's considered to be the weakest of forces. So wait, it's powerful enough to override the molecular behavior of water molecules that bond at the surface of vast oceans. It's strong enough to override that, but so weak that its effects can barely be measured.
No, gravity's effects are measured. What do you mean? Wait, first, do you believe in gravity? Because that'll decide how I.
Well, that requires definitions, right? So listen, I mean, I know that when I pick up a rock and drop it, that it falls to the ground. And if we want to call that accelerated value gravity, I have no problem with that. I mean, for the sake of discussion and conversation. Now, it's attributing what the cause is. That's where it gets really sticky. That's where it's. And then also looking at alternate causes, right? We know that density and buoyancy exist. We know that we can change the density of a medium relative to a solid object, and that solid object will either go up or down, depending.
Yeah.
So I know that I can change the direction of these objects by changing the density relationship with the medium.
Up or down. Yeah, it's either sinks or floats, basically.
Right. So there's a cause, right? So what's the cause of gravity? Now it's like, well, how do you explain that?
From what I know, I'm very uneducated. From what I know, is for my definition of gravity is the weight or not the force acting on the center of gravity of an object. So when people say that gravity doesn't exist, and that means center of gravity doesn't exist, and if center of gravity doesn't exist, that means stability doesn't exist. And that's where I kind of don't get it, you know.
Okay, can't we have flat Earth gravity? The difference being when I drop an object, it falls perpendicular to a horizontal surface for everybody everywhere on the same surface that's level and horizontal. You know, as opposed to dropping something and it's falling inward radially to a common center of mass on a spherical surface. So, in order for gravity to behave in the way that people who believe in the globe think it does, they're going to have to measure that gravity vector, that equipotential that they call it in geodesy, geodetic surveying. They have to measure that equipotential where that vector changes. And they have a word for that, actually. It's called the deflection of the vertical.
Right. So wait, do you what do you think about other planets? Do you think, or for example, the moon? You see the moon.
Yeah.
You think that's?
I think it's mysterious, man. Listen, I think Earth is like the floor to the universe that you see in the night sky.
So everything's above us.
Yeah, exactly. Earth isn't in outer space. Like, we have no knowledge of what's called an embedding space for this place.
So you think the moon is what then? What shape do you think the moon is? Or do you not know?
I mean, I think it appears to be spherical.
Okay.
In a limited way, but I have no problem accepting that. But I also don't think the moon is anything like Earth, or that any of the planets are anything like Earth. I don't think Earth is a planet. Earth is the foundation of existence.
So you kind of go through a different kind of like the universe is all situated around Earth.
The universe includes the Earth we walk on, and the night sky and everything in it is above that Earth.
We're kind of on the floor.
Yeah. The floor of the universe. Yep. And does it extend forever? I don't think so, because we have pressurized gas. It seems that there's a limit somewhere. But does that mean that there's not like a limit here and then there's another limit somewhere else and there's a gigantic floor of the universe and multiple compartments? I don't know.
I mean, do you think you don't agree the universe is expanding?
Well, see, I don't know about that either. A lot of that rests on accepting whether or not like Einstein's theory of relativity is true. You know, space-time
really relates to flat Earth, so it doesn't really matter now. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have general relativity with the flat Earth cosmology. This thought experiment is not new. It's been done by university researchers for fun. We've got some papers on it. So, does that mean that the flat Earth cosmology, could that be expanding? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I wouldn't entertain that discussion beyond just idle speculation.
So wait, why do you think like the Earth is different from the other planets? What makes us so special?
Well, for one, the things that we observe in space above our heads bear absolutely no resemblance to what we're experiencing here on Earth.
How do you know that?
Well, when we look at Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, they're not even described in the same way as Earth is, except for maybe Mars, right? But I don't think Mars has land on it that you can go to.
Wait,
and if it does, I'd be impressed.
There actually is, like, for example, the rovers on the moon and the Mars. Do you think this?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust NASA because nothing they do is independently verifiable. I have to go in a minute here, but listen, there's a funny case where people noticed that these fitness trackers were popping up on a popular fitness tracking app all over an island west of Greenland, way in the Arctic North. And people started figuring out what the hell is up there. And they worked together. There's a NASA installation. And then afterwards, NASA said, "Oh, hey guys, yeah, that's us. Sorry we didn't tell you, but we actually have a Martian test program up here. We have the actual rovers on Mars we built for Earth, and we're testing them over terrain that looks exactly like Mars up here."
Oh.
It's called Devon Island.
What does that mean? Sorry? I didn't really
Location is Devon Island, Devon Island. And knowledge of it, I think, only came to the surface after they were busted. Their fitness trackers busted them. All right, I got to get going. I'll be listening only. Take care.
All right.
What would you say your 2025 FE highlights have been? Conversations in here, or just general interviews and news stories? What would you put up there for 2025?
2025. Well, one of the highlights would be the I can't prove I've got hands.
Oh yeah. That was awesome.
That stands out.
That's peak 2025. I would say NASA, flat earthers turning NASA into a spy agency.
That's a good one. That's a big one, yeah.
That is a big one, right? Because now, I mean, that was really their whole argument when you get down to it. I mean, I know they'll say like, "Oh, the pendulum, oh, gravity," but what they really mean is, I believe the space cartoons, and now we just say, yeah, but they're a counterintelligence agency, aren't they? They do professional lying, and they have to be like, "Oh shit, yeah, I guess." I'm just waiting for them to be like, "But they weren't at the time. They didn't used to be." What else? that interview with the astronaut and Bart Sibrel. And it's not strictly flat Earth, but it's on theme. I still haven't listened to it properly, but I kind of got the gist. Another embarrassment for the Globe narrative.
Right, yeah, that old coot didn't really know what he was doing.
Poor guy. What the hell did they tell him? He was like, wait a minute. As soon as Bart Sibrel was like talking like he doesn't believe in the moon landing, that guy's like, wait a minute, what interview is this? I'm trying to lie in 2025 live on a podcast about something that you were supposed to have lied about like 50 years ago. Taking over the English hub. Just a good highlight.
Sorry, what was it?
Saying taking over English hub and starting a flat Earth movement in India.
That's a good one. Yeah, because quite a few have now like come back since encountering us there, and have gone, "Hey, listen, guys, I've been thinking and I'm looking into this, and like,
yeah.
It's good."
Yep, India's turning. Big domino.
You got old DJ, the India Whisperer.
What do you mean? Didn't India just go to the moon?
That's right. I'm seeing this. People are telling me that they photographed the Apollo craft or something. Look, there it is, guys. America totally did it. Little simps.
From what I saw of India's moon landing, you look at the 80s Atari game, though. Kind of sad.
Yeah, they weren't very inspiring.
Tiny budget.
What year was it that those boys decided to dig a hole at the beach, and then the news crew came by and was like, "This was a comet or a meteor or an asteroid"?
I posted that in the mods channel not that long ago. Again, that was that in Ireland? I think that was maybe in
It was
Ireland.
UK. I know that because
Might have been last year. I think it might have been last year. But that was a good one.
Yeah, I would make that my before then.
Getting so excited. It was like this local globehead that was on the news who was supposedly some kind of meteorite expert, and he was like, I just was walking down the beach and I saw this big hole and I thought, that's not a normal hole, and look, I found this little rock inside, and you can actually see the scorch marks for where it entered the Earth's atmosphere. And the reporter's like, whoa, cool. And then it cuts to like an Instagram clip of two boys just digging a big hole in the beach the day before, like, way. And it's not a black hole. These fools. Come on, someone find me some glowbirds, or it says who banned them all.
Yeah, I just looked over the panel. I don't see any spinning globe enthusiasts. Maybe there's somebody, though. Anybody got any globe evidence? Go ahead.
Don't you know the laws of physics are suspended for a flat Earth?
Yeah, I've heard that. They don't work. Physics doesn't work on a flat Earth.
There's no horizon on a flat Earth because that's only globe physics.
Globe physics. Oh, man.
How many courses in physics did that guy fail? Like all of them?
No, that kind of with that kind of mindset, you'd pass with flying colors. As long as you say globe enough times, I think they just pass you now.
I think as long as you pick the multiple choice that says oblate spheroid, you get an A+.
Is this Hebrew Hammer guy? Is that the same guy who's come in the last few weeks and is just totally brain dead and clueless?
Could be, could be. What do you say, Hebrew?
I say you guys cannot get internet in Antarctica without satellite.
That's him.
Sounds like it. Internet in Antarctica. Wow. That's what you're starting with?
Yeah.
Is that how you prove it's a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
You need satellites, don't you?
Rip. What do you mean satellite? What are you talking about?
You need satellite coverage to get internet and cell service in Antarctica. There's no service for usual service, as you got in other continents, like you got in Antarctica.
What do you mean when you say satellite?
You know exactly what I mean. Satellites you get for telephones and internet.
Telephones? No, I don't think they're using satellites as you understand them. No, they're just like cables and towers.
And you think there's radio towers in Antarctica, yeah?
Well, maybe not in Antarctica, but generally, phones, internet.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about generally. That's why I brought it up.
Well, they could have a whole number of technologies. I mean, they could have little ground stations, communication stations, all kinds of things. So what do you mean when you say satellite specifically?
I'm saying exactly that. I'm saying the whole of Antarctica. The only
Could you show me? Could you show me a photo of what you're talking about?
A photo of a satellite.
Yeah.
Sure thing, buddy.
Wait, don't they launch satellites from Antarctica?
Yeah, so that they can get internet in Antarctica.
Yeah, aren't they attached to balloons?
Who told you that?
They did.
I saw a video of it.
What about if I give you a video of a satellite orbiting in outer space without a balloon? Or will you say that? It's a CGI.
Is that the one where the giant head pops up in the background? The giant human head?
Show us what you mean about this satellite in outer space. Post it in the
chat. And I sent it in the goddamn the side chat. Yeah.
All right, I'll have a look.
That's satellite for you. See what I mean? Huh?
Yo, what ranked level do I unlock the science
So is that
ending behind flat Earth?
Let me see. I don't know. I don't know. Is this a real video?
It's a real video, man.
How'd you know that?
Because if you go by is a real video, then every video from space is fake, yeah? And why would Starlink fake its own launch? Huh?
That doesn't make any sense what you just said. How did you verify that this is a real video? Is what I'm asking.
Because Starlink posted it and said it's a real video.
All right, so because a person said it was real, that means it's real. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's obviously not the case. So you don't know it's real.
Believes in Bigfoot.
You believe it.
Okay, so are we talking about? So you are denying any satellite orbiting the Earth, yeah?
Well, I just asked you for evidence of what you were claiming, and you've just given us a video that you don't even know is real.
How do you?
What evidence would you have of it? Like,
how do you know any evidence?
Because I just asked you how you know it's real, and you just said you don't. You just believe it because the person said it was real.
I don't believe it. I know it because my body sent also satellite in space. Yeah.
No.
Well, I know satellites work.
Nope. You just
What I mean,
watched a video on YouTube or something and believed it. It sounded like.
my body sent a satellite in space with his college group, and they
Oh,
received.
did he? Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
And he received signal from it. So.
Okay, show us
I know.
that then. Post that in the chat.
By the way, we're using satellites to communicate to each other. Appreciate it.
No, don't mind him.
He thinks the internet runs off satellites.
Okay,
You think the
so
internet's from satellites?
so taking my explanation of what a satellite is, and showing you a video of it. Let's say let's disregard the is it like a fake video or what? You wholeheartedly disbelieve in every satellite that billions of people claims exist. Yeah.
Well, it's not really a question of what I disbelieve or not. You just made the claim. We asked for evidence. You gave us a video that you don't know is real. It's not evidence.
Okay. Then how do the people get that satellite signal in Antarctica?
What people? Who are you talking about?
People who live in Antarctica. Let's take the South Pole Station. Yeah. Where is the neutrino observatory? Yeah. How do they get there?
How they get it?
I can show you a video of a guy telling you how they get it.
Okay, what does he say?
He say they get it from Starlink.
What does he say Starlink is?
Just what I told you, man. They have a dish which connects to the satellite. Yeah. You understand how satellites
Did he verify that video himself as well? Like you did?
So it's fake. They're putting out a dish, getting the internet connection by I don't know what. Is there like a radio?
Yeah, there's no little floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
Well, let's go by deduction. Is there radio towers for signals in Antarctica? Do commute them.
I don't know. Which part of Antarctica did you check?
You can check. Is there any in Antarctica at all?
Okay, so did you check?
I looked for it. Yeah, I researched it. There isn't because there's.
When did you check?
Yesterday.
You went to Antarctica yesterday?
No, I searched it up online.
Oh. Well, how do you know what's written online is true?
Because I don't need to do something myself to know if it's true or not.
That's again not an answer. So you can't. You're not telling us how you verify any of these beliefs you have. You're just saying you believe them.
So you have to check everything yourself to know if it's true. Yeah. You don't believe anything.
You for evidence of your claims, and you're just saying, "I just believe what I read online."
And you're saying online.
There's no way there could be satellites and space is fake.
Yes, correct.
So you're saying nothing online is factually correct, yeah?
No, that's obviously not what I said. Cool story.
That's exactly what you said.
No, it's not.
So if you don't check what you read online, it's not factually correct. You don't have the evidence to prove it, yeah?
Well, if your argument relies on something you're reading online, then it's very reasonable to say, how do you know that what you've read online is true and accurate? And if you say you can't, then you don't know.
Judging by that logic, anything you read in books, in online,
prove it's false.
In magazines, in libraries.
No. Okay, someone's got confused. Who was the guy who just said something about? Don't you have to prove it's false?
Isn't that burden on you?
No. The burden is on the one making the claim, right? So if you claim in Antarctica there's floating metal boxes in a vacuum sending them signals, that would be on the person claiming there's floating metal boxes in a vacuum sending signals to prove, wouldn't it?
Oh, so they would just send a picture of satellites and radio towers in Antarctica, and then now you would have the burden to disprove that.
Well, no, but so he can present an image or a video of a floating metal box in space, quote unquote.
He did.
And we ask him, how do you know that's a real video? And he says he doesn't. He just believes it.
Okay, and he sent you a video. Now it's your burden to disprove it, no?
No, it's his burden to prove that it's authentic.
It's by Starlink.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's authentic.
So if New York Times tells me there's a new word, is that authentic or what?
Well, a new word is a bit different than a floating metal box in a vacuum, but
If Elon Musk tells me he sent shit to space, is that authentic or what?
if Elon Musk said he flew around the Earth on a unicorn and he showed you a video of it, does that mean it's real?
Did I see the unicorn launch into the sky?
Well, you might have seen a rocket launch into the sky, and then they'll show you a video where they unleash the unicorn from the rocket, and then you see on the video he's riding around the Earth on a unicorn. Does that mean it's real?
There's full video proof of it. Yeah,
You see the unicorn from the ground?
I'll believe it if
No,
there's.
you don't see floating metal boxes in a
You
vacuum.
see satellite. You can see satellites in the ground. You can.
Oh yeah, well you can see a little light in the sky.
It's
yeah.
no, get a telescope. You can zoom in. I'm telling you.
You can see a little light in
the
the sky.
SpaceX one. You can see it.
Yeah, you can see a
Bro,
little light
it's
in the
your
sky.
burden to disprove the satellites. What? I don't get. I don't know why you're
It's
so
telling you
mad
to
at.
prove it. There's not a burden to disprove a claim.
He
There's
just
no evidence.
proved that something is flying in the air above our Earth.
Something is flying in the air. Okay, that wouldn't be satellites then, because satellites would be in a vacuum.
Above
space.
our
Flying through the air would be the fastest thing
Okay,
ever
can you prove to me? Can you prove to me that you can make a metal box float with no propulsion?
Yeah, it seems impossible, right?
Yeah.
Without a little something called gravity.
Orbit?
Called?
Yep.
He was going to say gravity. You going to say gravity?
Orbit, gravity, yes.
Yes, orbit and gravity.
Yes. I thought gravity
Otherwise,
things down.
impossible. Otherwise, we're looking at something that is impossibly high, going impossibly fast across the sky.
Wait. Doesn't gravity pull
is
things down?
actually a thing, by the way.
How gravity pulled things down?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so this is.
So how
you
is
need
it
to
making
learn
the
more
box
about how
float?
gravity works. This is
How's it making the box float?
Okay, yeah, this is an education problem.
Yeah, educate us. So your claim about a force that pulls things down is somehow making these floating metal boxes in a vacuum float. How does that work?
Because if you go high enough, if the force pulling you down is equal to the opposite force, then you will not go down.
What opposite force?
You understand that, right?
What opposite force?
Well, it can be from relative density. It could be from
relative density.
It could be from literally propulsion.
No, because they said they're not. They're not
There's a
propelled.
number of.
They don't have thrusters
And
on them.
eventually, I'm trying to explain this.
Yeah,
like
but
the reason you have the rocket in the beginning, the reason you have the rockets and not an airplane and something else is to achieve going that high, escape velocity, so on. It's
yeah, and then you've got a metal box
I would say it's not rocket
with
science,
no
but
thrusters or
there is some
propulsion.
rocket science in it.
So what's propelling the box to fly around?
Well, once you're in orbit, you don't need further propulsion.
That sounds like a cool story. So can you demonstrate a floating metal box in a vacuum?
Again, this is. Did we say vacuum?
Yeah,
there's
space
random. There's vacant particles in space.
But it's supposed to be a near perfect vacuum.
Near perfect vacuum. It's supposed to. What do you mean supposed to? Who told you it's supposed to be? There's vacant
story,
particles
isn't it?
in
Outer space is a vacuum. No, has that changed now?
What?
It's a vacuum without air, but I'm pretty sure it still has shit in it.
Yeah, there's stuff in space.
Yeah, but it's a vacuum. It's like the highest pressure vacuum you can imagine.
I don't think. I think. I think you're having trouble.
You are genuinely like a 4-year-old.
You guys are getting confused about the whole vacuum story, huh?
There is. I can look through my telescope.
Is there a vacuum beyond the sky, like they tell us?
Comets, sun. And you're telling me there's nothing?
Are you just saying words now?
Yeah, but notice how you say it's not a perfect vacuum. It's
Yeah. Like on Earth, you get vacuum chambers where you can pull the air out, and it'll be a very low pressure environment in that vacuum chamber. Space is supposed to be way more of a vacuum than anything we can achieve on Earth. Yeah.
Well, the vacuum. I mean, the pressure. We have the ways in which we test vehicle, machines that we fly up. We have testing facilities for low,
Okay. So can you show us them showing a floating metal box in one of their big vacuum chambers?
Again, it's about gravity. Like,
okay, is that a no? You can't demonstrate that?
So basically, okay, I'll explain it in a few seconds if you really don't understand this. Mass attracts mass. If you're on Earth, the center of mass of Earth is going to pull things towards Earth. So,
but you're saying it doesn't.
This is why you don't have, two bowling balls or two baseballs on Earth.
Well, that's what I said earlier.
Together,
you're saying gravity is supposed to pull things down, but you're saying it's not. They're floating around.
No. I'm trying to explain this to you. Okay. So if you have a force that attracts, that's generated by a large mass that pulls things towards it, eventually, the further away you go from it, the weaker the force is going to be. It's like a magnet. So once you get to far enough outside of it, the force pulling you down is going to be virtually zero.
But you just said it was gravity that was causing them to float. But now you're saying it's not gravity. Gravity's got zero effect.
No. Gravity and the lack thereof of when it's acting on you.
Hold on, dude. Pause the button here. You're not even repeating the correct pseudoscience. Their story is that
to someone.
You're not explaining it right. Listen,
no. I don't need to hear this if you don't.
You're failing to explain it right. Their explanation has nothing to do with gravity. If they say the reason why something orbits is that it's falling towards Earth, but Earth moves out of the way before it hits the ground.
Yes, there will go slightly down. Yes, this is why eventually. This is why satellites. The way they come out of this is why the way they come out of
don't know what you're talking about.
The way they come out of service, though, is through falling down. So correct,
falling down
slowly. They will.
They will come down. Don't fall down.
Wait, what is the crux of this argument? If gravity is real or not?
It's no. It's not an argument. The guy asked. The guy is asking how things
orbit.
We're
gonna stop derailing. Let's get back on topic.
Yeah,
you get a lot of mic time. You don't need to derail when we got new people here.
Yeah, the contention is these guys are saying that there's some floating metal boxes in a vacuum beyond the sky that are just floating around the Earth in orbit.
You mean like satellites?
Yes, exactly. They're claiming that those are floating metal boxes in a vacuum, and we're asking them for some evidence of that.
Evidence of satellites being real?
Well, specifically floating metal boxes in a vacuum.
Well, do you agree that we see metal?
Is that question? You finished? Or did you get cut off?
Yeah, I heard, do you agree metal? Yes, I do like heavy metal indeed.
So what's the evidence of floating metal boxes in a vacuum? Beyond, they told us so.
Well, there's a bit more implied there. They're floating around a sphere, and the sphere bit is the thing that we are most interested in, to be honest.
Yeah, Gunslinger left. The guy you're talking to originally. This is why it's important to keep some of these squawkers on mute, because that Gunslinger was the one you were talking to, and so once he saw an opening, he ran away.
No, I'm sure it was Gunslinger was the original,
man.
But then we went on to a second guy, didn't we?
Oh, I just thought it was just a bunch of squawkers, and then Gunslinger left.
No, we went for the second guy. There's a couple of American guys.
One of them was J.J. Fish, or whatever the hell he is.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, Lumard. Isn't that J.J.?
Just picture in gravity and satellites and the whole globe fantasy. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yeah.
Just butchering it. I mean, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is what I'm saying. You guys you always side with Google. your framework is to Google it. But then when it comes time to repeat what you read on Google, you can't even regurgitate what Google said. It's like all you got to do, like your whole worldview is you type a question to Google and repeat back what you read, and you fail to do so.
It's mass attracting mass. That's how the boxes float in a vacuum. Or did all the satellite guys leave?
Yeah, I mean, just type in, how do satellites float? It's not gravity. Because the Earth is a continuous state of free fall, or because they are in a continuous state of free fall, constantly falling towards the Earth, but the Earth is moving out of the way.
I don't think they're ready to have their minds blown and bent as the globe would require. They've made their own little vague idea. To be confronted with what the actual claim is would melt their brains, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll come in here and say the reason why satellites float is because they get to a spot that's so far away from Earth, they're effectively weightless. It's like, the gravity isn't affecting them anymore. If that's the case, then how are they falling towards the Earth, but Earth is moving out of the way? It's like, at least take some time to at least try to read what the experts are saying that you say you trust. You trust these people. If you trust them so much, why not say the weird thing? Say the weird thing. Earth moves out of the way. The satellite would hit the ground, but by the time the satellite gets to where it would hit the ground, Earth has moved out of the way.
Yeah.
And they want to say, oh, I think you flat earthers have an education problem. Really? Because all I did was read Google. That's more than you can do. Like a 7th grade reading level.
I love that. That's what I'm really looking for. I'm looking for that great balance of immense Dunning-Kruger and massive ignorance combined. So I'll say, well, the problem here is you need to be educated. So this is what's going on. And then they proceed to just butcher the entire globe claim.
Yeah, like any way you type the question out, any format, format or ask it, why do people say satellites float? How do satellites float? It tells you they don't float. They're not floating. They're falling.
So you guys are against the idea of satellites because if the Earth is flat, then that wouldn't make any sense, right?
No, it requires motion of the Earth. Your explanation of satellites requires the Earth to be moving at breakneck speeds. Where is this motion detected?
It requires a curved ball Earth. It requires a ball Earth that's in motion, and it requires a ball Earth that's in motion through a vacuum. You need all of those things and more, really, but those are just 3 big, obvious ones, and we have none of them.
Yeah, Arnold, your pre-assumption that we're against anything is incorrect. We actually just want any kind of evidence, that is empirical to prove that these things exist. The first thing we would need is a sphere Earth for them to be falling around. So that's the thing that we're looking for right now.
Okay. Yeah, when we're saying satellites, and you're like, oh, you don't believe in satellites. I mean, we're not denying that there's aerial technology in the sky, right? Which when you say, I see a satellite, all you see is a moving light in the sky. We're not denying.
Sure nobody can see satellites from Earth.
Okay, so
you
then
just said you did. That was your first proof. You saw them. You looked up and you saw something moving across the sky.
But you mean
no? Those are planes moving across the sky. I'm pretty sure satellites are out of our field of view. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I'm not arguing that.
Well, now people claim that the little lights in the sky they see are satellites, and yeah, you could call them that, but there's a big distinction between recognizing moving lights in the sky and potential aerial technology and saying these are little floating or falling metal boxes in a vacuum around a spinning moving ball, Earth. So that's what we're disputing, because there's no curvature of Earth's surface, so it can't be a ball. There's no motion of it, so it can't be a spinning, wobbling, tilting ball. And there's no vacuum of space, because we can't have a high-pressure system just existing locally in a little section of a vacuum. It doesn't work like that. So we're not in space. So the story that they tell us about floating metal boxes in a vacuum of space just isn't real.
Okay.
But if you think you've got evidence to the contrary, feel free.
Because that would come next. Your evidence would come next, and then you could have a platform to say that we've denied something, we don't understand it, until you present the evidence. Just saying that we've rejected it is a massive copium hit. That's a massive.
Okay, well, I misunderstood.
Yeah, hold on, dude. You are, at that point, not you, the royal you, the person, would be failing to present evidence because of somebody else would be the causal agent of that. Like, hey, I would go do this. Like, junkies, I can get cleaned every day, but my ex keeps, hound or something like that. This massive amounts of copium. That's
well,
what the issue is.
Let's just check with them. Now that you've heard our position generally, would you challenge that? I think we do have curvature, motion, or space to be evident in reality.
Honestly, I don't want to fight you guys. I'm just here for the party.
No, it's not a fight. I'm just asking you a question.
Well, I don't want to argue with you guys.
I don't want to argue either. I'm looking to avoid.
He didn't say anything.
I would like to have a conversation. You want to have a conversation?
Except these conversations usually turn into arguments.
No. There's no need for it to turn into an argument as long as you're just honest and don't use any weird tactics or fallacies unreasonably. I mean, we're just looking to discuss the empirical evidence of where we live, because as far as we can tell and measure, it's just flat and motionless, which is contrary to what they're teaching everyone in school, right? Shown on the media, all that. So I would ask you how deeply you've looked into this. Have you found any good evidence?
Yeah, we're not looking for a contentious debate. This is not even necessarily a debatable topic. It's objective. So in an objective topic, you would just present the measurements and the evidence that proves your position. There's no arguing about opinions. So if there is evidence that doesn't beg the question or affirm the consequent, we would love to see it.
Okay.
Can you think of any? Like, what's the evidence for the globe in space?
The evidence for space? Well, I mean, I think the planets that we see are kind of a good sign of that. I mean, it's space, so it's
how far away are the planets?
Ocean.
How far away are the planets?
Couple million miles or some shit like that. I don't know.
How do you know that?
Assuming symmetric speed of light, you can do radar ranging.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the medium that it's in?
I don't know. That's not my department.
A lot of assumptions go into that.
This is the problem, though, because when you say, well, planets are evidence of space, you're basically saying you observe a light in the sky that we call a planet, but then you're just accepting the story that you've been told about it and what medium it's in, how far away it is, and all that. The light itself doesn't tell you what medium it's in or what it is or how far away it is. It just tells you you're observing a little light in the sky. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're looking for evidence of a globe in space, as in the ground we walk on being a spinning ball in a vacuum, it's not really sufficient to say, well, you can look up and you can see lights in the sky. Yeah, those could be any number of things, and it doesn't tell us what we walk on. So what we're really looking for is measurement of the surface, and measurement to be consistently showing that it is this ball that they've told us, and that it's flying around at millions of miles an hour, even though no one detects any motion whatsoever. So can you think of anything like that? Has anyone measured the Earth? Has a scientist ever come along and measured a globe? You ever heard of one?
Pretty sure some ancient Greek guy did something like that. I forgot the name of him.
Yeah, that's the story they tell of a guy called Eratosthenes. He didn't measure the Earth. They say, and I mean, this is like a apocryphal story at this point. There's no primary documentation of this, but they say he erected two, well, depends which story you read. He had a well and a stick, or a well and a statue, like an obelisk. Basically, he took angle measurements of the shadows being cast by the sun on these points, and he assumed that if the Earth were a globe, this would be the circumference, etc. But he already had the assumption of a globe. He wasn't trying to prove one or measure one. And you could do the same test, if you want to call it that, on a flat surface, and it works out perfectly fine. So he didn't measure it. And
we didn't measure what?
He measured shadows from sticks. But we're looking for measurements of curvature, motion of the surface.
Yeah, the surface, yeah.
You ever thought about that, the curvature? Like what that actually would be physically?
The curvature as in just how the angle at which a globe would be?
How much it would drop down and away from you over a distance if the Earth was this globe that they're telling you. Do you know the claimed rate of the curvature? Like per mile or per kilometer?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm going to try to find it out.
Yeah, have a look. Have a guess first, actually. 10 miles, how much do you think it dropped due to curvature, the surface? Over 10 miles.
It says, what is it? 8 inch per mile squared, so not 10 miles, but just per mile.
Okay, so what would that work out as 10 miles?
80 inches per 10 miles, I think.
No, because it's squared, remember? Per mile squared. So it's 8 inches per.
So 80 squared, so that's 640?
You need to square the miles.
Yeah, square the miles, and then that's yeah. So if you square the mile, then you multiply that, times 8, and then you divide that by 12 because it's inches, right? And that gives you the amount of feet of drop over distance.
Oh. So wouldn't that be 80 squared? Because if you're asking for 10 miles, so then it's
you almost had it right. You just needed another 0.
Yeah.
So
10 times 10 times 8. So that's 800.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, my connection or something dropped there, so I might have been talking to some people. So where did we get to?
800? 800 feet, was it? Inches?
No, 800 inches, and then you divide that by 12, and that gives you your feet of drop over 10 miles.
So what would that be?
66.67. Well, technically it's 66666 and then 7, but you know.
66666. Oh, that's a weird coincidence. That's weird. Why is that? It's like the devil number or whatever, isn't it? That's weird. Strange.
Well, it ends with a 7. It's only, how many 6s is that? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
When you have an infinitely looping 6, what do you do at the end?
You round it up.
There you go.
Okay, so we're saying 66.6 feet of devilish curvature. Is that right? Over 10 miles?
I suppose.
Okay, so do you think that's ever been measured in reality?
I don't know. Time to find out.
You think it should be possible, right? I mean, they're telling us that they're landing little robots on the light in the sky we call Mars and driving it around for a few years, like the most amazing remote control RC car you could ever imagine. You think they can measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. So, I mean,
it'll surprise you to learn then that no one has. And no one can. Because it doesn't exist outside of the calculators. But anyway, I'm going to have to drop off, but that's a good point for someone else to take over on. Let's figure out where this 66 feet is coming from and if it's real in reality for the Earth to be a globe. But anyway, good chats, boys. Happy Boxing Day. So, peace.
Peace out, Cyclone.
Peace out.
So yeah, the crux of the argument is this is a claim that there should be, right, 66 feet of drop between point A and point B over the distance of 10 miles, vertical drop that we could measure. And we've been looking and looking and looking, and we're not finding that. So we're wondering where this claim came from. And we've even measured the Earth ourselves to see if this drop exists, and we're not finding it. We're actually finding zero drop. And that's why we're here. Because in reality, this claim does not hold up.
Do you think there's an ice wall?
No, the United States military does, though. That's what they call it down there in Antarctica or whatever. That's what they call that. Nobody here is claiming any ice walls. I have no idea.
I saw some map of like the flat Earth, like ideology, and there's like a bunch of places outside of the ice wall.
Yeah, it's kind of a straw man
conjecture. It's
the ice
purely
wall.
Speculation. So anybody making a map on top of an azimuthal equidistant projection, which is a projection of a globe, which is a polar coordinate system, so it's a map of a map, a projection of a projection. That would be silly for any flat earther to do and say that I live on a flattened out globe. I have no idea why they would be doing that.
Yeah, a map really is just where the stars are located in the sky, not based off of a person's perspective, not where anything is on Earth. It's a cool story. It's about as cool of a story as, outer space. It's fiction and unprovable. That was odd. He left quickly. Who was the guy we were talking to a minute ago? Not before this last one?
Arnold, I think.
Arnold?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
So, anyways,
go ahead.
We're not looking for any kind of arguments, that oddly enough, it is sort of sometimes where it evolves into is people badgering one another, but we're honestly just looking for any evidence of Earth curve measurements in reality. And there are none being proffered to us, only calculations if they beg the question of a ball Earth in the first place. So I'm hoping that our conversation is not contentious or anything like that, but that you might kind of scratch your head and go, that is interesting. Where are the actual curvature measurements? Because the surveyors, the people who measure the Earth between points, well, they're assuming that the Earth is flat in their measurements, and they're creating elevation profiles of a flat plane. And then they'll take all of those measurements and they'll wrap them around a presupposed ball and call that geodesy. So the presupposed ball, if it doesn't exist in reality, is just another way of thinking about the Earth, even though you just measured it flat.
And if you really want to get technical, it's more about how you see things in the sky and not how the Earth is perceived. Based off of each person's own personal sphere of vision. But, go back to Eratosthenes a little bit, just to give you a little bit of background, right? So he had two angled measurements. He had a 90, and he had an angle from another location that wasn't 90. And he had to assume that, number one, the Earth was a ball, and that number two, the sun was casting parallel light rays onto the Earth, and number three, that the sun was an infinite distance away from the Earth. With those three assumptions already, I'm just going to go ahead and poison the well a little bit. We don't even know if Eratosthenes even existed. Any story that was told about him came several hundred years, supposedly, after he was even living. But anyway, to go back to that story, right? The cities of Syene and Alexandria, they're not even on the same longitude or the same latitude, which you would expect them to be if you wanted to get like a straight line arc segment of the Earth, based off of the sun being in its location. Yeah. Other things that come into play is he was in one location, somebody else was in another location, supposedly. And how did they communicate? How did they know that was solar noon at the other location? And how did they communicate? Did they send a text message? Hey, now take your measurement. It's directly overhead. Now take your measurement. It's just a weird story. Anyway, when you look it up, that's the only story they give about the measurement of the Earth. Since then, nobody's ever measured it. Now, here's the trippy part, right? So now that you have numbers, right, you know a size. From that size, you can derive a distance to the horizon where the edge of the sphere would start to curve away from it. And based off a 6-foot observer, 5.5 feet to 6 feet, you're looking at roughly about 2.8 to 3 miles to that horizon. And then anything that goes beyond that is going behind the curve of the Earth. And now you can make the claim, oh yeah, we could see a really tall object like a tall building behind the curve, right? Or we could see a really large boat behind the curve, because it would still be sticking out, but the curve would be blocking the bottom portion of it. Problem is, when we actually go out and do measurements, we end up seeing, the ship 10, 15 miles away, and then the supposed curve that should be blocking the boat in front is actually behind that. Now you can make the argument, oh, what about a bigger ball? Well, then there's a lot more assumptions that come into play. But now your orbits of your satellites are gone, because the orbit of satellites require the Earth to be a certain size, because you're making a concentric circle around the Earth. The distance to the moon is gone. The distance to the sun is gone. The entire cosmic story hinges on the Earth being the size 24,900 miles in circumference. 3959 miles for the radius. Completely hinges on it. If you don't have that, the entire story is wrong. And then, if you have the surface of the Earth not curving, that means the surface of the Earth is flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky, no matter how weird it sounds, it's only happening over a flat Earth because you measured the Earth to be flat. So what do you think about that, Arnold?
I mean, makes sense.
Yeah, I don't want it to get lost that the people in here that are of the flat persuasion didn't start out like we did start out believing the same thing that everybody else believed, that they lived on a spinning water ball flying through an ever-expanding vacuum. We got that story hook, line, and sinker. But the more that we observe the Earth and the distances between points that we can see, without any obstruction of Earth curvature in between those 2 points, has made us start to ask questions. We are simply people asking questions. And so the more that we ask questions, the less reliable that story becomes. Because if the Earth is indeed curving in reality, at a consistent rate, which it is supposed to do, and people will come in here and say, "Oh, well, it's a what do they call it? It's a geoid, or it's a spheroid, an oblate spheroid." But then we look at the dimensions, which is around the equator versus around the poles in this particular mathematical model. The difference is 0.3%. That means that it is 99.7% perfectly spherical or spherical shape. So any deviations from the sphere are going to be, let's say, 0.3 off. They won't even tell us where the irregularities occur. So we have to operate on the assumption or the claim that it's basically a perfect sphere.
No,
and we have no curvature.
Like, you have mountains, you have valleys, you have like.
Yeah, but even at a very high altitude, it would be smoother than a cue ball.
Yeah, so the irregularities as far as topography are concerned on this spheroid, the heights of the mountains aren't even really a factor, because the percentages are so low, it will not really augment the sphericity of the object.
Yeah, like let's say you have hold on, bro. Let's say you have let's say you have a mountain that's like 2 kilometers high, right? That 2 kilometers is minuscule in a diameter that is 12,500 kilometers. You're talking about 2 pixels out of 12,500 pixels.
Yeah, but these 2 pixels are not the only pixels. The whole world has mountains, valleys. So all of them combined, yeah, it makes sense that it will like impact a bit.
What's 2 pixels here, 1 pixel there, 3 pixels here, 2 pixels there? What is that in the grand scheme of 12,500 pixels wide?
But all of those 12,500 pixels, they are not perfectly aligned. So there will be...
Dude, you know what a diameter is, right?
I know.
Hold on, Sheepdog. We'll just end this argument real quick. That's why we measure over water, because the water is supposed to be equidistant from the center of the presupposed sphere. So we're not talking about mountains and valleys, we're talking over the surface of water. What are the irregularities that you are claiming and can be measured over the surface of water?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like I am not like a specialist.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the water, because the water is supposed to be maintaining a level, which, by the way, the definition of level is having no point higher or lower than another, which does refute the idea of a sphere. But let's say that the definition of level is equidistant from the center of a sphere. That would dictate that the curvature rate would be approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Or if you were an observer at the beach looking over the water, your geometric physical horizon for a 3-foot observer or a 6-foot observer would be 3 miles away, and that's giving you a couple of tenths.
No, it depends. Because
okay, so what does it depend on?
Depends on where you are on the Earth, because
we're talking over water, sea level.
It's not a perfect sphere. It's not a perfect sphere.
Okay, where are the irregularities? This is fine. He's making a claim. Where are the irregularities so we can compensate for? I thank you. What is the place that we can find? Thank you. You can keep saying geoid. We're talking about 0.3%. We'll go ahead and fudge in your 0.3%.
So basically, if you just take like the water level, if you just
think you're roboting.
Basically, it is oval, and also there will be like
how much of an oval? How much of an oval?
I don't know. I don't have the data.
What we do, and you're welcome to look it up. The polar radius versus the equatorial radius, the difference is about 13 miles. So you're looking at about 13 pixels over a 4,000 pixel radius or an 8,000 pixel diameter with 26 pixels. It's a perfect sphere, bro. It's as perfect as you're going to get. It's more perfect than a basketball.
It is still not.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says it is smoother than rounder than a billiard ball or a pool ball. Do you know what a billiard ball looks like?
Yeah.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the world's premier science communicators, says that it is smoother and rounder than a billiard ball. So, once again, I'm asking you, where are we going to find the curvature on this cue ball that we're measuring?
How we doing?
All good, all good.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks. I had someone else pipe up just a moment ago. I don't know. Someone else was wanting to speak. Say hello.
Was it
Dayu? And we've just had Austin join us. Hello, Austin. Welcome.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
What brings you guys to the Flat Earth channel?
Well, listen, I've never been in this one, so, listen to people.
Never been in this one? This is the best one.
All right. Prove it to me.
You're in the Well, I guess you'd have to listen, but basically
This is why I'm here for, so listen.
Good. Well, do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. Until today, yes, but if you can prove me wrong, I'll be surprised.
Okay. Would you be surprised, though? Because think about it. You've never experienced a globe. You've only ever seen images of one given to you by governments. What you've experienced in reality
is a motionless surface, doesn't seem to move, and a flat horizon. If you go to a beach or a body of water, just looks flat.
I know it looks flat, but I know some several stuff about this topic, and because of the globe is so big and so huge. When you look at the sea and the ocean,
I get all that, but would
the surface
really be
in front of you looks flat because it's so big, and the curve coming like after a lot of miles. So
yeah. But would you be surprised to learn that when you've been told it looks flat, but that's just because it's so big, it's actually curved? Would you be surprised to learn that that's not actually true and that it just looks flat because it is? I mean, would that really surprise you?
Like I said, prove it to me. I'm here for learning.
Okay, well, we could start with the physical nature of water. Water lies flat and level when at rest. Yeah.
It's not have to. If I'm taking a bottle of water, not filling it to the top, it can make like water is a flexible material. It can be whatever shape I want it to be. It can be like a diagonal.
Well, it will take the shape of a container, but if you fill up but the surface of it though. So like in a cup. Right.
Yes.
I mean, it'll take the shape of the cup, but the surface of that water will be flat. And then same with a bathtub. The bathtub can be whatever shape, and it'll take that shape, but the surface of it, if undisturbed, will lie flat.
But there's the gravity that pulls the water back to its place. If, for example, if the globe is like upside down, going nuts, all right, the water keeps in place because it's the gravity pulls it back.
So is it the gravity that makes the water flat?
Not make them flat, make them stay. Make them in shape.
No.
Stay in shape.
But the water's flat though. I mean, when you look at
it does look flat, but think about the waves that are going on in the sea. There's a storm in the sea, waves going nuts.
The waves can like crazy, but that's waves that'd be waves in relation to the flat surface of the water.
But if like a wave goes, I don't know, 5 feet in the sky, 5 feet in the air.
Yeah, that'd be 5 foot above the sea level, let's say. So
yeah, I know. So it's gonna came back, not to be flat, but going back because there's a storm. So why the water just like I don't know, in the space, like flying around?
Well, it might go up and it might go down, but it will go up and down relative to a mean average level, flat. Yeah. So the physical nature of water, we know it's fluid dynamics. It's hydrostatics. This is in all the textbooks. You look up hydrostatics and the physical nature of water. Whether it's a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or an ocean, that water is going to do the same thing. Now, what they've done is told us, like you said.
Wait, so how do you explain the footage from the national station in the sky?
NASA?
NASA. So how you can like...
they're an intelligence agency, right?
Kind of, yeah. It's a nationality intelligence.
Well, no, it's a spy agency.
Spy agency? Why did you say that?
Because that's what it is.
You got proofs?
Well, just look it up. Just Google NASA spy agency.
Let me see.
So part of what spy agencies do is called counterintelligence, and that involves propaganda.
Space against
lying.
But who they are spying to? Like,
well, do you see that? Have you Googled it? Do you see it?
Yeah, I Googled it. NASA spy agency.
So they would be like the CIA or something, right?
So the CIA control NASA.
No. I'm saying that's the CIA is a spy agency, yeah.
Yeah. So what
and they put out propaganda. They put out propaganda, yeah.
Okay.
So that's what NASA does. So when I'm saying, hey, we know in reality that water lies flat and level when at rest, and you're asking me, what about that propaganda agency that says otherwise? I say, well, they're a propaganda agency.
Okay. So how do you explain? I'm talking like in general. We were kind of the first people to land on the moon. I have no idea if it's fake or real because I know
there's a propaganda agency as well.
I have no idea, to be honest. I know they
it was NASA,
the first people,
right?
But how do you explain the footage coming from the sky for like 8 years ago. So they did propaganda 8 years ago?
Yeah, they did propaganda decades ago. I mean, propaganda is as old as
it's so weird to be honest.
Medium was available. Images, photography, video, they've used for propaganda. And like the moon landings, that's just the US trying to project technological superiority.
So I have another question. All right. If you're saying they use propaganda, so we're not gonna take the awards that the world is like the globe is around it.
We're gonna go
like
to reality.
A big X marks.
Yeah, we're gonna go to reality. We're gonna go.
Like I have another question. Like I want to say, for example, if like I have a company, I'm just giving a big question. I have a company. I have drones that like can fly kilometers above the sky, above the sea level, and above and above and above. I can see the world like starting to like be like in kind of a shape, like a ball. So what is that?
No, you wouldn't see that. You wouldn't see that. You'd see.
Why not?
You just see flat because the surface of the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a motionless topographical plane, flat. So the only way you see a curve to it is if you're using like a GoPro with like a fisheye lens, right? So they do show high altitude footage and they use like GoPros, and the lens is a curved lens, so it curves the horizon. So it looks curved, but that's just a fisheye lens is what it's called.
Okay.
And if you watch those videos and you look at the start of the video, you'll see the ground looks curved when they're on the ground because it just curves the image. So it's not Earth curve, it's lens curve that they're showing people. And most people don't think to check. They just accept it. And the propaganda agencies know this. Just going to accept it. But it measures flat, right? People have gone out to lakes, right? So like you were saying earlier, this is what we should stick on for now if you're interested in learning and you want to hear what we have to say. So we agree that as far as we can tell as human beings on Earth, the physical nature of water is that it will find its level when it rests. Now, we've been told and educated as children to believe that at a certain point beyond our comprehension, beyond our observation, it starts to curve, right?
Okay.
Now, that's a positive claim that has to be tested. That's essentially the claim that this whole topic is about. Does the water start to curve like they claim? And this can be measured. You can measure this over a long distance. You can test line of sight across the surface to see, is there an obstruction due to this curvature? And the answer is no. Whether it's observing long distances, shooting lasers long distances, a whole bunch of other things, there's no curve. Measures flat.
All right.
Just like
I'll look into it. It's kind of an interesting topic, to be honest. I'll look at it. I'll check it out.
I tell you, if you want some resources, because again, right, and people ask us, who cares if the Earth is flat? Who cares? Why does it matter? Well, the US government, Congress, the heads of YouTube and Google, they certainly care because they censor it, right? They hide it when people search for it online.
Wait. I have another question. Let's go for like another like example. Like I'm trying to like put you in the line because like really want you to convince me because it's hard to convince the globe is flat surface. So I'm going on a plane, plane flying between countries, and the plane goes a lot of kilometers above the sea level.
Mm-hmm.
And at a certain point, it's like you can see the globe curving.
No. You don't see the globe curving. You might think you see globe curving if you're looking through.
So you're saying my eye lying to me?
No.
So how do you explain that?
Lying to you.
I flew a lot of time, like about 20 times in the last 2 years.
Because the windows that you're looking through, those can flex and bend, right, with the pressure, right? They're designed.
Let's go nuts. Without windows, I don't have windows.
Okay, well now you're just imagining it. So now we don't have a real example. Now you're just saying, imagine if I saw curve. Now what?
So we do have windows, all right.
You do have windows, and they might curve the horizon
and the horizon is curved. How do you explain this? So you call my eyes liars? Is my eye lying to me?
No. You don't see curvature. You might see a distorted horizon due to the window curving, but you don't see curvature. And actually,
I'm like dead ass right now.
The fact you bring up pilots is good, because did you know pilots, when they fly, they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. They don't account for any curvature. They don't
because
account
they need
for
to
any
stay in one
spin of
shape.
the
If
Earth.
they like change the shape, if they change the shape a bit too high, a bit too low, they're gonna crash.
No. Think about it. If you're traveling over the surface of a ball in a plane,
yes,
you're gonna have to your nose of that plane is gonna have to dip down and around the ball, right?
No, you're right.
Right. Well, pilots aren't doing that. They're just flying flat, level, straight.
They're flying flat. They're flying flat because they need to save the plane in the same like level. Because if they
if
go
they were
too
flying
down,
level straight on a ball, they'd be flying off into space.
All right, let me open Paint. Painter on my PC real quick. I want to paint something, and I'll send it on the VC chat. All right.
Great. We love a paint.
Okay.
We love a paint argument.
On PC, so I have a painting program they can paint on.
Very good. Well, I'm glad you understand, though, because if you fly in a straight line on top of a ball, you're going to leave the ball, right? Pilots fly in a straight line. They don't leave Earth because the Earth is a plane. The airplanes fly in the air over the plane. There you go. Makes sense, right?
Kind of. Wait a second.
Yeah. They fly flat and level.
I just sent a picture. It's a bit like crampy, but don't judge. Not a great painter. So.
Give me a second. I'm not looking at the chat.
I can send images on the VC chat.
But also, you can't see the curve from that height. You can't even see the curve from the ISS.
I do can see the curve. I flew a lot of times over the last 2 years, and I.
Yeah, but dude, what you need to understand is mathematically they give us a claimed size of the globe. Yeah, do you know what size they claim it is?
I send you a picture. You need to accept me. I send you the paint.
I'm not at the chat at the moment. Can you just post it in the general text chat?
I tried. All right, I'll try.
And one of the flat earthers here.
I said it on the media. Where is someone can take me on the media chat?
Yeah, no, it's just the text channel associated with this VC.
I can. I have no idea why, but I can send messages. Not messages. Pics on the screenshots.
You maybe don't have the roles. Are you new to the server?
What do you mean by new? I joined December 2. This is the.
Well, because you need to rank up. You need to have a certain role to post the images and stuff. So maybe you've not reached that level.
How do I get a role like this?
Well, you need to. It's activity based.
Okay.
So the more you talk, the more you chat, the more you understand the Earth is flat. You get terms.
T-Dub sent me a friend request to send him the paint.
Okay. Yep. Send it.
Oh. All right. I said you can open the share screen. Maybe send it on the VC chat for me.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Look at that. How helpful!
It looks a bit weird. I tried to paint another one. For a second. Let me try to paint another one. More perfect one.
Don't worry, it's not an art channel.
Yeah, I know, but for the
it's nice to have good images. You're right. Ooh, yeah. Let's see. It's like an Among Us character.
Yeah, it's kind of if you like
or
take
a big
plane,
toe.
Like take toe. Off. Come again?
It looks like a big toe.
Like I said, I'm not phenomenal at painting. Just like
no, that's all right.
Imagination. So like the plane line, where I wrote the plane. This one where the plane is taken off. All right. Yeah. If it keeps consistent with the line that I draw, if it's going to be too down, if it's the plane is gonna go down a bit, it's eventually gonna crash. But if it's going to be consistent with the line that I'm trying to paint, it's gonna land safe and smoothly on the landing side. So this
you're saying the plane is gonna. If the plane was going around the ball, it would. Yeah. Let's say it's going from the UK to Australia. You're saying it would curve around a ball, and then it would be upside down from where it started.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
So what happened? Explain to me.
They fly level. They go up. They fly level. They come down.
Okay.
Guys,
I didn't know this, to be honest.
the Earth is not.
No, they don't teach you.
Round.
They don't teach you that in school. They don't teach you that in school.
Just think about it for a second. Do you have any evidence that you end up upside down? If you look at mechanical gyroscopes work on the gyroscopic effect or rigidity in space. They don't move, so if you move them across a curved surface, the housing would twist, but the gyroscope would remain upright. That's how we create artificial horizons for the planes. If the gyroscopes were moving across the curved surface, we wouldn't be able to use them as artificial horizons because they would constantly drift as a consequence.
All right.
And think about this, to put it simply, right? So they've told us that from UK to Australia, you're doing like a 180 around the ball and you'll be upside down. Yeah. But what we're saying is we're all on the same level, right? So if someone in Australia is looking up, that's the same as our up. We don't have a different up. We don't have a different down. People are not playing football upside down in Australia, and the snow is not falling upwards towards our feet. It's just we're on the same level. They're just they're just at a different part. They're further away from us on the same surface, a level topographical surface. You understand?
Yeah, but there's a footage that proves wrong from your eyes view, from your view.
No, there's no footage that proves us wrong.
There does.
What footage?
Let me send. I try to send the GIF. A second.
This isn't going to be that spy agency again, is it?
Why do you call it a spy agency? Because
remember, you looked it up and it's a spy agency.
It's the only agencies that give proofs and give you
No, but they're a propaganda agency, remember? They do counterintelligence. That's propaganda. Like the CIA.
I see. So why don't you like that? I'm going to go nuts. All right. Why don't you're like a normal person in Earth, right? Why don't you save up, go to work, and do something that's going to prove all the world that this is actually an agency that is spying on people, on the government?
Because they already admit it. We don't need to prove it. You just Googled it, right? And it told you it's a spy agency. It's an intelligence agency. We don't have to prove that. They admit it.
Yeah, but we can do it.
It's called Intelligence and Security Function Agency. The spy agency is a made up. It's a made up name.
Bro, you can
That's what intelligence agency is.
Bro, you can see in these pictures that they show you that the Earth appears curved and the water appears curved. Okay, so you can go out and test if that is true. You have access to the Earth. You don't need to take their belief. You don't need to take it on faith. You can just go test it.
Yeah, remember we discussed the water earlier? So they're showing you pictures of curved water, but you know the water lies flat when it's at rest. In reality, when you go outside onto the Earth, a lake, a shoreline, a beach, that's what you experience, right? And then this intelligence agency has told you, no, your senses are wrong. Trust us, the spy agency. But
I asked ChatGPT if NASA. I just sent NASA spy agency explain, and he said NASA is not a spy agency. Here's the clip back down. NASA National Aeronautic and Space Administration, a civilian space agency focused on space, exploring science, styles, technology, and research. Example: moon mission, Mars
ask it if it's not designated as an intelligence agency.
Studies.
So you believe everything the AI tells you?
Not everything, but most of the time it's correct.
Didn't you just Google it and you saw the article? saying NASA is an intelligence agency now?
I asked, and he says NASA is a primary civil and space agency, but recent activate orders accelerate. It's having a national intelligence security function, leading to it's being called a spy agency.
Oh, so it's being called a spy agency because it's now being
it's not formally a spy
because
agency.
it's being classed as an intelligence agency by the government, right?
Okay, so you're saying the government is also a spy agency?
The government has classed NASA as a spy agency, an intelligence agency. Intelligence and security.
The government has separate divisions, right? Like the British government isn't a spy agency, but MI5 and MI6 are, right?
For example, like ChatGPT says, CIA spy intelligence agencies in the U.S. It goes for the U.S. The CIA human intelligence and foreign intelligence, NSA single intelligence, in cybersecurity, NRO books and operates spy satellites, DIA military intelligence.
Yeah,
but
and
NASA is not on the line.
Yeah, that's what it is classed as. Just Google it. You'll find the articles in the
I
press.
googled it. Tell me what to Google, and I want to find it. So you tell me what to Google.
Yeah, I already gave you the link. If you look in the text chat, there's Politico. We're talking
NASA,
about it
spy
being
agency.
a spy agency.
More question.
Spy agency now, and then I have here a recording of an ex-CIA official who became a judge, and in this court proceeding talked about NASA and how internally the CIA did not consider them a space agency and referred to them as not a space agency, to abbreviate NASA. And he also claims that the bulk of the mind control happened over there.
Yeah, it's just that agency is there to propagandize and control your mind. That's it.
Wait, you don't think they pay them off, like bribe them to sell?
What this ex-CIA head and soon-to-be judge, he paid him off. It was you need to watch it, dude. You need to watch the proceedings themselves and dictate for yourself whether he's being paid off or not.
If they're like, I don't know, he's a former CIA agent, right? If they want,
he's a judge.
He's a judge right now, but he's a former CIA agent.
He's a judge, or he was. I think he's dead now. He was a judge proceeding over a sex trafficking case. Okay.
All right. So
they killed him.
He became the judge. They killed. Like I want to say, they killed him because he's probably they bribed him.
Because he want. We used to in the CIA. We called NASA not a space agency because we knew they were just a propaganda agency.
Okay, let me ask you this. All right, there's not a slight. Let's take it's 100%, 90%, 80% cases. All right, if you go with what you're saying, all right, 95% is true. NASA is really a case scenario of a spy agency, like you were saying.
That's 100%.
There's not a slight 5%. All right, I'm going with my mind. There's not those 5%, slight 5%. That the people who want this guy to say what they want them to say and go public, bribe them, pay them off. And when they did, NASA found out about this one and they killed him.
What weird scenario are you making up in your head to make this plausible, dude?
Yeah, I'm not really following this.
What? Who would have justification to pay him to out NASA?
Yeah, why would they tell him to call them not a space agency and blow up their whole
not NASA. They killed him off. The people who don't want
Yeah, he's been killed off. President Trump 2 months ago has reclassified NASA's role, let's say. Okay, cool. So do we trust what NASA says? Well, we can go out and verify what NASA says, and when we go out and verify the surface of the Earth, that measures to be flat. So they're lying about that. We can demonstrate that to be true. Anything else, we don't fucking know.
So let's say the Earth is really like flat. How does it affect me?
How does it affect you?
Yes.
Well, you thought that I'll tell you. You thought that you lived on a ball. I'll tell you. You thought that you lived on a ball that rotated around the sun that came into existence by some kind of big bang. that Big Bang exploded all the physical matter into existence, then they tell you a story of evolution and how your consciousness was devolved over millions of years, so me and you can sit here and have this conversation. They get to tell you where you come from and who you are and your possibilities and limitations. The Earth is not the ball that was created by a Big Bang. So go back and ask the question how the Earth was created then and your purpose on it. That will lead you down a different path.
Yeah, it basically makes it so that you, instead of believing that your rights are endowed by some sort of creative force, whatever the religion may be, you now think that the government endows all of your rights, and you have given up those rights freely, and so have your ancestors, through this globe belief. It has taken your freedom away from you. That is what it has done.
Okay, but why does I care about it? Okay, they're taking my freedom. I'm good. I have money. I have life. I have a family.
Well done. Your prison's got nice things. But your prison is deeper than that. It's a prison of the mind, my friend.
So let's say.
Hold on. Let me cut through this. Because the answer is because we care about what's true. Right? We want to know what's true. So if you're not interested,
let's say it's true.
Hold on.
Go on.
If you are not interested in truth, then it might not matter to you. But we are interested in truth, and that's why it matters. Because we want to know the truth about reality, where we live, what our situation is. And we didn't get here by a random explosion and then evolving from a bunch of monkeys. This is the story that they're teaching all the children in school. This is the story they told us, presumably you as well. And it forms your whole worldview, how you think, how you behave.
So let's say there's big people, like big power and financial people who call the governments. And NASA is really a spy agency. All right. After we said, how does it affect me? All right. Let's say I believe you. Genuinely believe you. What can I do? What could you do? What could everyone do that believes the Earth is actually flat?
Just take control of your mind.
Okay, you take control over my mind. Those are
not your mind. You take control of your own mind. This is what you do. Now you realize that the story you've been told about where you think you live is wrong. You now take control. You figure out where you live. That's what you do. Okay, and then what you do with that is entirely up to you. We're not passing out recommendations. We're just pointing out the facts. Okay?
Okay, but
we're not
after
a replacement belief system.
After all the knowledge that I have in my mind right now, I'm gonna live my life, like going outside.
Yeah, you still have to live your life. Yes, you still have to live your life. You still have to go to work.
So I'm going to suicide after knowing this
the human being is deeper than that. The human being asks the question, why am I here? What is this place? What's the point of all this? What is this experience we call life?
Yeah,
right? I also want to give him
the answer that he wants. What does he gain from this? And that's what you gain from this is a critical mind. What you gain from this is the ability to detect fallacies, because we're not here to give you a replacement cosmology for the cult belief system that we were all raised in. We're here to give you logic, reasoning, evidence, so that you can see through the deception that you have been fooled by. And so you won't buy into more deception because you can identify it when you hear it.
Yeah, that's helpful.
All right.
Because when you make decisions in your life, you want to be making your decisions based on the best available information. That's how you inform your decisions. And this is exactly that.
This is an interesting thing that I really need to investigate, to be honest.
Yes, you need to investigate. I was going to say earlier, we have resources on a server which are not easy to find just by Googling and YouTubing because they censor the topic. So if you want access, we've got terabytes of articles, videos, PDFs, all kinds of stuff. Someone will post you the link, DM you a link, or you can look at the YouTube box and you can find it there at discord.gg/flat earth.
Okay.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You can find us here on the politics server and in that 24/7 home server.
I'll check
and
it
we're
out.
live. We're live on YouTube, by the way.
All right.
You're on YouTube, so we've got a couple of channels streaming, and we stream 24/7, 365 days a year. It's Christmas today. It might even be Boxing Day now. We've just given you.
You can send me the link to the YouTube channel.
We've just given you the YouTube channel 247 Flat Earth Discord.
All right.
Right, just type that in and you'll find us. And we've just given you the best Christmas present that can be given, right? A wake-up call about your reality. So Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas, people. Happy holidays.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right.
So there you go. You just became Dumber. For Christmas.
Nice.
Nice. Pretty good.
Well, if not rejecting reality because a spy agency told you so is considered dumber, then yeah, I guess so. But we would consider that to be of a critical mind, to challenge claims made to us. That's not dumb. That's exactly what an intelligent mind would do. Question these stories. Hey, you experience a flat, motionless Earth every day. Every human being has in history. And yet, a 0.0000000 continuum 1% of some elite intelligentsia in the militaries of the world have told us, your senses are wrong. You cannot trust your senses. Trust us, the government, with your entire worldview and creation narrative. And you've lapped it up and said, okay. So this makes you weaker as a person.
I got it. All right.
That's more to the other guy who's trying to jump in. But no, you've been chill. Welcome to the channel. Good to speak to you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck in your research. We're here all the time. So when you've got questions, come here and ask us.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Have a nice one.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
You too, bro. So who's that other guy? You think it's dumb to observe flat water?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow. So you think it's dumb to go to the beach?
No, sorry, Cyclone. You think it's dumb to observe flat water, even though we use water as a horizontal reference tool? We use water for horizontal, don't we?
Yeah, what's dumb about that?
You said it was dumb. I pointed out it's actually used practically as something, that being horizontal. Do you still think it's dumb?
Pretty much.
Wow. Okay, I don't understand why you're here. I'll mute myself.
I understand. He thinks practical reality is dumb, so he's a globe believer.
Well, how come, because he probably lives he's probably a brain in the jar kind of person. How come in his brain in the jar world, the Earth is still flat?
Did you understand that you experienced the Earth to be flat? Or have you not noticed? Is that it? You're dumb? That's the culmination of the globe argument in 2025. Nearly 2026. Boys, it's been a hell of a year. We need to do a roundup show. Top of the bill. Flat Earthers turned NASA into a spy agency. That's pretty good, no? It's pretty good going. 10 years in, the only globe primary evidence has essentially conceded that they're just liars. And now legally so. That's pretty good. Anyway, good talk, boys. I'm going to go on mute for a bit and then dip off. Good to hear you all as usual. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man. You have a good evening.
Yep. Peace, brothers.
The fuck? Lake?
Are you reading the lake names and being like, what the fuck?
It's in the Netherlands.
So do you understand what they're doing? Firing these lasers across these lakes to targets on the
Yeah,
other
I
side?
understand their intent. I understand the purpose of their experiment. But what I've come to understand about flat earthers is that like math is not on your side, or you like to skew numbers to fit
So
this message.
which of the math isn't on our side here? You've got what, a laser firing across 20 miles? That's like 200 plus feet of curvature that isn't obstructing a laser.
Laser scatters.
So where's the math not on our side there? Where's the 200 plus feet of drop that's supposed to be between the laser and the target? Where's that gone?
Somebody said the laser scatters, that's why we use columnators, sir.
Yeah, scattering isn't going to get you 200 feet around a curve. I'm afraid.
Yeah, you don't even understand trigonometry.
Yeah, exactly. Look into trigonometry, so that will educate you on how a 200-foot drop a curve, you're not going to be able to shine a laser straight from one side to another.
I mean, like, you could... It's fair you said that, but it would have been better if you'd said, for example, with this that I just read or I just examined, and then example what you're talking about within that test. How in this specific instance that you just read or watched or whatever it is, this example, how did the flat earthers do what you said, like get the math wrong? Or...
I don't think they think that far ahead. They just say it.
That's why it needs to be an honest research of the information provided. The globe model and heliocentrism has already taught everybody that light bends, and idiots like Mick West have showed them bendy lasers in salt water. And if anybody wants to debunk on that, I've got it sitting. People believe that there's another reason that we're wrong time and time again until they've given the time to it, to actually research it, check the numbers out, and go and test it themselves. It's always the same.
I'm just wondering if he has a specific example of where flat earthers got the math wrong or skewed the numbers to fit their bias.
I think Prof. Dave's got all that information. You have to sub to him and buy a virtual meal before he'll give you that information, but he'll tell you the rest himself.
Okay. All right. I'll say this is a non-sequitur. I'm going to move on to my next question that I have for you guys. When you guys see rockets go up in the...
Well, hold on, before we move on to the next thing, because you've just went and checked the whole laser test, you're just going to ignore that? You're not going to address it?
Yeah.
Right.
Right, so...
And not allow us to respond to your statement about flat earthers just getting the math wrong and skewing the results?
Well, now that you've looked at it, yeah? So tell us, how is it that the laser is able to hit the target on the other side of the lake?
I have no comment.
You what?
I have no comment.
No comment?
Really?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, no comment, then you can't explain why the target is hit by the laser?
Would you be lost for words? So basically, you're lost for words, and you can't argue the globe's defence against it. Is that what you're trying to say?
All the above.
Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth then. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, so from this moment onwards, we have to address you as understanding that the Earth is measured flat then. Okay, so now that you understand that the Earth is measured flat, what's your next question?
When you guys see rockets, rocket launches, where do they go?
Well, they must be going up and down over a flat surface, right? Because that's what's measured.
Yeah.
You see that? You see how
It
that
just
rocket
goes up and down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rocket
just like
goes
you
up into the sky and then comes back down to the floor, which we previously measured to be flat. Yeah. Rocket goes up, rocket goes down. That's interesting.
a parabolic arc, like a golf ball.
How does it go back to its original position if it's a parabolic arc?
All
Well, it
right,
depends
now
what
those
type of
ones.
rocket you're talking about, doesn't it? If we're talking about the new Tesla ones, right? Falcon Heavy and all that shit with that boosters that return back to where they land, and that's not the same thing that we use in 30 years. We're sending rockets like the Saturn V, right? Different type of rocket, but still, rocket goes up, rocket comes back down.
Yeah, it's a slightly different magic trick that they're fooling people with. But needless to say, it's going up and down over a flat surface, since that's what's measured, right?
Yeah. I was interested to see why it was relevant. Why was the rocket relevant, mate?
Well, just because I personally haven't heard arguments on the flat Earth side about rockets and where they go. So I was curious what you guys have to say about that. And essentially, it's just it goes up and it comes back down.
Yeah, that's what we see, isn't it? The rocket goes up into the sky and then comes back.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Yeah. Do you have an ulterior story? Do you not agree the rockets go up into the sky and then come back down again?
They do. They do go up into the
cool.
sky, and they go in space, and they do come back down. But we have a different understanding of what going up and coming back
But they
down
can't be
means.
going up over a ball into space, remember, because the laser's hitting the target at the other side of the lake. So it can't be a rocket going off of a ball into space, remember?
What do you mean by space? Like height, width, length, a volume? Yeah, the rocket goes into an area that it can exist in. Yeah. I'm sorry, dude. I'm struggling to join the dots together. Maybe it was just your curiosity, like you said, about other flat earthers answering your questions about rockets. I'm still trying to put the two together. But like we said, right, in the laser test, we measured it flat. Rockets, they go up and down.
If you mean older style rockets that go up and away somewhere, yeah, they go in a parabolic arch. That's no affirmation of they're going to a vacuous area of space, though. Did you know that the space agencies, NASA and such, have actually got an area of the ocean that's known as Point Nemo, the splashdown zone, or anything like that? It's a heavily militarised zone. Nothing's allowed there. If there's anything up, and if they've sent anything up that's going to come back down, you can't go there.
Does everybody else believe that point of view?
Well,
military airspace
come down.
No, of Point Nemo, that it's a heavily militarized zone in the ocean.
I don't think
is this like a common and shared opinion?
I think that's common public knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, coincidentally, it goes off into, they shoot them off over what's known as the Bermuda Triangle. Ooh.
Who controls Point Nemo?
Oh, the U.S. military, probably.
U.S. military, the Navy?
Well, no, the U.S. military, that's what NASA is essentially a branch of, right? Comes from the Air Force. It's all military. All the space stuff is all military. When you hear space and astronauts and rockets, just think military missile development. That's all you really need to do.
Okay.
Isn't NASA a security and surveillance agency now?
Oh, that's right. Did you hear that? NASA are now acknowledged to be a propaganda outlet. Did you catch that?
No, I haven't heard this. What is there a news article that I can read?
Yeah, about 2 months ago, it was signed in by President Trump. You could probably find it just by using those search terms, mate.
Yeah, so Flat Earth has turned NASA into a spy agency. Pretty amazing. So now when they get called out for lying, like they obviously are, they can say, hey, it's our job.
To lie.
To lie, yeah, because counterintelligence, i.e. propagandistic lying, is part of their job description. as an intelligence,
What
counterintelligence.
is NASA lying about? Because I think it's interesting that they would use NASA out of all the agencies available to the United States federal government as their like main propaganda arm.
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
NASA's the one that all the Globers and most people, for maybe yourself included, will just believe on blind faith without question, no matter what they tell you. So when they're like, "Hey, on that light in the sky called Uranus, it's raining diamonds, guys," and folk are like, "Whoa, it's raining diamonds! Amazing!" So yeah, NASA's a very good agency for them because all the Globers just blindly believe anything they say. So that's useful. If you're a government and you want the society just to believe whatever the hell you say, you would like to have an agency that has that kind of reputation, and NASA is it. You believe NASA,
About
right?
like space related
About
things, right? Not like
everything.
propaganda.
All right, name one thing that NASA says that you don't believe.
Name one thing that NASA says that I don't believe.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way of tackling this argument.
Well, it's proving my point. If you can't tell me anything, it means you believe everything they say. And that proves my point.
What does that?
Well, it does.
Dude, I hate
the question.
I'll be honest. This happens to me when I know that I'm being attacked with a logical fallacy. It's just I can't believe that it's being pointed at me that I don't have response to it.
No, the
So
fallacy, you're realizing that it's the fallacy in your own thinking that you've trusted this agency about everything
that's
forever
not what's
without
happening.
question. Okay, so what don't you believe them about?
I've never heard that question asked, and it's such a good question.
Yeah, if someone write it
What
down,
don't
remind
I
me to
believe
ask that one
about NASA?
again. Well, why? Well, I mean, if you don't, then you could just say, I don't believe it when they say this. Unless you, but that kind of shows that you do. You believe whatever they say. So when they say it's raining diamonds on Uranus, do you believe that?
That it's raining diamonds on Uranus.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting if it was true. I'd
No,
have
it's
to
not
read
an answer to the question. though.
why they're
Well,
making that claim,
they claim it's true. They claim it's true. So, would you believe
and then
that?
I'd have to see why that is.
You have to see why that is. What do you mean?
Yeah, like they're making the claim that it's raining diamonds on Venus.
I think it's Uranus or is it Neptune? Where is it, guys? I can't keep these cartoon fantasy stories straight. Which one was it? Uranus?
Uranus and Neptune is the claim that's being made.
Uranus and Neptune, right? So they're claiming that it's raining diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. Okay. So do we believe that? Is that true?
Well, it's not like a blind faith. I then have to look up why that is. Like,
Okay,
how
so
did
when
they
you
get this? How
so
are
at
they
the
making this
moment you
claim?
don't believe. Okay, so you wouldn't believe that if you just heard it. You wouldn't say, okay, NASA are saying that, so it's true.
My immediate thought is that's interesting. I look into it, and then
And
based
how
off
would
of
you?
what they
And
write,
right, but they don't give you any evidence though, right? They'll just tell you, oh, we looked at it and there was some signals from it which tell us that it's this type of element.
well, that's hard to say.
Therefore, it's there.
Given what I
And
know
then
about
you would
NASA,
never be able to because part of the
doubt
whole
that
thing
they
is
make a blind claim.
well, it is
That,
though.
hey
It is
guys,
though, but
well, can I let you speak? Can you let me finish
go
one
ahead, go ahead.
sentence? With my understanding of NASA and their reputation, I'm sure that they would have some sort of article explaining why it's raining diamonds on Uranus with either observations from satellites or some sort of imagery.
Imagery, right? But
I look into
they could come up with any imagery, and you would never be able to confirm whether it's real or not.
In that case, nobody can believe anything on the internet.
No, because there could be images presented of things that you could then go and take yourself. But when it comes to NASA and them saying we're going and doing all this stuff in space, you cannot verify any of that. That's the whole difference. That's the big point that we're making. You just have to have faith that they're telling
Because
the
they have
truth.
like a, I guess, monopoly on space.
Well, yeah. Can you go to space?
No, I can't.
Right. Exactly. So they're saying, hey, guys, we're going to this place that you can never go to. Trust us. This is what's going on. Right?
Okay. My thought
Yeah.
is my first thought is what does NASA have to benefit from saying that we're detecting that it's raining diamonds on Uranus?
I don't know. Maybe they're just padding out the lore so that people just continue thinking, yeah, we live on a ball in space. I don't know. You'll have
Just
to
to
ask
see like
them.
how much BS they can get away with.
Yeah, maybe they are just trolling everyone. I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Let's
But needless to
say,
say, it has to be a troll or at least untrue because when the
why does it
surface
have
is
to be
measured,
untrue?
well, because remember, the laser hits the target at the other side of the lake. You're still not internalizing how detrimental and damning that is to the globe in its entirety, right? NASA cannot be launching rockets off of a ball into space when the ball is measured to not exist. It's flat.
When you
It
say
measures
detrimental,
flat.
what do you mean by that?
As in, it debunks the entire notion of a globe. So you can't be like, oh, well, then what about the satellites getting launched off of a globe? No, there's no globe. It's measured flat. Like, you can't even start a globe argument once you understand that it's measuring flat.
Wait, are you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying that by virtue of NASA launching rockets, they are proving that the Earth is flat?
No, we're saying that by virtue of the Earth's surface measuring flat, not curved, by long distance observation and laser test, it cannot be a globe. Therefore, NASA cannot be launching off of a globe into space. Do you understand?
So what are they doing? They're just launching it again,
Well,
like
the
up
rockets
and
go up, and then they take they kind of go horizontal, and then they come back down. That's what you observe, right? And then they tell you, oh, it's going around the curve, but the curve has been measured not to exist. So obviously they're not doing that. So yeah, they're just
So
coming
what's
back
it
down
doing?
to the surface, coming back down to the ground.
So we see, okay, so let's place out like from beginning to end. From the beginning, we see rocket pointed up. The rocket goes up into the air. We
Mm-hmm.
see it go sideways.
Then you see it come back
And
down. You see it come back down. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
and that is just like an optical illusion when we see it go sideways, or
No. It's because it's leveling out, and then it's falling back down to the surface. That's what we observe. That's what we see.
so when it goes horizontal, right? And we know it's still moving forward in some direction because you can see the plume from the rockets. So when it
Yeah,
goes sideways,
you could
does it
launch
not
like a
move
firework.
horizontally?
You could move horizontally and in a parabolic arc over a flat surface. That's what's occurring.
Yeah, of course,
Understand?
but it comes back into the same spot though.
Oh, if you're talking about the ones that are landed up and down in the same position, I mean that's a different scenario. The one we're talking
Well,
about
let's
is
talk
the
about
one
that
that's
one.
going up to this case all the time. Well, then in that case, I mean, even if that's true, I mean, I've never seen that in person. I'm sure they could fake that pretty easily. But even if it was true, then yeah, they'd just be launching a rocket up and then having it come back down to a flat surface. Yeah.
So let's go with the like I guess the SpaceX with their rocket boosters that are being landed in the same around the same general vicinity of where they launched that rocket. It goes up, it goes horizontal, it continues moving horizontal, and without like doing a 180 and having like a return burn or something, it just like when you see that, what do you intuit? It doesn't move horizontally
What do
anymore.
you mean? What do you mean? Post a video of what you're talking about. Because when they're going up and coming back down, they're not going horizontal and doing a parabolic like the other ones are doing.
I'd just like to add, it's a questionably real video of that rocket. That's something worth looking into to verify if it's actually taking place.
That you guys don't believe that it's real. It's like it could be doctor or something. It could be AI or CGI or something.
Yeah, this stuff's all Hollywood.
It's all
It's worth
Hollywood.
investigating.
I watched one that definitely
what is
looked
the
bad.
benefit of say SpaceX faking their launches?
Propaganda department, bro. They want you to believe that the whole of heliocentrism and all of its stories about going to the moon for a source of water to create further rocket power to go deeper into space, they want you to buy into that. Invest your time, money and belief into it and carry on with your working day. And bring up your children in the same way so that someday they can go to actually, the moon base or Mars. It's all propaganda, bro. They want your belief, your faith, your unquestioning, undying faith.
No, I get it. I understand that your guys is. I know I'm cutting you off, but I'm curious that it's from what I'm understanding that this is everything is propaganda. It's Hollywood. It's all fake. My question is, what is the propaganda for? Like for us to believe that the Earth is a good globe, so then like there's like a global cabal that has an ulterior motive.
No, I personally don't think that.
If you believe in heliocentrism, you're not going to question multi-country government that can't seem to get it right for generation after generation. We're only sliding into further despair and depravity and poverty and whatnot, when meanwhile they're getting billions to carry on with their space race nonsense. They want us at each other's throats, dude. They want us hating Russia because Russia could bomb us, blah, blah, blah. That's what they're after. Division. Fear. Believe in them. Trust them. Let them run government consecutively, time after time, getting worse and worse and worse, mate. Generationally. Worse and worse and worse.
Generally, people don't lie for the good of others. It's very uncommon. So there's always something to gain by lying. It could be power, money, control. There's a multitude of reasons. Nobody knows for certain.
I mean, sure, I can see that people lie for a multitude of reasons, and it depends on the individual making the lie, or even the corporation or whatever making the lie. It seems though that when we talk about like a flat Earth, right? It seems to be one global unified mission by the globers, I guess you guys would say.
I
To
mean,
have
yeah,
a unified goal in one way or another. So
possibly.
I wonder what you guys are saying. Like, what would one reason be for?
What do they get to tell us when the Earth is a sphere? What do they get to tell us when the Earth is a sphere? What else do they get to say? They get to tell us how it was created, right? How the universe and everything was sprung into existence, and then after that, an evolution story as to how we got here. So they get to give us a creation narrative regarding the Earth being a sphere in orbit around the Sun. The Big Bang, right? You've heard of this?
Yeah.
Cool. So potentially, being as they're lying about the shape of the Earth and how it got here, how it was created, then maybe that deeper question is potentially why they're lying about something that wasn't created in the way that they say. The Earth is flat and stationary underneath the sky. The question then becomes, how was this created? Maybe they're trying to hide something like that, mate. I don't know. But if you just dig a little bit deeper into what else they say in parallel to the Earth being a sphere, then they give us a creation narrative. They tell us how we got here, why we're here, what our purpose is, right? So they get to control these types of things just by lying to us, potentially, about the creation narrative of a thing that doesn't exist. That's a sphere.
Okay, so it sounds like sounds to me what you're saying is that if they can get away with this being convincing the entire planet that the world is a globe, then what else they can get away with? In a much more sinister sense. Like if we can get everyone to believe that.
Getting away with telling us how we got here and how everything was created. Just by saying that the Earth was a sphere. The Earth was a sphere in the universe, right? That was exploded into existence by the Big Bang idea. nothing became everything. So I'm just digging deeper into what benefit could they get about telling us the Earth's a sphere? So far, a whole creation narrative.
I dropped a link in
When you
chat.
say you're not just talking about like scientists. You're talking about creationists, like theists as well.
Yeah,
this is a kind of a religious idea, isn't it? Right? We're talking about the necessity for intelligence to create. So these whatever cabals or institutions or governments or religious ideas go back so deep into history, dude, thousands of years, some of them. Who knows what ideas they concocted up a few thousands of years ago, what plan they put into place, what bias they've got, and how they'd want to control everything to fit that bias because they can't be wrong. Yeah.
There's a link in chat about how the church has killed God, basically, because technically they invented the Big Bang. One of their priests came up with it. So yeah, they don't want you believing that you're created. They want you thinking that you're some strange event from a lightning strike on a mud puddle, and we're worthless technically. We don't,
Well, I mean, that's a reductionist view on what the argument for evolution is, which is what I'm assuming you're saying.
Well, technically, if we believe in the science of it, we came from an accident, a Big Bang. We don't actually matter. We're inconsistent in the greater story of creation, in science in that regard, being random. But in actual fact, if you go out and test Earth, you discover it all comes down to code, and that implies a coder.
Okay. Who, in your eyes, who is saying that our lives don't matter because we were created from, or whatever? Trying to understand your argument here.
Well, in the story of religion, life on Earth is created by a creator for the love of the humans and the love of creation and all that, made for us, and we were made for it. Yeah. So the Big Bang dispels all of that. The random accident in space and time, evolution happened through sheer accident and happenstance and miscourse and the craziest of things. And here we are today. But no, we don't matter because it's all going to fade out in their story.
Well, I don't think those two are intuitively they're intertwined with the theory of evolution and the Big Bang and all that.
Yeah, it's all intertwined, dude. It's all part of the same narrative of accidental creations. Because what the whole thing is about, this is what like hundreds of years of scientific back and forth and debate has been, which we've not really been educated or privy to. But in reality, they've all been arguing: are we created or are we accidental? And the globe is the attempt to formalize in society this idea that we're all accidental. It's all meaningless, so you might as well just go to work and do whatever the government says. And it's working pretty well.
Right, they've brought it to a point where you have an option, right? Whereas once upon a time there was no option, or every culture believed that there was some kind of creator. Now there's an option. You can believe that a creator put it into, got the wheels rolling, or you can just believe that it all just came about by pure chance.
And this is why Flat Earth is so controversial and so heavily censored by the mainstream on the internet, everywhere else. And they're desperate for people not to look into it because it debunks the entire possibility of the accidental creation narrative that we've all been given of the Big Bang, evolution, all of that.
Right now, you have all the religions accepting the idea that the Earth is a ball. And so using the avenue of, the origin for the Earth being a ball, you can have any agenda that you want align with that so-called truth, and the people will automatically believe it, even though they all have fundamental differences.
So even if that's interesting, that all religions on Earth agree that that Earth is a globe. That's what you're saying?
No, that's not really true. It's it's not really such a thing as all religions agree. I mean, the scriptural basis of these religions describe a flat, motionless Earth, but a lot of the priests and the modern communicators of the religion have bought into the globe heliocentric paradigm. So now they all try and interpret their scriptures that describe a flat, motionless Earth as somehow being a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Why would they do that?
The people themselves, the people who wrote them, the ancestors that gave them their religious belief accepted that the earth was flat and wrote it in their text in the way that describes it as flat, not moving and contained. But it's the modern religious leaders today that have accepted the idea that the earth is a sphere and then bend over backwards to make their text agree with their current belief. Their current belief goes against what the ancestors said.
Yeah, why would they do that?
Generally, they believe it.
The modern zeitgeist.
Well, maybe they believe it. Maybe they think science has actually proven that it is a globe, therefore they need to act like their scriptures describe a globe. Because they've been educated in the same way that we all were to believe that it is a globe.
And usually they argue over translation, and so they'll come up with an alternate translation of a word, and instead of saying a carpet is plain, they'll say no, the carpet is something that you lay out. It could be laid out anywhere. I don't know. Like there was something with the carpet in this.
Yeah. In the Quran, it says the earth is spread out like a carpet.
Yeah, and then you just get.
So
different religious leaders.
Show us a spherical carpet, and then that's where it all breaks down.
Yeah. So anyway, they just argue over translation to convince people that it's a globe and it's not what it actually says.
It's definitely satiated my curiosity of flat Earth for the day.
Yeah, no worries. A lot to take in one sitting. So thanks for being patient. Appreciate your time.
There's a link in your DM, which is it's our main server. We've been 10 years correlating terabytes worth of information. To jump in, we'll give you voice perms. You can enter any of the chats or the VCs or that, or just spend as long as you like researching through the data.
I'm call me brainwashed or whatever, but you'd have to hold a gun to my head to convince me that the world is that we live in a flat Earth. But I think it's.
Well, what did they do to convince you it was a globe?
I mean, I think anything I tell you is not gonna believe it.
Well, no, conditioned you. That's the answer. With that, though, just be one honest thing. What did they do to convince you it was a globe?
Fed me all this information from my childhood.
Is any of it evidence that you can verify to be through yourself?
Is any of it evidence that I can prove myself?
Like you can verify it, the claims made to be true yourself. Is any of it verifiable for us? As
when you say verify, you mean like me actually going out and performing the experiments that I've seen myself?
Yeah, we can test the claims in reality and prove them to be true. That's what it means.
Yeah.
So is there anything like that?
Yeah, there's tons.
Okay, like what? What can we do to prove it?
I'll just do a really quick Google search then.
Okay. Why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we think to Google it?
No, the thing, it's, I think my theory is that there's a strong tie between like some sort of trauma that you may have experienced when you were young to then have that much distrust in the world. And
But you can't even tell us what we should be trusting. You haven't been able to list one piece of evidence, remember? You just said you had to Google it, your own belief.
Challenge for flat earthers. Why are you all fucking fat niggers with AIDS? Real question, real shit. Even
Wow,
now,
just couldn't
you have an
get
answer?
another globe,
Are you a
ladies and
bitch ass
gentlemen.
nigger?
The
You
brain
guys got AIDS.
on full display. So come on, Witchy. We've experienced some trauma, but you can't actually provide any evidence for the belief you're arguing for? That we must have trauma for not believing? You have to Google
I mean,
why
obviously,
you
this
believe
is
it?
an assumption that I'm making, right? Because obviously, I don't know what you guys are doing in life.
Maybe don't make emotional, retarded assumptions and just go and look for the evidence that you would need to make your argument. Right? Because if you can't tell us one thing that we could actually go and verify, then you're literally just telling us that you have a religious belief and you're upset with us that we don't share your religion.
The religion being a global Earth.
Yeah, the religion being the story that you were told about being on a big spinning ball that you've never experienced. You've only experienced a flat, motionless Earth, but you've been told it's a big cartoon spinning ball. And we've asked, how could we verify that? And you've said, I don't know, I'll have to Google it. But I think you guys must be traumatized for not believing it. You've just told us you don't even know yourself. You'd have to Google it. Like,
do you? I mean, when it comes to talking about like the world is moving at like 100 miles an hour, you don't feel speed, you feel acceleration. That's why when you don't, like, let's say we're standing outside.
yeah, but they say that it's going in an orbit, which would be circular motion, which is claimed to be constant acceleration. So if you're saying you'd only experience acceleration, well, we are told that the Earth is in an accelerating motion. And if you don't feel that, then by your own definition, you've just debunked the motion of the Earth.
What is accelerating?
The accelerating reference frame is the curvilinear, right? You understand that when you go round in circles, it's different to going in straight paths, right? So when you talk about, I don't feel anything going in a straight line in my car, turn a corner, right? You'll understand that there's forces that apply, right? We also understand that it's a constant velocity change, angular velocity, right? We're going around in a circular path. So that's got acceleration in the definition.
So
if you don't accelerate, as you mean, if you don't accelerate when you change direction, you're going to decelerate.
Yeah, let's use the car as an example. Let's even go like a 90-degree turn, right? There's going to be a difference when you're turning a 90-degree turn at, let's say, 1 mile per hour versus making that same turn at 100 miles an hour. There's a difference in
or
G-force
1,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
Well, that's all relative, right?
No.
When you're on something as big as the Earth.
Sorry, and I do apologise. I usually just try to jump in just very quickly, just pointing out that a linear direction isn't the same as a curvilinear direction, right? It's not the same as rotation.
You will lose angular momentum if you don't accelerate in a curve.
Yeah, so they're telling us that there is an accelerating motion. So when you say you only feel acceleration, well, we're not feeling any acceleration, so I guess we're not accelerating in a circular or elliptical orbit. Right?
Yeah, we're moving at a constant speed.
Well, that's not what they're saying, because they're saying we're in an elliptical orbit, which necessitates acceleration and deceleration.
Sorry, constant speed. If I'm standing at 45 degrees north or south, is that the same speed as standing on the equator?
No, it wouldn't be, because you're in a different location on the globe.
Yeah, no shit.
So what do you? I'm not understanding your point.
So move north or south across the Earth by this paradigm, then you will feel a change in speed, right? You're spinning faster at the equator than you are at 45 degrees north.
Let me think about why that makes sense to you.
Okay, this is going to get really weird. You know what a sphere is, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
I do.
You understand that the velocity around the equator on the Earth is just over 1,000 miles an hour. What's that, 1,000 miles an hour? To keep it simple, right? Now, we already understand that if you go north or south, the distance is going to change from point A to point B, right? The angular speed will be the same, 15 degrees an hour, but your actual speed will change, right?
Yeah, 0 at the pole.
Okay.
You understand this. As long as you understand this, then we don't need to really continue any further. Moving north or south from the equator will show a decrease in velocity.
So let's say we're at the equator and we walk north or south 10 degrees from the center. You're saying that from
Fly, walk, sail, I don't know, be Superman, go faster than the speed of sound.
You should feel something? Is that what you're saying? Like there should be
No,
like a
I'm not
no
talking about feeling at the moment. I'm just trying to get through to the knowledge. In speed, then.
Say that again, you cut out.
There is a change in speed as we go north or south on the surface, right?
Right.
Cool.
Right. So there you go.
Yes. Same rate, different circumference. Smaller.
So really, it's sounding more like you must have been traumatized at some stage in your life to just believe stories or something. Because you're talking about a motion of the earth that you've never experienced, and you don't actually have any evidence for other than stories.
What
Isn't that weird?
What story did I mention?
Well, someone told you that the earth is spinning, a ball that's spinning, right?
Mm-hmm.
You never experienced that. You were just told the story. And now here you are, getting on at us for not believing the story, telling us that we must be traumatized for not believing the story, but really the situation must be that you've been traumatized into believing stories with no evidence. That's what I think you need to reflect on.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I really don't think so at all.
Okay, cool. Well then just tell us who measured Earth to be in motion then, for your story not to be a complete fantasy.
Who measured Earth to be in motion?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd assume that we're all talking about the same people that measured the Earth spinning at 100 or 1,000 miles an hour, whatever number you guys are using.
So who measured that?
The same organization that we'd all, or organization or people.
Okay, which organization did that and how did they measure it?
There's got to be a name, bro.
I'm gonna give you one.
Or names. They should have statues.
Yeah, right? This should be like, what, MIT, some super genius guy. Yeah, statues of these guys. They measured the ground to be spinning and moving at millions of miles an hour. So who was that? Or did you just believe a story?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them? All of who?
All of them.
See, dude, this is what I mean. You don't know any of this. It is just a religious belief you have, and you're projecting onto us that we must have something wrong with us for not believing in the religion that you follow, that you've got no evidence for. It's ironic, dude. And you're like, oh, I don't believe that's the case. Okay, where's the evidence? You don't have any. You've never even heard of someone who's supposed to have measured the ground moving at millions of miles an hour. You just heard the story, shown a few cartoons, and you believed it without question. That's kind of gullible, dude.
Yeah, no, it makes sense to me. Yeah,
because you were told it. Because whenever you're told something from a certain source, be that the government, NASA, your school, you'll believe it. Doesn't matter. You'll say that makes sense, and it's not because the thing necessarily makes sense. It's because of the source. You just believe the source.
Exactly. Because you know what else makes sense? That it doesn't seem like it's moving because it's not moving. That also makes sense.
No, that's all that makes sense, because your senses, where that phrase even comes from, detects no motion unless you're in an earthquake. So it's actually nonsense that you're claiming motion. Your senses tell you that there is no motion. So when you say it makes sense, no, it doesn't. It contradicts what you sense. But you've also been so removed from reality that you don't even understand the value of sense. You don't know what that word means. This is how much they have traumatized and fucked up your brain. I'm sorry to say. So did you find anyone who'd measured that motion yet?
Yeah, I mean, like we use the Earth. It's non-motion to gauge that other things are in motion. So like we see a bird in the sky flying, and we go, well, that's the bird flying. It's not me moving, making the bird appear to fly. Right? And then we look at a cloud and we go, yeah, that's moving. That's not me moving, making the cloud appear to moving. It's the cloud moving. Same as an airplane, right? But suddenly, for some reason, we get to these lights in the sky moving, and we don't apply that logic anymore.
You don't apply any logic at all. In fact, you convince yourself to think illogically. You have to.
You guys want me to whoop on that FE core laser test or not?
No, we're just looking for either some evidence that the Earth is a ball, measurements of the Earth being a ball, something like
Where did
that.
you guys measure? Where did you guys measure it was flat?
Who's just that
Where?
fucking retard again?
Cycling.
Man,
Where
this
did you
retard is
measure
back
it
again.
flat?
Okay, let me get a video for you.
Is the FE laser test a good video? FE core.
That is a good video. Yeah. Hold on. I'll get a shorter one for you because I don't imagine your attention span is up to the task of an hour-long video.
I watched the FE core 1 hour video.
Okay, so how was it that the laser was going from one side of the lake and hitting a target at the other side 40 kilometers away?
I love that you asked me that. And now give me 2 minutes to explain it to you. All right?
You need 2 minutes. That means it's going to be bullshit, dude. Just say it in a few words. What's the reason?
Oh, we don't like explanations now, do we?
Yeah, no, I don't want you to waffle for 2 minutes what we already know you're going to bullshit. So just say the word. Just say the one word we know you're going to say.
Okay, sure. I'll tell you how did you see the laser. I'm going to tell you how you saw it, all right? That FE core laser experiment these guys did in 2018. The Netherlands one. The Netherlands, not the Lake Balaton one. The Netherlands one. These
So
guys, first of all,
target at the other side.
Huh?
So why is the laser hitting the target at the other side?
So we gotta talk first. Which one are you referencing? The 22-kilometer one, the 26-kilometer one, the 40-kilometer one?
Sure. Why do any of them hit the laser
All
at
of
the
them. Great.
other side?
Great. So
Yeah.
let's start with the 22-kilometer one in Netherlands. So the video of FE core laser test with the Netherlands laser test shows us these guys went to some place and they took a camera and eyeballed the laser beam which was hitting their camera without showing it hitting any target behind them. So they did not do a level-to-level, point-to-point test. They did an eyeball test which just showed some laser hitting them while they were filming
So
with
the
their
laser
camera.
was received
The camera
on
was
the
the
other
target,
side of the
dude.
lake with
No,
the
it
camera.
wasn't. They specifically
Yeah, they
said
saw the
in there.
centroid of the laser. Do you understand what that means?
Do you understand? They on their website said they were gonna do a point-to-point target
So
test, not an
why is
eyeball
the laser received? I don't care where it was received, on a target or on an observer. Why was it received on the other side of the lake?
I will tell you why. I will tell you why. Because of two things, and there's also suspicion about. Okay, we can say two things first of all. So first thing is they did not culminate the laser beam. That the beam of the laser diverged across 20 kilometers for like laser beam across 20 kilometers diverges for one MRAD, if you know what that even is. It diverges for 20 meters in diameter. Yeah, you know what that means? Do you know what that means?
I said they saw the centroid. It sounds like you don't know what that means.
Huh? You say what? You said what?
Yeah, they saw the centroid.
And how did they photograph it? How did they assume? How did they make it out to be a centroid?
With the camera.
What do you mean with the camera? So you're telling me you can see a center of a laser with a camera?
Yeah.
And give me
You're
evidence.
still not
In which
answering,
point
dude.
of the
Why are
video
you
is
still
it?
not answering? You were supposed to tell us how the laser is received at the other side of the
I'm telling
lane.
you. All
No,
the
well, why
beam
is it taking
diverged.
10 minutes? You said you were just going to tell us.
Beam diverged, and the
Beam
refraction
diverged.
of the light.
Okay, how are you proving that? What's your evidence for that? What are you
Because
even
the
saying?
president,
The beam
because the
diverged
president
around
of
curvature.
Yeah, so the beam divergence actually beams through the curve of the Earth, is what you're saying?
I said the divergence of the beam matters because if you're going to point something at 20 kilometers
The curvature
across,
matters because curvature would block the divergence too.
Yeah.
and that's also, I didn't finish my point. So two things that matter there is divergence and refraction of light, which they did not take into account properly because they only made two.
So what are you claiming? What are you claiming the laser is doing?
Listen, they only made two. Or let me finish. They only made two. They only made two measurements of temperature across 20 kilometers, and did not take into account properly the supposed curvature and the level of refraction of light across 20 kilometers of light they were beaming.
Slow down.
Is it your claim that the laser is bending perfectly around this curve to meet the target on the other side? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying so that also that
The curvature that wasn't observed or measured is there because it wasn't measured or observed. Awesome logic.
Hold on. You're saying the laser is bending around the curve to hit the target on the other side. Okay, what's your evidence for that?
Oh, that's how light behaves, and you need to take that into account.
Okay, well, no. We're not just looking for you to claim it. I'm saying, what's your evidence for that?
What's my evidence for that? That's how I explained how you can see the light.
No, I just want an explanation. What's your evidence that the laser is bending around a curve perfectly to hit this target on the other side? What's your evidence?
My evidence is that you can do the test yourself. The laser bends.
Okay, so where is the evidence of the laser bending in those laser tests?
The laser test did not show that. The laser test does not.
The laser test doesn't show that. So why are you claiming it?
Because that's what happened. And
so how do you know that's what happened if the laser test isn't showing
Don't
that?
say dumb shit like, I didn't see it, and so that's what happened. He just asked you, you said that. Now, come on.
Just say it. Say that your evidence is that Earth has to be a globe and that the laser hit its target. That's your evidence.
Mm-hmm.
What?
That's your evidence, isn't it? The laser hit its
I thought the
target.
Earth was flat.
Hold on. What did you say, T-Dab? This guy was talking over
Your evidence is that the laser hit its target. That's your evidence that the laser bent around the curvature of the Earth.
It did not hit the target.
Yeah, the less curvature we measure, the more we know it has to be there.
Hold on, guys.
What's your evidence for that laser bending around?
Time, man. So listen.
Well, we're still waiting for your evidence. No. This is your claim, Gunslinger. This is what you're going to be held to. Provide evidence for this claim or concede that you've just made it up.
Yeah. The claim that light bends or...
No. The laser is bending around the curvature in order to make it hit the target. That's your claim.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your evidence?
That's what the light does.
That's your claim. What's your evidence?
We know this. We can test it.
Okay, post the evidence, since you're bricking on this question. Post the evidence in the side chat of that laser bending around the curve. Where in the video do you see it bending around the curve?
No. I did not say you can see in the video the light is curving.
But that's what you're saying is happening in the video that was posted. That's what you're claiming. You're claiming that in the video that we're discussing...
No, I did not say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, so that's not happening in the video that we're discussing.
No, it is happening, but it's not shown.
Oh, it is
Also, a lot of
happening.
things
Okay,
are
so
not
then you're
shown
going to have
in
to
the
post
video.
that evidence. So exactly, you're
What?
just such a fucking lying retard, gunslinger. Just
Now,
shut
I'd like
up.
to see any evidence of lasers bending over the curvature of the Earth. It doesn't have to be this video, but any video. Can you provide that, gunslinger?
I don't even think lasers bend. Like, what the fuck?
And I would like to know why they bend down around the ball instead of just any direction.
Well, I posted a way to cheat.
Right.
There's a way to cheat and make it look as if it's bending, and I posted that for you. Is that what you're thinking, Gunslinger? Is it? Is it Mick West that told you that lasers bend in light, and you're just actually applying some nonsense that you've seen? You know, sugar water, mate.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Yeah, what are the
He's
conditions
going to make a general
necessary?
case for lasers bending and then say it
He
has
never
to
even
apply to
got-
this specific case.
He didn't get as far to even search if lasers bend and get the McWest thing. He just assumes that because we hit the target, it must bend around the ball. So, but even though the laser's straight, that's a bend. The straight line is actually a curve. Again, here we go, guys.
What wavelength of light is being used?
Curved.
Is he still here? Is Gunslinger still here? Did he leave?
No, he left.
Oh, he left.
He'll be back.
Yeah, he's a particularly pathetic and obnoxious moron.
Fits a template, though.
Hmm.
Like Robert Utah and all the others.
Yeah, it was that other guy before, the Robert Utah, and then it was Castle Queen and some
Castle
other
King.
people. Yeah.
Yep, par for the course.
Mm.
Peter, Mares, Scott Mackey. You know what, Scott? How you doing?
Yeah. There must be a training academy for these folks.
It's funny because when you ask them, well, why are you even saying that? What evidence has led you to believe this? They can't even verbalize something. They're just like, well, just because that is what light does. Dirt. Crazy.
Well, I just noticed how Scott does show up for these events with the new people. So there must be a training academy somewhere. And Scott is like one of the guys. He's out there. He's like a scout. He's looking to see how the guys are doing, what are our new questions, what are our new stuff, and then they go back and they train. And he's coming in to like audit their trainings. That's why Scott shows up. He's an auditor.
He slips his card into the DMs. I'm here for you. I can counsel you. I'm a psychologist.
Got your back, bro.
Yeah, Scott, you must
I'll give you good arguments.
As well, right?
Giving him business.
I'm close behind you, guy.
You guys might be right because Gunslinger there was claiming reciprocating zenith angles, which I think is Scott's favorite. So he might be training him as well.
I heard that. That was funny. Yeah, the reciprocal zeniths that nobody actually measures but calculates.
No, that's
I mean, I suppose if you've got a plumb accuracy down to 39, 59 miles, you could claim it. But we know that can't happen because their geoid is very lumpy, so they've got an uneven gravity field. It's just an unfalsifiable ball of shit.
Whenever people travel to different continents and they go around the world, is it just all on the same like plate, like all the time?
Yeah, same plane.
Okay, I
Question.
don't understand it like that. Like I don't, but like I'm willing to learn. But like all due respect, I just it's hard for me to fathom. Just
I am
because
with
I'm
it,
born
but
that
I've seen
way.
the maps of continents outside of what our map shows, and then outside the ice wall, right?
What? No. Let's talk about how maps are made. Right? Is the map
Okay.
the territory? Are you confusing
It's
maps
governmental
with
news.
reality? No, like
I'm gonna say
no. You got private surveyors, so
I've
yeah,
seen what I've seen online, okay, and then I've seen the ice wall, and people are saying that there's
the U.S.
continents
Geological
outside the ice
Survey
wall.
calls it an ice wall. Like they're the ones that say that the coastline of Antarctica is basically 93% ice walls. So let's start with that, right? This isn't some crazy claim that our community dreamed up.
Buddy, I came in here to talk shit, but in all honesty, I am super fascinated with the ideology of there being a flat Earth and then continents outside of what is shown to us.
I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy. So I'm not intrigued
You
by
don't
that.
believe that?
No.
You don't think there's continents outside of what is shown to us on our quote unquote
No, dude.
map?
So basically, here's what happened. You stumbled into the equivalent of the flat Earth Pentagon.
Okay.
The basement of the flat Earth Pentagon. You're probably used to seeing all kinds of crazy flat Earth content out there on TikTok, Facebook, X, whatever.
Not really. Like the amount I know is what I've seen. I've seen one video. I talked to a guy at work. He gave me his idea on flat Earth, right? And we kind of bounced ideas back and forth. And he gave me some things that were pretty convincing. And I don't do enough fucking study on it to argue it with him. But it was pretty convincing. And then he showed me a map and he's like, well, these are maps that people have shown online. And then here's the continents within the quote unquote world. And then there's the ice wall. And then there's continents on the outside of it that are basically people pulling the strings. Is that what you guys think? I'm just asking, is that what you guys think,
listen,
or what do you
Antarctica is only a rim around flat Earth when you take a globe and flatten it out.
Okay.
That flat Earth map is not what we accept or believe because we understand maps, we understand cartography, we understand projections, we know what we're looking at. So if you were to take that map and apply the scale like you should, which people on both sides of this discussion fail to do all the time, if you're at 89 degrees south latitude, that is almost 90 degrees out to the furthest part of the edge of that circular map. If you're at 89 degrees, that circumference is 433 miles. But it looks like it should be like 60 to 80,000 miles on this map, but that's just not the case. It's because those lines of longitude that look like they're spreading out like spokes on a bike wheel, those are actually converging to a central point, but that point has been blown out into a ring. In order to account for that, you have to apply a non-uniform scale so that you can scale those latitudinal and longitudinal relationships properly towards the edges of the map. So that's a globe.
Do you think that there are continents outside of what has been shared to us?
I don't know. Not here to speculate, so.
Right.
Yeah, the availability of land that's undiscovered is just speculation, but sorry to interrupt. I was just curious.
It's okay, I gotta step back.
You were saying your friend told you some things which you couldn't argue against.
And again, it was just bullshit talk at work. It was nothing serious.
What points did he make about the flat Earth that you thought were quite convincing?
Honestly, man, it's been so many years ago, I don't even remember the exact things he was saying, but it was so, at the time, it was so convincing. I'm like, God damn, maybe the motherfucker is flat. You know what I mean?
Well, it is flat, but that's what we're saying. The reason we're saying that is because it measures that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the physical
now, are you
measurement
taking a scale off of this map compared to this map? That
no. It's not about comparing maps. It's about measuring the surface that we live on over large distances, testing line of sight, how far you can see, how far you can shoot lasers, right? Because on a globe, there's supposed to be a limit due to the curvature based on the size of the ball they tell us exists. So if you're a 6-foot observer, they're telling you the horizon should be around 2.5, 3 miles, because that's where the curve's going to drop down out of your view. And people can test that.
Is that with a human eye, or is that with
the human
binocular?
Well, whichever, because it's a geometric curve.
Okay.
So the human eye, binoculars, it's supposed to be 2.5, 3 miles, but you can go to the beach, stand there, look out, you can see 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles.
How do
you
know?
Just pay attention, because you get a distance marker, right?
How do you know that's how far you're seeing?
Well, but for example, you use a distance marker, you use land or a known reference, a lighthouse, an oil rig, something like that you know how far away it is.
How do you know that you're seeing the full image of that landmass? Let's just say it's a landmass. How do you know you're seeing
Well,
it
you just
all?
you see what you see. You use an optic, or you use a laser to
So
shoot a target
you're telling
from
me
one
you're
side
seeing
to
that
another.
full percentage of what, quote unquote, you believe you're supposed to be seeing
Well, for
compared to.
example, we're seeing the surface of water stretching out for tens of miles, hundreds of miles in some cases, when it shouldn't be visible at all because it should be on the other side of a curve, right? There should be a
But at some
horizon way in
point,
front of
you're
it.
not going to see that through.
Yeah, there's always a limit. There's always a limit, but the limit is not defined by the surface curvature like they've told us. It's defined by the optical limit, the air, the moisture, the humidity, miraging, temperature. It's defined by these things, how we see optics, perspective.
So
it's not
if you're
defined
looking
by
at it,
curve.
so you're saying the human eye, okay, so out how many miles until the curvature starts to take effect? What was that number?
So you can go into, well, it's 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, is what they're saying the curvature rate is. And for a 6-foot observer standing above sea level,
So 8
they'll say
inches
that the
per mile.
horizon squared.
Okay. There's an
So you
island
can go on
15
to, you can
miles
just go
out.
on to
You can
Google.
pull your binoculars out, right? And you can see a portion of this
And then you
island.
can see, does that match? And then you can do the math and see, does this match the curvature rate?
But are
Should
you
this
seeing the
much be
full
hidden?
thing?
It depends.
Or
It depends
do
on the
you think you're
circumstances.
seeing the full thing?
We're
in that moment?
we're seeing far more. We're seeing the full thing. We're seeing partially obscured things at distances that shouldn't be visible at all, according to the globe.
In the moment, based off of binocular view, you can determine whether you're seeing the full thing or not.
Lasers as well.
And based off of lasers and binocular view and drones, you are convinced that you're seeing the entire thing from that many miles out, right?
It's not about being convinced. It's just that we do see the surface, the water, or the land, if it's like a salt flat or something. We see that stretching off at a distance where it should have been going down behind a curve.
So if you're in, let's say, Ohio, right, and you shine and say Lake Erie is plumb flat, no waves, no nothing, you could shine a laser from Ohio to Canada.
No, I mean,
no, that's 65 miles. You ain't making that far.
No, but you
okay,
can see.
say you had this astronomical laser that could reach.
No, we don't have that. We can't use hypothetical lasers. But if we did, yes, you would see it.
But we're saying hypothetically. Okay, so that's too far for your hypothetical talk. So what do you need then? How many miles?
Dude, obviously you live next to me somewhere because you're talking about Lake Erie, and
so
you can
don't
just
have a laser
go there when the lake and the air temperature are about the same, and go there around 11 at night, downtown Cleveland, and then go over by. You got to get a little bit out of the city, so go to the west. Get out of the dark. And see if you can see Canada on the other side. You should see the twinkling of the lights.
So if I put a 15-story building on one side,
you don't even need that.
Side. Hold on, let me talk. I put a 15-story building on one side, 15-story fucking building in the other. I should be able to look across on the quote unquote perfect night and see all 15 stories, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because the Earth is flat. Been measured that way. Yeah.
Have you done it?
No, I haven't seen your 15-story hypothetical buildings.
So I don't know why you're getting an attitude. So
because you're asking me if I've done your hypothetical.
Okay, but where's your proof then?
Because the Earth is flat. We have thousands of videos of this.
Because it's flat is your argument.
Yes.
That's your argument. That's your proof.
You can't see around the ball. You can't see around the ball.
That's all you have to say is because it's flat.
The Earth is flat and not seeing around the ball.
Your argument is beautiful. Thank you.
Junkie.
We still talking to Star Wars, man, or can we move on to the next guy?
No,
That guy don't
Donkey.
know, make no fucking sense.
Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. People can post the videos for you.
Okay, you got okay.
And you can do it yourself.
Thank you,
Listen,
thank
don't-
you
don't-
to the guys that are actually showing me things other than Star
Don't
Wars
don't
guy.
don't don't rely
Make
on.
no fucking sense.
You don't need to rely on what you're being
Motherfucker
told.
don't make no sense.
You can go and do it yourself.
One like a respectful question is just like, so does that mean that the universe as we know it it's just there for show?
Yeah,
TV.
Wow. Well done. Good for you. You've
Just
put that together yourself. So the solar system, the
so
galaxy,
just
the
don't listen to
universe,
Star Wars, man.
as they show us in the textbooks and on TV, that doesn't exist. Correct.
I would tell you that like I enjoy seeing the sun a lot. I am not.
Yeah, the sun's nice.
I'm
We
not.
like it too.
I'm not making fun of anybody. Like
We see
I'm not
some of
saying-
us are astronomers. We see the same thing you do.
Yeah, you notice how you've seen the sun? You see the sun moving through the sky during the day, east to west. You've never seen the sun from a third party perspective out in space, right? From the solar system with the Earth and everything else going around the sun. You've
I'm
never
kinda
seen
stuck
that.
on this thing. Yeah.
You've only ever seen that in a cartoon form, right? Why do you think that is?
would someone? Why do you think someone goes through all this trouble to bring a lie to?
Not much trouble. I mean, they just put the cartoons in the textbooks and on TV, and they tell the teachers to teach it, and people believe it. It's not that
And
difficult.
all you really have to do is just go to Lake. All you really have to do is go to
Why
Lake
is he
Erie, and you'll
yelling?
see that the Earth is flat by going to Lake Erie, right,
Why is
Junkie?
he yelling so much?
Because I'm
Stop
talking
yelling.
over you. Because I'm talking over you, Junkie.
You were talking before I was ever talking.
Yeah,
You're a
so
very
not
angry
so
Star
don't
Wars man.
interrupt me.
Hey, Star Wars, calm down. Okay? The adults were talking before you. Calm down. So the video you just who's that? Ron H. So in the YouTube video you shared, you can see the sea level coming up and down on that.
That's
I guess
not
I'm
sea
confused.
level. That's a bay with no tides. That's the conditions. That's the air temperatures.
Okay, so like when you go out to, okay, let's say you go to an ocean, right? And then when the quote unquote moon comes around, right, and pulls the tide back, what is that? Do you have an explanation? for
Your
that?
imagination.
Occurring.
My
another story.
imagination. So when I will
Yeah,
stand here
moon's
and the
not
water
doing that.
level is here, and then at noon the water level is 100 feet back, that's my imagination.
No, that's not your imagination, but the cause that you just claimed. So what causes that level change?
Well, as I said, quote unquote moon.
Yeah, that's the
So
story.
that's why I'm literally asking for your advice. I'm done talking to fucking Star Wars, man.
Oh yeah,
He's a
so you're
cocky
talking
little
about
bitch.
waves. You're talking
So
about
fuck
tides,
that
dude.
guy. I don't wanna listen
Waves,
to you, 'cause
tides
you
are
got a
long
fucking
period
attitude.
waves.
So I'm gonna
Don't be
turn you all the
emotional,
way
dude.
down.
Don't be emotional, dude.
That
He's
dude's
gonna
annoying
teach
as
you.
fuck.
He's gonna tell you what's going on. He might be a little bit
No, I'm not gonna
humorous
listen to that
about
dude.
it, but
He's got
you
a
just
fucking
need to be
attitude
less
for no
emotional.
reason.
Don't take it personally. This is the internet, yeah.
Dude, you came in
he's
to
just a
troll
fucking
us, remember? And I
Star
told
Wars
you I
fan.
was gonna win.
So that was my question on it, was the tide. Then how can you explain the tide?
Don't need to. Don't need to.
You don't need to
It's not
what?
for me to explain. No, don't need to explain it. What would I need to explain?
Why is the tide there? Why is that happening?
Well, why
For
would
a
I need
flat
to
Earth.
explain that?
I mean,
Well, it's flat
you
anyway.
guys are the flat Earth
The flat
people.
Earth is going up and down, yeah. So, but we're not making a claim about the tides. We're just telling you the
Flat.
surface
If
is
it's
flat.
so flat, why is that happening?
We could flip it and say if Earth measures flat, and it does, how can you have
I'm
the
not
moon
arguing,
orbiting
guys.
the
I'm
Earth?
asking questions.
No,
Again,
how do you have the
don't
moon
think I'm-
orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat?
I'm sorry?
How do you have the moon orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat and everybody knows it's flat?
Then what is causing the water to do that?
I reversed it so you can see the absurdity of the position you're taking in the form of argumentation that you're giving us.
Well, then dumb it down for me, please, sir.
I told him in the chat anyway.
Look, we measure Earth flat. We know this for 100% fact, and we can prove it. So
with what
the
proof?
questions I have are the same ones you have, just for the globe.
I still don't see what you're saying. Why is the tide rolling back?
I don't know.
Why is the video you guys are sharing Professional Triangle? He's showing me a video of a fucking boat. You can't see the whole fucking boat. You can see about 3/4 of it in this video, and you guys are like sharing it like you're proud of it. Like, yeah, this is
Yeah, that shows you how waves get in the way of boats.
And again, I'm not shitting on you guys or talking shit on you. I'm literally just, I'm trying to figure out, I want to hear your ideas. I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, yeah, we measure the Earth flat, so we have a lot of questions. What's the moon?
Why do you have questions?
I don't know.
But you have facts stating it's flat, but you have questions.
Precisely. Yeah,
So
now
what's
we
your-
have
what's your
questions.
question
Now we're wondering what the moon is, what the sun is, what planets are. We know that Earth isn't one of them. We know Earth
Okay.
isn't in outer space anymore. So what is this place? We have the same questions you do.
Look at the last video just shown in chat. You see about 3/4
Since
of
he
the boat.
has me muted, he's not going
Right.
to hear what I said.
He's not even addressing what I'm saying, so I'm going to step back again.
Yeah, maybe you should, because you can't answer my fucking question over your.
I
little
told you
video
that we have the
gave me.
same questions you do, so why would we provide answers?
Well, you're
bro?
saying the Earth is flat. but
Yeah,
you're
we know
you're
it is.
Sharing videos, you know
How about-
it is. Prove it.
How about an honest reply to this to say, "Oh, really? You measured it that way, and you know it for 100% fact. Why don't you share us some observations and measurements?" Instead, you're
What did I
doing
just-
this goofy
How many
freaking
times have I
clown
just
show.
said to you? How many times have I just said that to you?
Hey, Junkie.
Quiet. Thank you.
Settle
You're
down.
quiet now.
Settle down. Junkie, you're gonna settle down and just pay attention.
I'm
Look in the
settled.
side chat. Look in the side
Yeah.
chat. See the video Great Salt Lake laser test, 21
yes,
miles?
sir. Yeah.
Right. Give yourself a few minutes, watch that, try to understand it, and then come back and let us know.
I bet. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to fucking shit on you guys.
I
I'm
know it's
asking
fine.
questions
You
because
couldn't, even if you wanted to.
I
We
straddle
don't take
the
it
fence.
personally. Don't worry.
I straddle the fence as well. I don't know what the fuck is real or right. I don't know.
That's
I'm
fine,
trying to
dude.
bounce my
Listen, that's why
ideas,
we're
and you
here.
get
We're here to
these
explain it to
angry
people,
fucking
so that's
Star
fine.
Wars guys like
We're not getting
professional
angry, dude.
triangle in
It's
my
just,
ass and
this
the
is just
other
them
guy.
having some fun, and you're taking it too seriously. So chill.
Wow, Andy can't read. That's sad that you can't read either.
So I can't
Don't
disregard.
don't just
I got
keep
it.
getting. Don't keep letting yourself get trolled. Just do the work.
No, I'm not trolled. I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to get the video.
Yeah, just watch the video. Put yourself on
I'm on
mute
it
for a
now.
minute. Watch the video, and then let us know what you think, and if you
Fast
understand.
forward.
Simple. So, Space Cowboy, you think the Earth's a globe, yeah? Space Cowboy. You're gonna have to change your name, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, there's no space.
Whenever you called me out, I'm sorry. I was taking
I
attention.
didn't call you out. I was just saying, what's up?
Oh no, I don't.
You can only believe in Star Wars.
I genuinely believe the Earth is round. I do. I wasn't here to disrespect anybody. I just wanted to
That's
listen
fine.
to
That's
what you
fine.
gentlemen have
We
to say.
understand that most people think that.
Yeah, no, I'm fascinated with your beliefs because one thing that I will say, I will say, no one knows why the fuck we're here. Well, no, you listen to this too.
You're a bad guy if you disagree or have questions.
No, all right, no, and no one knows.
Okay,
why
guys,
the fuck
don't start
we're here. And,
triggering each other now.
No, we are curious, and I like to hear what anybody has to say.
All right, well, let me address your first point. Let me address your first point where you're interested to hear about our beliefs. Right. So I'd say you need to think about it differently. because we're not talking really about beliefs here. What we're talking about is a lack of belief, right? We do not have the belief that the Earth is a globe, because the Earth being a globe, that is the belief, right? Because what we actually all experience as human beings in reality is a motionless topographical plane. That's what we experience from our perspective, right? That's our reality. They say, oh, it's too big to see the curve. You can't feel the motion, right? So you just experience a flat, motionless Earth. But there is a belief that we're actually on a big spinning ball. We do not have that belief. So it's a lack of belief here.
Okay, that makes everything fair. But what would make humanity do that to?
Well, the better question is, why should we? The better question first for you should be, why should we believe it? Why do you believe it?
Why would the government lie about it? Why wouldn't they just start with, yeah, it's a
So
flat
is that why you believe it though? Because you think the governments don't lie, which is, to be honest, crazy anyway.
Oh no! I don't trust the government at all. I don't. But I feel like that'll be a
all right.
big
So then, if you don't trust the government, asking us why the government would lie is kind of redundant. We know that. We know they lie.
My question is in the beginning. Okay, why do you think they would lie about it?
Well, even that, right? Most people, like your teacher who taught you, they're not lying about it, right? They believe it too, because they were taught the thing. They were paid to teach you that thing. So they're not lying about it. And the person who taught your teacher about it, are they lying about it? No, they're not lying about it. They think it's true as well. Eventually, though, they'll all just appeal back to NASA told me. So you've got a government agency which has managed to accrue the complete blind faith of the majority of society through essentially technological propaganda. Now, why would
that I struggle with,
a group of people? Hold on.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Carry on. I'm sorry.
I can tell you're not from America, right? And
I apologize. Let the man speak. Let the man speak.
By no disrespect am I saying anything disrespectful to you, but you're not from America, right? So do you believe that there's a higher power with every continent that is agreed to tell everybody that the world was flat?
No, it's propaganda. I mean, it's propaganda. Do governments put out propaganda? Yes, they do. NASA is a propaganda agency. I don't know if you've heard the news. An intelligence agency. You aware of that? So the fact that everyone in Western society, at least, is appealing to a propaganda agency, an intelligence agency, for their worldview, should be a red flag enough. But I can't remember what I was saying previously, because you started. Okay, yeah. So they've managed to create an organization. They've managed to create an organization that has the complete blind faith of the majority of society. And I think you'd understand why a group of people who are interested in holding power would seek to shape an organization that holds the complete blind faith of the society at large. It's a massive amount of power and influence. That's one potential reason.
I just don't think that they have power enough to convince that the Earth is flat. I don't. I'm listening to you.
They've just convinced you the Earth is a spinning ball, despite you only experiencing a flat Earth. That's how much power they have. They've given you your entire reality, everything you think about where you are, how you got here, how old this place is, everything.
Dude, in 5 years you're going to be traveling to Mars. Haven't you seen TV?
Yeah, they've shaped your entire worldview, and it goes in contradiction to what you have experienced every day your entire life. And they've convinced you so hard that you think the experience you have is the misleading one. You think, whoa, if I trust my senses and what I actually experience, I must be crazy. That's how much they've controlled your mind. And most people's minds.
The best way I can put it to you, man, is I believe that there is a God. I do. I think it gave us.
That's not. Why are you talking about God? We're not talking about God.
That's not secular.
I'm just saying, like, if that's the case, like, I don't know how the government can keep this a secret for so long, and
Well,
to
it's
where
pretty
we're just
easy. Think about how much you've critically examined and challenged their argument. Tell me one aspect of the globe that you've ever critically challenged.
Well, Cyclone, they didn't keep it a secret. We're out here telling these guys now. They couldn't keep it a secret, dude. We're telling
Yeah,
you.
you can't hide
I'm
reality. It
respectfully
is out there.
asking. I know I have friends that have been in the military and they know coordinates and everything. I've met people that went everywhere. You know, like
Yeah, they went all over a flat Earth. That's fine. So do we. So you should be asking yourself, how did they convince you? And you're saying, I can't believe people would be tricked like this. How could they? You've never challenged it. You were taught it as probably a baby, right? So you've never even thought to challenge it. So of course they can easily convince people.
No,
like you never challenged it.
absolutely. Like I would admit to ignorance, but would you be able to admit to ignorance if it is actually round?
Well, we're the ones who've examined that question, though. So
I don't like most of the facts don't really add up in my like just
yeah, but that's no
what I
offense
think.
because you don't know any of the facts.
But like yes, but like you're completely certain it's flat. Completely certain.
Yeah, 100%.
There's
Yeah, 100%. There's no doubt. It's measured that way, right? Like I'm sure you have no doubt how tall you are because you've measured it. It's like that. We're talking about the physical geometry, not speculating on why liars would lie. We're just measuring it.
I just know, like, coordinates wise, like, people have circled the Earth, like, completely.
Yeah, the coordinate systems. I mean, they're just you can make a coordinate system any shape you want. You could model it into a cube if you wanted to, but the base measurements that are being taken are off of a flat surface.
It's just hard for me to believe, but I respect everything you're saying. Like, that's...
I can understand it's hard for you to believe, but really, belief isn't coming into it. I'm talking about reality, what can be empirical. Do you know what the word empirical means?
Without denying, for sure.
No, empirical evidence would be evidence that is observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. Science is empirical, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we are interested in. The globe, if you go looking for some globe evidence, you're going to get cool stories, cool images, cool videos, none of which you can verify from cool space, and a bunch of claims, logical fallacies, and assumptions, and theoretical math. You're not going to get any measurements. You're not going to get any observations that can be verified by human beings on Earth.
Can I ask you, like, why would all of existence want to hide it so hard?
No, they don't. It doesn't. All of existence shows you a flat, motionless Earth. Someone's come along and made excuses for why it looks so flat and motionless, and you've believed those excuses. And you've believed the additional story they've told about how it's actually a big spinning, wobbling space ball tilting and hurtling at millions of miles an hour through an empty space. You believe all that.
Why does everybody teach that then?
Through a giant space of nothingness.
Well, yeah.
Just
Maybe
a speck of dust that it means nothing to anything. So it doesn't matter what you do in your life. It's pointless. That's why they do it.
Yeah, just to make you feel meaningless and make you easier to control and comply, basically. But that's a good question you should be asking yourself. Why have I been taught this? Where does this idea come from? Why do I believe it? These are all questions you should be asking yourself and pursuing.
Okay, that's fair. I like I said, I respect every answer you gave me, and I appreciate your time, man. I genuinely do.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming by. We're here 24/7. We're on YouTube live 24/7. You can find us there. We've also got a home server with terabytes of information if you want to research in your own time. That's discord.gg/flatearth.
I would like
do some research.
Yeah,
come and discuss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the hospitality, and I would like to banner with you some more. Like, it's not even really banner.
Well, you're welcome anytime. Bro.
I'm curious. So I appreciate that. You've given me more hospitality than any other channel on this like politics thing. I
Well, we're just looking to have honest conversation with curious people. So yeah, if you're into that, you're welcome anytime.
Oh, I appreciate all the hospitality. I promise you, I do. I genuinely
Right,
do.
no worries. Well, if you want resources, just ask in the chat or ask in the voice, and people can give you resources.
I play a
If you
lot of
got
Rocket
questions,
League, and I will tomorrow. I'm going to get off work, and I'm probably going to have a couple beers, and I'll just listen. And if you want me to chirp up, I will. But like,
yeah, listen
I
in here
promise
for a
you all-
while, and you'll understand. You'll learn a lot just listening into the conversations here. Whether you agree, that's up to you. Whatever.
Yeah, I promise you I'll always be respectful, and I thank you for being respectful towards me because, like, that's the only point I had is a lot of people aren't anymore these days, and I appreciate.
That's fine, dude. You're welcome.
All right, well, you gentlemen have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, you too. Let's check back in with Junkie. Junkie, did you watch that laser test yet?
I don't think Junkie's still here. I went to school with
pulled the ripcord, did he?
He watched it and took off. He was like,
Oh,
"Nope,
wow.
I got nothing to say."
Well, at least I know
He's actually he's my friend. I like him, and he had a lot of beers just like I did, but he thought that
He's all right. He was starting to figure out that the Earth isn't a globe, but he got a little bit triggered. So that's okay. That happens.
I mean, I'm not super convinced, but I'm respectful. Like, I don't know. It is.
We're not here to convince anyone, but we are here to defend reality. So,
all right. One thing that I've met a couple individuals that they say that there is realms underground. That
really? Did you ask them what they were like?
No, like people talk about aliens and actual people underground, and a lot.
Yeah, there's lots of cool stories out there, dude. See, that what we're encouraging you to do is when someone presents you with a cool story, you say, okay, what is the evidence for this story? Is the evidence something I can verify to be true? And if not, file it under the useless waste of time folder.
I feel like people's experiences are experiences, and if they feel strongly about something, I need to listen to it. I do.
Think about it this way: like, if there are civilizations underground, like mole men or whatever, what's the point of talking about it if you'll never interact with them and they'll never interact with you?
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever have you ever met a ghost? Have you ever met something that you think is a ghostly entity in your life?
We'll just go with both yes and no, and then drive on to whatever point you want to make using either answer.
Oh no! I wasn't trying to make it like I'm not trying to argue, man. I was
not an argument. I'm just make the point that you want to make.
Oh, I feel like some people genuinely think they've met a ghost, and I'm like, I doubt it. Like, I don't know. I would like to.
All right. Well, some people also claim. Do you know what? There's way more evidence for people encountering ghostly apparitions than there is that men flew away from space away from Earth, and it was a ball, and they went into a vacuum, and they went onto the moon, which was also a ball, and they drove a buggy around and they played golf. There's way more evidence for ghosts than there is for that crazy story, and yet so many people believe the crazy moon golf story. Why should you believe either?
I just want to hear people's. I respect you as a person. You've been nothing but nice to me. I respect you, and I'm going to listen to everything you say. I honestly, like, I would made it clear that I'm not completely sold, but I like to listen to what you have to say, and I respect you.
Well, we focus on the evidence, not the stories. The stories are cool, but we want the evidence that we can verify. That's all we're interested in. And the verifiable evidence just tells us that the Earth is flat, motionless, and contained. Not a ball spinning around, flying around a big vacuum. Do you know what?
Even
I mean, the whole
all
story
right,
is just crazy.
so the seasons don't mean anything.
What do you mean seasons don't mean anything?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if we're just here, and everything's
Seasons
a
don't
show.
mean we live on a ball, if that's what you mean. No, of course not. It's just the sun's position over the earth. Because the sun is moving over the earth, which you'll have noticed, but they've told you a story to make you ignore the fact that you observe the sun moving across the earth.
So does the sun revolve across Earth?
So it seems
Not
to do,
the other
doesn't
way
it?
around?
Yeah, that's what we experience directly. Unless you could prove otherwise.
No, it has to. How would you get a suntan if the sun didn't move?
No, I was just talking about the different.
Well, this is it. This is it, right? You observe the sun moving through the sky every single day, don't you?
Right, that's a fundamental
Like
first principle.
So, and then ask yourself, right? Why do I see the sun moving across the sky every day? What do you think?
You only get half of it. It makes
Well,
sense
why do you
to
think?
me.
Well, why do you think you see the sun moving across the sky every day?
Because you can only see it half of the day.
No, like why do you observe the sun, this light in the sky, to be moving through the sky every day, east to west? Is it because the sun's moving?
I feel like if it is just a completely like just the government trying to hide something.
Okay, no, try to focus, okay? If the sun is moving, is it the sun that's moving, or it's not the sun that's moving, if the sun is moving?
I think it stays in a pattern enough to where, like, I have an app to let me know whenever the International Space Station crosses over. And
okay, dude, you're okay. Stay focused again. I got jingles and keys in front of you. Okay, a bird flew across my window. Did the bird move, or did my whole house move?
I have no understanding of how, like, it's a secret to where it's a lie.
Okay, dude, try to focus. Focus.
Okay. Yes, I will.
Okay, don't worry about conspiracies or secrets or apps on your phone. You look out your window. A bird flew past your window.
Yep.
Okay, figuratively and literally. Did the bird move, or was your whole house moving?
I feel like it'd probably be kind of both. I would. I don't know, like me talking probably.
Okay, how about this? You got a finger in front of your face. Okay?
Yep.
We'll break it down even more. You're moving your finger back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Is your finger moving, or is it your head that's moving back and forth?
I understand your ground, man. I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards
Holy crap!
anything.
Stay focused. Try to stay focused. Okay.
Dude, I am trying my best. I am trying my best.
Let me just help you out. We're just looking for straightforward. We're just looking for straightforward responses, honest responses to the questions asked. Right. That's it.
All right, so it's like being on a train. You jump off the train. What happens? Like,
does the train keep moving if you jump off it?
Oh no, you'll feel the energy from you being on the train whenever you hit the ground. Yes, absolutely.
So the train was moving, not the ground.
In that circumstance, when you're on the train,
perfect.
yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So the ground is stationary. The train was moving.
Yep.
Now do the same thing for, say, like a boat, a car. the sun. Say you're on the sun and you jump off it and you land on the ground. Was the sun moving or was the ground moving?
So you're on the sun, you jump off the sun?
Or, okay, let's maybe make it easier, okay? You're on your dad's shoulders and your dad is walking across the ground. And for some reason, you decide to jump off. Was your dad moving and you jumped off, or was the ground moving the whole time?
I had the momentum of my dad when I jumped off.
And then what happened when you hit the ground?
It's probably not good. Like, I got a little bit of momentum.
Did that momentum stop?
I mean, after...
Or did it keep going?
Yeah, it kept going. Yes, sir.
So the momentum... So you stayed in lockstep. So both you and your dad and the ground were all moving at exactly the same speed.
Yep. Wait, no, not the ground. The ground.
Not the ground. So the ground was stationary.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the concept. The ground is stationary.
In that aspect, yes, absolutely.
Okay, in all aspects. When do you ever see the ground moving, other than, say, an earthquake?
Oh, it's where you... I understand your point now. I do.
Okay.
You can understand that we're trying to rewire your brain. And we're doing it in a way that points out that for most of your life, you haven't thought about what you see in the same manner as how you see it. We're trying to bring these two things into alignment so that you can think about what you see exactly as you see it.
Like I said before, man, you've been the most respectful. Both of you gentlemen have been the most respectful people. Yeah, I don't know. I might be a dingleberry. I understand that, like, it's ground for what I know.
It's a non sequitur. Okay, dude, the level of respect is really a non sequitur. It doesn't really matter. Because somebody else could be listening to this and say that's the most disrespectful conversation they've ever heard. It's really subjective.
I don't know. I appreciate you, gentlemen, both of you. I do. I can't agree with you if I don't believe it, though.
Okay, so if I tell you the ground is stationary, you're moving, you're going to say you disagree with that because...
Because you believe in something that you've never experienced so wholeheartedly.
NASA told you.
Yeah.
Look at how bad this is.
New propaganda agency told you that.
Look at how bad this is. I asked you earlier, I said, I'm sitting on my chair, I'm not moving, and I see a bird fly past my window. I know the bird was moving, and you're like, you disagree with that.
Outer space has been so detrimental, dude. Like, it's created this cog diss in so many people. I didn't mean to cut you off, just add commentary.
Yeah, no, it really does. It makes them, like, jump outside their lived experience where they don't know anything anymore. Like, they can't figure it out. They're like, and then the example they give you, like, hey, I'm on the train, I jump off a train and land on the ground. Then I'm like, okay, so what was moving, the train or the ground? Like, well, in that case, it was the ground. But in the case of a bird, that's the earth. The earth is moving. Like, wow. And then, yeah, dude, it's not about being respectful. Sometimes, like, disrespectful conversations go a long way because you are disrespecting somebody's faith-based belief system. And it can be difficult. That's why a lot of the atheists come in here and they're very upset with flat earthers because they see flat earthers as a disrespect to science, to religion.
Are most flat earthers God-fearing men?
Most everybody is. So that's a non sequitur again. Almost 99.999% of the population. Yeah, space cowboy. You're like, hey, are most flat earthers humans? Are most flat earthers have a mother and a father? Do most flat earthers get up in the morning? These questions are completely irrelevant because that demographic fits
I didn't mean to disrespect you like that.
Not disrespect. No disrespect. Okay. When you say are flat earthers on Discord? How many flat Earth? These questions are non sequitur. They don't answer anything because it doesn't show one way or the other. It's like, how many flat earthers live on Earth? You're like, holy crap, dude! Like,
No,
what is that question even?
I was just curious, but like we can level a little bit if you genuinely believe. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I was shut up.
Why do you gotta have
I
voice
just wanted to
changer
comment
on?
real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add there are a lot of flat Earth women, but a lot of us don't like to be debating, and we don't like being active online. So a lot of the flat Earth women don't go on Discord as much because we're more conflict avoidant, or we don't really feel like dealing with globers. Sorry, just wanted to add that.
Oh yeah, I think the question was more about God-fearing men. Didn't really have. I don't think gender was brought up yet.
I never mentioned gender. I don't like to. I feel like in this server particularly, like a lot of people hate women. And like they are.
Ain't that true?
They just want to hate everybody. And
Yeah,
like,
I think the idea
gay men in this server.
When you said God-fearing men, I think you just were saying it colloquially as like mankind. You weren't really talking about.
Yeah,
male.
yeah. I didn't mean anything by it. I genuinely didn't. I was just saying, like, yeah, like.
Oh, sorry if I made that too gendered. I was just saying because a lot of the females in Flat Earth aren't online, so you don't see as much of them. But like, for instance, a lot of them are like believe in Creator, are Christian, stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, there's a minority, there's the majority of female Flat Earthers aren't online, so you gotta account for those guys as well. So I just want to throw that in there.
The only thing that I'm saying is, like, I try to submit to a higher power because I believe a higher power brought us here, and it doesn't matter gender or anything else like that. I try to do better for me, you know. I'm God fearing because I feel like God created whatever we are doing, and that's the moral of the story. That's genuinely it. And I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it is. I'm trying to look. I've went to church. Christian books say Matthew 7:7, ask and you shall seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be open to you. And I try to live by that.
Well said. I mean, I think this topic you'll find is often seen as somewhat rebellious, and there definitely is like a rebellious strain amongst many flat earthers, and you kind of come to this potentially once you realize that the Earth is flat, and you realize, oh my gosh, like they've lied about the moon landing, and I've been deceived in so many ways, and at some point you're going to face a challenge. You're going to find that most people in the world are saddled with this delusion, and it's almost harder to believe that the whole world has been deluded into believing the globe than it is to accept the reality of a flat and stationary world that you experience and you can measure and you know to be true by every sense of it. Like, I'm a flat earther because I can measure the Earth flat and I observe and experience it that way from first principles. I also know that nobody's ever measured the globe. I've looked, I've been looking for years for globe curvature measurements, and I can't find any that are valid or verifiable in any way. And third, I figured out how the globe was created out of math and out of people's interpretive frames when they looked up at the stars at night. And with these three chair legs, I've got a solid foundation to sit on and know for sure that in this world there are very few things you can know, but knowing that the Earth is flat is one of those things. And this puzzles people when they come in here and talk to us.
Yeah, and then the other chair leg is the history of the globe, where it came from, how it got here. Like, once you understand how defunct its evidence is, and you understand where it came from, it's pretty easy to see through this.
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to go to bed, gentlemen. But I will be back if I'm allowed to. You guys gave me so much hospitality, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Well, tune into us on YouTube. You can chill out and just listen to conversations. You don't have to interact. You can even come in here and stay on mute if you want. It might help just to absorb at this point and let your brain decompress. So
No,
I hope you can get some sleep.
Yeah, you gentlemen have been nothing but nice to me, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll welcome you back when you do. So,
all
good
right,
night.
You guys have a good one. Nice talking.
That was some genuine cogdiss coming through. You got to have compassion for that.
Yeah, you guys dealt with it real well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my I wish I was more like that when I first heard flat Earth. You know, I've brought this up multiple times over the years now, but I was pretty bad. I was like, what the actual fuck? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went through my anti-flat earther phase. I LARPed as a flat earther on Reddit for a little bit. I mean, I resisted so hard.
I didn't go anti-flat earther. I just resisted it and I didn't believe it. I thought it was retarded, and I was going to get my experts to debunk it.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that was not a very good showing. I look back at that time frame, I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with me? Why was I so
right?
Like seriously, like I even back then I fancied myself sort of like a logical thinker, and I enjoyed minority points of view. I kind of like whatever. I like they used to like into role playing games and would role play like alien life forms with like completely different understandings of even their senses are different. Like the way they view just physical reality, and yet somehow I couldn't even interact with somebody who said the Earth was flat. It was embarrassing. And I really don't like to bring it up, but it is kind of important to highlight that patience is important, because had they not been patient with me, I wouldn't be here today. Had they just been like, yeah, fuck this dude, let's get him out of here, then that would have been it. That would have been the end of the story.
Yep. I've seen that many times as well, where people kind of they get into the cogdiss and then they say stuff that triggers the other side, and then it kind of escalates and spirals out of control. And then years later, the same person is like, yeah, well, I kind of get it now. And so, like, it took them extra long because of that negative spiral.
Right. Right. There's a ton of subconscious processing that sometimes needs time to play out, that the participant himself can't actively encourage along. It just needs to unfold on its own. And time is the best recipe for that to take place. Got to provide that space. I think this guy would do well to take a break and maybe listen to us for a bit and then interact after a few days or a week.
Yeah, and he could like collect together different points, think about them for a while, let them ruminate, research them a little bit, and then come back instead of like knee-jerk reaction, come right back, spiral out of control. That way, the conversation is going to be really interesting, because it's when people research things that they bring something to our attention that we haven't seen before, which is rare these days, but sometimes happens.
Yeah.
It's also once they've actually looked into it and researched it themselves, they'll actually understand like what was done, who did it, etc. Instead of being on the fly asking AI or Googling it and then just not understanding what they're reading. So too panicked in the moment, trying to find something to latch onto.
There's a certain sense of humility that I think you have to find and dig deep within your character to begin to accept this. And then once you do, you start to see the magnificence of creation in a different way.
Yeah. I would say it kind of kickstarts your wanderlust that you had as a child when like the world was amazing and there was things to discover.
Yeah.
I remember the moment in school when that died for me, when the teacher was like, oh, like here's the map of the world, this is what it looks like, and I was like, okay, so there's nothing left to explore. And she was like, yeah. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, we have it all figured out, guys. We evolved from monkeys. The monkeys came from a big bang. The solar system, galaxies, all of it. It's scientific materialism shoved down your throat with no sense of humility, really, except in the sense that, oh, Earth is so small and insignificant amid this gigantic, explosive creation, or not creation, self-created universe. And all the scientists. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't foster the curiosity of the children. That's the problem. Like, show them that we don't know everything. Show them that this is our best guess, but it could be something else. We don't know yet. We need to be extra explicit so that the kids go like, well, there's things to be discovered. I want to learn more. But when you frame it all as like a dogma, you have to accept this, even though like we didn't actually like. You're taught about Newton and excessively much, so much so that we see people today that think Newtonian gravity is how gravity works. Like that's an issue. Same with like. Lorentz contractions, because they tell you like Lorentz contractions exist, and because Einstein used Lorentz contractions within his thing, or called it the same thing, same name, people default back to Lorentz's description of those contractions being physical, like matter actually compressing. But
they equate the magnetic field with the space-time.
Yeah, but in Einstein's conception, no matter is getting compressed. It's just the observer's interpretation of the event.
Yes. Yeah, it moves everything from determinism into probabilistic, and this is part of a broader push, I think, in society to get everybody to accept this postmodern relativism on a moral level, which is much deeper than all of this.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's much deeper than just like the shape of the Earth. It's a psychological level.
Yeah. So, kind of related. The other day, I was researching geodesy. And I was like, man, there's got to be a great YouTube video that explains F.R. Helmert's higher geodesy and the process that he unfolds in his 2-volume set. He was a German physicist and surveyor. He basically is the father of geodetic surveying. And he described a process. It's in about 10 steps, but you can distill it down to 3. The process is survey the world flat, make observations of the stars, merge your flat world observations with your celestial sphere star observations, and come up with a ball for Earth. That's it. And I'm like, great, I'd like to see, there's got to be a YouTube video out there on this. So I start searching, and instead we get the modern process, which is backwards. We have satellites doing scans, and they measure the globe. And then from the globe, you can project it flat like this. And I'm like, no. Let's go back to the beginning of this, the genesis. The early geodetic surveyors, before satellites, before they even had a reference ellipsoid to begin with, and they were creating it, what were they doing? And I finally found a few resources, and it is amazing. I posted it under CellNav and surveying in the home server, and under various surveying channels and other servers that we are in. And the video lays it out very nicely and is very honest. It's refreshing. It's an online course on geodesy. And the lecturer describes the process exactly as Helmert did. You begin with physical measurements of a flat Earth. And then you take a survey of the stars. And if stars do not quite appear in their exact time and location that you'd expect them to be on a ball, it's because of gravity warping the starlight, causing what's called a vertical deflection. And we'll take that vertical deflection and we will incrementally rotate it around a ball. And this allows us to take our flat survey, and armed with that vertical deflection and rotation, we can start mapping a globe out of it.
We should be able to tell you the strength of gravity then, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, right. I mean, so this is what's interesting is that it falls in line with the same nonsense we've seen earlier, like what Drace was explaining with the Lorentz contraction. Some unfalsifiable explanation that is required in order to suit a preconceived notion of the world as it ought to be in your mind, and not as it really is. So when you know that the globe was constructed in this manner, and then you weigh this against the lack of evidence for physical measurements of curvature, and then you weigh this against the surmounting evidence of a flat world that we can directly measure and experience, you're left wondering what the hell happened. How did society get to the point where it seems like every single thing that people do in modern science and surveying is to shoehorn their data into this globe concept, into this mathematical reification that doesn't exist in reality, that exists as insofar as a Lorentz contraction of space-time exists to explain how relativity needs to be true to uphold the space fantasy. It's amazing. And I really meant it earlier when I said to that guy, I said, look, it's going to be harder for you to believe that the world is crazy with delusion than it is to accept the world as you directly experience it. And for me, this has been the most difficult aspect of this whole venture into flat Earth. It kind of sucks in a way because people say, you flat earthers think you're the only ones that got it right and the whole world is wrong. It's like, I hate to say yes, but I have to say yes. I really do. I don't want to say yes, but that really does seem to be the case, guys. And I can support this position.
I like saying yes, though.
I know. It's fun. It's fun, but
you guys think you know everything.
That's what makes it evil.
Yes, of course we do, and that just makes them want to smash their computer screen in.
Yeah. I mean, it can be fun to get rises out of people. I get that too, but this is deep, guys. I mean, if you don't have the right approach, it's going to chew you up and spit you out. Look at all the people that try to make money off of this topic. Everybody who has tried to monetize flat Earth have had their lives turned upside down. Everyone. If you monetize it, you're not expressing and approaching it in a humble manner. So, yeah. Very something fucky going on. The world is not what you think it is, folks. We don't know what it is. People say, oh, you flat earthers think you have all the answers. No, it's the opposite. We're here to say that nobody has all the answers. You don't have the answers. We don't have the answers. The only thing we know for sure is what we can measure, which comports with our observations in the first place. We have a consistent worldview. You don't. So what now? What is the sun? What is the moon? What are stars? We don't freaking know. But this world is quite amazing and beautiful. Let me go find that video that I posted. I'll post it in here for everybody. I mean, for flat earthers who've been researching this topic, it's not going to be too advanced. But for a brand new glober coming in, you're going to look at this video and be like, what the hell? It's on geodetic surveying. So give me just a moment. All right, here we go. The master key, right here. All processes to convert the measurements at the surface of the Earth to counterparts on the ellipsoid. It's called a mathematical reduction of the horizontal. This is taking your flat surveys that you do in reality and bending them to comport to a geometric representation of the globe, which means your headings are all going to change direction. And over long distances, your orientation of things are going to change, even though you didn't measure them. This is putting the map before the territory.
They do this a lot in the globe, where they take the model and then use the model to reify the model.
Yeah.
But the basis is all like derived from reality, where we're dealing with horizontal.
Right, and not just the local horizontal, but horizontal at all scales that have ever been measured.
But what does that mean, though? Is it like we're prisoners due to a lack of knowledge or something?
No, it means we're self-deluded.
But I think there must be a reason for saying the Earth is round. I mean, what if there are other continents or something out there?
No, I mean, historically what happened is some of the early thinkers, like Pythagoras, like Epicurus, like Hipparchus and Aristarchus, when they looked at the night sky, they saw the stars and they conceived of the stars as lights on the inside of a gigantic black ball. This is an interpretive frame of reference. Okay, it's not the only way to conceive of how the stars appear and move.
Yeah, and they had that.
That's how it began.
They had that view of the world because of their association with initiate orders, fraternities, and all of this idea of looking at the world like this can be traced basically back to Pythagoras and that original cult.
Mm-hmm. Right, the idea of a ball being a perfect shape because it's got one face with infinite sides.
Yeah. Yoda.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered there might be truths we're not ready for?
There always is. Yeah. There's always truth we're not ready for.
So then what if the round Earth theory keeps us from truths that we're not ready for? Have you considered that?
Well, the globe is an idea, and what people from criticizing the globe is social pressure. Right? If you were to tell your friends and coworkers and family members that you're a flat earther, see what happens. I mean, they'll think you're the dumbest person they've ever met. They'll wonder what's wrong with you. They'll talk about you behind your back and say, he's a flat earther now? What the hell happened? Did he have a stroke? Does he have a brain aneurysm? What the hell happened to him?
That's how your parents think about you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is what we deal with. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. We're the ones with proof that the Earth is flat. We can measure it flat. We can show you that the measurements are flat.
You're better than
you can't show us
everyone else.
with the globe.
You're the better one.
No, it's not being about better. It's about being
You're
accurate.
The smarter ones of us.
We're more accurate than others. We're more accurate and precise
Everything
than others. We're more
humanity
rigorous.
has ever done, you're the best of us.
I was just addressing this earlier.
Yeah,
I can prove that the Earth is flat. You can't prove that it's a globe.
You're the best of us.
It's harder to accept that the world is delusional.
You're smarter than Einstein. You're smarter than everyone.
Where's that coming
That's not
from?
what we're claiming. It's not what we're
I'm
claiming.
smarter than Einstein because I have better ones than Einstein.
You're the
Okay,
not a matter of intelligence,
you're the
dude.
best of us.
Yeah, Jay, where's that coming from? How you doing that? Where's that coming from?
Everything. Well, when you go against what these people say, act
Bottle of
accordingly.
Jack.
Okay, I'm going against what? What people?
Act accordingly.
Which people?
Who are you acting against?
Yes, this is your worldview we're using right now.
Are you saying someone said they're smarter than Einstein?
No, you said that.
Oh, this guy's a retard.
And someone started trolling you rather than engaging. Okay,
I've already moved on.
Hold on. Stick with Power Lover because I'd just like to.
Okay, let's
highlight. Power Lover's actually saying some good things, right? You just said, "Are you saying that we're like prisoners through ignorance or something like that?" Quite an insightful realization. Yes, you could look at things like people are imprisoned by the ignorance of their own reality. And then he also said, what was the next thing he said? He said, "Is it possible that it's a truth that we're not ready for?" Again, that's a pretty nice philosophical, insightful question. It is something that you could consider. Like, if this is what it is, if it's flat like it's observed and measured to be, why are these people lying all those questions? You could arrive and say, maybe they think that the society aren't ready to know this, and the chaos that would unfold if society were to be made aware of it on a mass scale would just lead to the end of society as we know it. So that is a possibility. So Power Lover, I commend you for your insightful thoughts today. Well done. That's the kind of thinking we're actually interested in. Jair, if you'd stop being a brain dead retard for a second and clogging up the airwaves, that'd be nice. Because Power Guy here is actually saying some good shit. You should
You've
listen to him.
been yapping for a while.
Yeah. I'm going to keep yapping while you shut the fuck up. So stick with Power Lover. He could be a good chat. Welcome, Power Lover. Good for you.
I'm also afraid of I don't know, like, imagine you're a scientist, right? And you've just finished a paper or your life's work, right? And then you publish it and it's like deemed irrelevant. Yeah, I think probably there's also a scientific side to that, you know? Like there's certain sciences that are kept because they have value, but then if a greater truth breaks that value, then if you're a descendant of Einstein, for example, or some major scientist, you have nothing left.
You ever heard the story of the emperor who wears no clothes?
No.
Okay, well, it's essentially getting at that idea that a society can be so blinded to reality if an authority tells them to be so, but simple, curious honesty can break the spell. And it's essentially that the emperor walks around the city naked, but none of the people have the courage, or they actually are convinced that he's not naked because they're being told he's the emperor, he's in the finest garbs. But a child points out that he's naked, he's without clothes.
And that's kind of the idea that you're getting at and that we're getting at, right? There's this masquerading idea of a globe in space, and no one's calling it out, but the truth is evident for anyone who's curious to go and seek and find, right? So again, that's another fairly insightful point. Yeah, it's all psychological. People tricking themselves. There is no globe. We're talking about physical measurement of the surface, and it's flat. So keep searching. You'll figure it out.
So therefore, this object is operating in an environment that's a near vacuum, and you're operating in an environment that's not a vacuum.
So that would just be another example of a completely unverifiable claim for 99.99999.
Once again, the bar is too high. That's my assertion.
Oh, it's too high. So if it's unverifiable by 99.9999999999999 continues of the population, it's unreasonable of us to say we need more evidence than that. That's what you're telling.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's unreasonable.
You are. You are.
No, not at all.
That's what
I'm
you're
not saying it's
saying.
unreasonable. I'm just saying the bar is so high.
Too high. You're saying our standard's too high because it's something that 99.999% of the world cannot know. Josh, you're just saying that this knowledge is restricted to an ultra elite that we just have to believe and cannot question. That's awful. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys.
The first person observation. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
Sorry, yeah, no, I need to get running, but have a good one, bros. And Josh, nothing personal. It's just this is an important topic that we need to be straight about.
There's a reason I don't white knuckle over it. I appreciate the candor.
So,
all right, you have a good night, boys. I'll listen in. Right?
Was done in space, in orbit. Do you have proof the experiment was done in orbit?
So, I mean, Rel was on the launch manifest on one of the resupply missions going up. You have the engineering unit that was produced on the ground, and you have the team that's operating it once it got transferred up to the ISS. You can take a picture of the ISS using a ground-based telescope, and you can do radar ranging off of that to figure out it's actually 400 kilometers away. So, all of those things put together is what I'm saying, right? Science is making a conclusion based off of evidence that's provided to you. And here's all the evidence. You can make whatever conclusion you'd like off of it.
Don't redefine science. What you're telling us is that you have a lot of hearsay, and yes, we reject hearsay as evidence.
I mean, hearsay is in public documentation that you can go look at and people you can reach out to and talk to.
They're just claims. Yeah, they're just claims. The guy asked a very specific question about, this being verified in space. Don't have any evidence.
How do you verify it? That's the question I would put back to you.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what we're asking you.
From your perspective. Because from my perspective, that evidence is verification.
I want to go. Can I go? Can I go to space and check this out?
I mean, sure, if you'd like. You just got to pay.
Great. Who am I paying?
Do you have the money? You can contract Axiom Space. It's about $55 million for a ticket to the ISS currently.
Okay. So you do have to be an elite then. You have to have elite level money to go to the ISS. That about right?
So you're automatically grouping in folks with capital with the elites as far as knowledge? Is that the assumption you're making there?
Oh, I take it back. You got to have boatloads of money to even sniff this, right?
I'm just saying, it's not, it's not like you have to.
Is that practically
pass some secret club?
How come no one's doing this?
People do it all the time, man. I mean, Axiom has launched four commercial missions to the ISS in the past 3 years.
Okay, and so who am I going to believe that these things are happening?
I don't know. Who are you going to believe? That's what I'm saying. I want to figure out where your bar is.
The bar is me. I want to do it. Maybe you could sponsor me. I mean, these folks. We should get a flat earther on one of these ships, right? One of these rockets and get them up to the space station. Sounds real easy. So maybe somebody should sponsor this and just put this to bed. I'll go.
I have tangible evidence within the last year of someone philanthropically sponsoring a quote unquote flat earther to experience something that should only be experienced by a very few amount of people, and then the instant that data was presented that was contrary to things like the Gleason map or the Tryptophan Antarctica, man.
What about it?
Or TFE.
What about it?
I'm just saying, like, somebody did sponsor a bunch of flat earthers to go on an experience and observe things that should only work on a globe, and then they went and did that, but those people got attacked.
Only works on a globe. So you're telling me that the sun being above the horizon only works on a globe
for 24 hours a day, assuming a spotlight sun, as opposed to
Oh, wait a minute. Who here claimed a spotlight sun? I'm sorry.
Well, wouldn't you always be able to see it if it's above the globe? Then shouldn't we be able to have a 24-hour sun everywhere?
I don't live on a globe. What are you talking about?
Sorry, above the plane.
Who made that claim here?
Well, I'm just interested why it wouldn't work that way.
Oh, well, maybe you can eliminate a few of the possibilities yourself, since you're inquiring. I didn't make a claim about it.
But I'm basically just, this is besides the point. I'm saying that, somebody...
Besides the point that you created a false equivalence. Yeah, so a false equivalence. I'm talking about going to the ISS, and you're talking about going to a landmass. Good job. 55 million versus 50,000. Good job.
Sure. No. I'm just saying. I understand that they're an order of magnitude or two different, so...
So thanks for bringing up a false equivalence. Do you have anything comparable?
50 million? No, I mean, you could go up on a suborbital flight for $250,000. So what, 50K to 250K? Is that close enough for you? Well,
we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Who's going to sponsor this? I don't have the money.
Yeah, I don't have the money either, man. I'm trying to trying to buy a house.
I don't care. So what are we supposed to do then? It's just the hearsay then?
No, it's the identification of the evidence that's being provided and identifying where your personal bar is, where, what level of evidence to change your bar.
Yeah, so numbers on a screen and hearsay, I need a little bit higher than that. That's good for you. You accept numbers on a screen and hearsay. Great, your bar is way low for evidence. Congratulations. Mine's higher.
So I went and bought, in grad school, I went out and built my own, satellite ground station, completely independent of any specific, system. It's just an antenna that's tuned to a specific frequency. And then we are able to figure out where satellites are in the sky, and I'm able to downlink data, and it matches up perfectly. So that's where my bar is.
All right. So great. Can get that radio, get that antenna, show it to us working, and then what we need to do is we need to go to the satellite and then see if it's transmitting what you're receiving. Can we do that?
Well, see, again, your bar is you're alluding to the fact that your bar requires your own five senses directly, and that proxies of that automatically throws things into contention.
Yeah, that's terrible to have physical evidence for things. It's a bother, isn't it?
I mean, think about it this way, though. Go ahead.
How do you know that the timing is not pre-distorted?
The timing is not what?
The timing on the signal is not pre-distorted.
Pre-distorted? What do you mean by that?
It's you can change the signal from the starting point. This is how stealth technology in the military works. What's it called? GNSS spoofing. And basically, you can send out a signal to make it appear that you're further away than you are, and you can pick up the observables from the ground, and it can appear to be in a different place than you actually, or where it actually is.
Oh, so I'll do you one better. That's the basic stuff that I did during graduate school. Now that I'm in industry, you're getting the signal back, and it's encrypted using the same exact encryption key that you designed into the radio, right? So you're the only person that on Earth who's able to actually decrypt the data that's coming back down, because you're the one who designed the radio and you're the one who has the encryption key. So even when you're talking to the government, you go talk to the FAA to get a launch license, you go talk to the FCC to get a license to transmit in specific spectrum, during none of that process. And I know I ran a regulatory affairs team for a commercial space company. Nowhere in that process do you have to hand over the keys to your encryption. And so after the thing launches and you point your antenna at the location in the sky that you expect the thing to be at before right after you get deployed from the rocket, you're able to decrypt the signal and start getting health data back. And you're the only person that would be able to do that. And the only thing that would be able to, give that data to you is your satellite.
If I may, Josh, that's not the point of contention here, though. I don't think the term distorted is like having some sort of man-in-the-middle attack that's going to, perform some operation on the signal and then relay it. I think it has to do with more in this case because you know that the source has the keys that you have, or the public or the private keys or whatever that you have to decrypt it. The source itself, when it sends a signal out, right? It's got a timestamp in it.
Right. It's more than just the data layer. We're talking about the actual signal itself and tracing it physically to its location.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, so you can get the signal to noise ratio and you know exactly what the path loss is.
Hang on.
So Josh, you know how far away the thing is.
But hold on. So
that relies on assumptions.
There's two things here. Right. So there's two things here, right? If you send a signal and embedded in that signal, there's a timestamp, right? The receiver can pick up that signal and then decrypt it and whatever, parse it, and then, okay, I got a timestamp about, whatever, 10 seconds ago or 5 seconds ago, whatever it is, that the satellite embedded in it as to when it claims it sent it, right? That's one way to get the time, right? The difference between when, the travel time, let's say, right? The time that you picked it up, minus the time that it was sent. Okay, you got some delta there, right? And I guess there's another way to assume the travel time is by the signal strength itself, right? In that case, you would have to assume
more than that.
The actual signals.
Because that's just a scalar value. You're going to need way more than that. I mean, you can do so you're going to be analyzing, you're going to get maybe, you're going to analyze the phase. You're going to use maybe two different directional antennas and see if you can triangulate. There are all kinds of different methods. And it really depends what kind of signal you're receiving in the first place. I mean, a lot of analytic work has to be done. So, it doesn't matter that it's encrypted.
I'm just saying that it's my object that I'm hearing from. Nobody else's.
But I just wanted to point out,
would it call BS on even that, though?
So I was just going to say, would it not also rely on the inherent assumption of a particular strength of emission, right?
You design. You design your antenna. I know how much gain I have. I know how much power we're putting into the amplifier. I know what depth of discharge the batteries will go to when I run it for this amount of time. I designed the thing.
Was it under your control all the way up until it was supposedly in the place it is? No. So there is a chance for someone else to manipulate your equipment, and you cannot deny that.
I disagree. We get full transparency for commercial missions with SpaceX. All the way through. We
don't believe
you believe there's full transparency. That does not mean there's not something outside of your purview.
I disagree.
Dude, you do not have all the information.
I'd love to see how easy it is to send encrypted transmissions.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, for anybody who's a licensed radio operator, it's illegal to send encrypted transmissions.
Well, that's why you go get an FCC license.
No, with an FCC license.
Disagree. They actually ask for you. They ask for you to name your encryption schema in the license application in Form 312. That is not accurate.
And then what happens?
Well, they just ask for the schema. They don't ask for the key. I was going to say, you can look it up.
How many people have the key? Only you have the key. Nobody else that you worked with had the key?
Not me personally. The ops teams have the key.
Okay. Well, there's a break in custody right there, and it's probably not even, the main bottleneck.
No, I'm saying me as in the organization, right? We're talking like a couple, less than 100 people hanging out in Silicon Valley building a startup.
What's the level of your encryption?
AES 256.
Yeah, it's pretty strong, if not the strongest.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And we're working on. There's an executive order that all federal systems need to be post-quantum protected by the end of the decade. So that is the floor. We're moving up from there.
Well, there's a grand keymaster. Okay.
I'd be interested to see evidence of that.
Well, it's called the crypto clearance.
Yeah, once again, nothing. At least for this level of system, right? This is commercial systems. This is not.
Yeah, and the agency that does that has actual keys in their emblem.
Once again, this is for commercial systems, right?
That's the most interesting.
Internet.
That's the most interesting because it's the hardest and most difficult to control.
But once again, if that's the place that we go to in this conversation, is that okay? It doesn't matter how good your encryption is, we can't confirm that it's actually the object because
no.
There's this
not saying that.
Oh, go ahead.
You don't have any knowledge of who has the keys.
The procedure's written down, right? It's the ops team.
You have no knowledge of who has the keys.
Dude, have you ever written standards? Have you ever written standards?
What type of standards are you referring to? Like
the kind where you give this group of people the standards, and then this group of people over here has other standards that aren't their standards. Have you ever done that? Because I have.
Okay, you can appeal to your lived experience. I would love to hear more.
You seem to think you have access to this one document that just tells you the truth, and that's not true.
Well, I'm the person who represents the company to the federal government, so there's bigger issues there. If we're
you're the scapegoat then.
Sorry,
scapegoat? What? You're the scapegoat then if something goes wrong.
That's the lawyers. I don't actually have to sign on the dotted line. I'm not a JD.
The one that represents themselves most highly to the government in your case is going to be the facility security officer. And I guarantee you're not him.
Yeah, Chris is a good guy.
Yeah. He knows more than you, I bet.
I'd assume so. He was Secret Service for 20 years.
Wonder why they need him there.
Well, they don't need him. It just helps with government customers.
And he won't know everything.
Absolutely not.
But once again, this is referring to a commercial system. Everything is, for the pursuit of profit and revenue generation.
Yeah,
beyond just
right.
ITAR.
So they're worried about. Yeah, ITAR is a big thing. Like they're worried about supply chain interdiction from like the Chinese.
Agreed. Yeah, we have to do supply chain reviews and understand where the primary source of all electronics is or are. I agree. But I'm saying that for a commercial system, it's authorization, not supervision for these activities. You go to the FAA, you go to FCC, you go to NOAA, you get your 3 licenses in hand, and you're good to go.
And it's just so easy to just do all kinds of encryption from space, and nobody but you knows the keys.
Nobody knows what you're sending. Yeah, that's amazing. They allow you to do that.
Yeah, getting all these 3 licenses is an easy task, right? It's pretty easy to get them.
If you tell them what you're sending, then why do you encrypt it?
So because it's encrypted for user data, user privacy. These are telecom satellites. It's basically like a utility pole. So it's encrypted for customer security, not for government security. Once again, this is revenue
right?
generating.
Yeah. So what's to say that like the Chinese aren't like trying to develop some kind of covert communication network through cutouts of commercial companies? See where this is going?
Yeah, that could be occurring, and that there's reasons that we would increase our internal security standards based on external threats like that, but it doesn't mean that we're being mandated to.
Well, I mean, if you were a patriotic American company, you'd hand over your keys to an organization so that they could make sure that your company wasn't getting co-opted by an insider. Listen, Josh, you have no idea what you're dealing with, Josh. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to counterintelligence issues.
Heavily disagree with that.
Oh, really? That's what I used to do for a living.
Oh, I understand. I'm just saying that, there's opportunities for us to have conversations in a different arena than this.
Quick FYI, we do have some new people here. We got Grenade. Is that? I'm not reading the whole thing. Grenade Head, welcome. We got Mia, welcome. You guys got any questions? Engage in the convo. Okay, just checking. Continue.
No, it's all good. If anybody has questions on mission authorization and the relationship between the federal government and commercial space companies, more than happy to dive into that.
We definitely don't need to go there, but I hope you understand the rigor that at least members of our community have gone in order to try and understand the fundamentals of this issue. The fundamentals of this issue ultimately lie with geometry, to put it bluntly. Geometry, the philosophy of mathematics and the philosophy of science. Problem of mathematical underdeterminism, in which models cannot be the be-all end-all explanation of things, but there are multiple explanations that are also equally valid. Philosophy of science and potentially semiotics, how people think of how people put the map before the territory all the time, how people do concept reification fallacies all the time, how people affirm the consequent with their demonstrations and experiments all the time. When I was not joking earlier when I said that flat Earth laser measurements define the topology of Earth as such that it cannot be curving in the manner that the globe is presented, which means the entire spherical coordinate reference system that we rely on has to be wrong, unless it is mitigated through corrections. Now, guess what? There just so happens to be an entire volume dedicated to these so-called corrections. It was actually produced by a German back in the late 1800s, F.R. Helmert. And he describes exactly what to do in order to correct, in order to take your planar measurements of a flat Earth and contort them into a spherical reference ellipsoid and a geoid. And the corrections that he introduces with the math require you to accept that there are meteorological conditions that are present that you cannot actually measure, that have to be present in order for these things to occur, in order for you to have a globe. And the temperature and pressure differences in the air, along with the claims like gravity warping from the stars and everything else that go into both deflection of the vertical and atmospheric refraction corrections, are all based off of conditions that are not proven to be physically present whatsoever. And if they were present, it would require temperature variations and pressure variations that nobody's ever been able to measure. So incrementally, all these corrections are introduced based off a belief that it has to be true because we have to be living on a globe.
I can get behind that.
What's happened is people believe so much in the globe that they shoehorn all of their physical measurements into it. It shows up in air data inertial reference units that's used in commercial airliners like the 777. It's used also in star trackers. It's used in satellites. It's used in balloons. It's used in boats and even long haul trucks. Everything. It's using GPS. It's in your TomTom. It's in your Garmin. It's in your iPhone. Everything is construed. Everything is twisted and contorted with mathematics. Everything is trying to make the map fit reality. So when you go look at like an FE core measurement where they're shooting a 40.5 or whatever kilometer laser over the surface of frozen water in the dead of winter, and this is done repeatedly over and over again and done in other parts of the world. And this isn't the only evidence we have. I mean, we've got a whole bunch more. It's just a whole giant stack of stuff. You've got to start wondering what's going on. So listen, I mean, the globe as a coordinate reference system, we can make it work. We've made it work. We have spent over 100 years using modern technology in the second post-industrial age to make this work. And it's working. But it doesn't mean that it's fully accurate. And it, you know, for most practical purposes, it's entirely accurate. You know, but how do you actually measure a distance between New York and Paris without calculating?
Keep straw manning is harder.
My question to the flat earthers, is there people living on the bottom half of the earth?
The flat earth that you're picturing in your head
Is
is
there
not the
people
one
living on the
that we're
bottom
talking
half
about.
of the earth, bro?
Hey, the flat
It's a
earth
power-
that you're
it's a
picturing,
power
the flat earth that you're picturing in your head is not the one that we're talking about. Sorry.
We already told you that we're not a disc floating in space. And here you are talking about how you want to jump off the edge and fall into the void of space.
Yeah, well, is there people living on the bottom half of this flat earth?
Sorry.
It's not a disc, dude, or a plate.
Yeah, it's flat. It is flat.
Yep, so just because it's flat. Exactly. So where did you get this idea from that it's some kind of pizza? Yeah, that was an invitation to go straight through me.
Yeah, like a DVD.
Where did you? Yeah, that's great. Where did you get the idea from that it's some kind of coin flying through space? Where did you get that idea from?
Because it's flat. Actually flat. You know it's flat? A piece of paper.
That's great. Flat. So how did
Flat
you
is a piece
come?
of paper.
Yep, that's great. How did you go from flat to coin flying through space? A little bit different.
I never said a coin. I'm not Jewish.
Well, you asked how the fuck do we know what's on the bottom of it? Okay,
yeah,
CD.
We have a flat
Help me if you're older.
There's a top and there's a bottom to a flat object, yes.
Listen, Earth may not be an object in the sense that you
Then
think of it.
this isn't
Just
flat
like you,
anymore,
listen,
by the way.
listen, when you ask us about Earth being an object, it's the same as asking you about the universe itself being an object. And how do you define the universe and its dimensions as an object? I mean, you can't. It is the space for all the things that have dimension within it. Just like Earth here, our reality is a space for all the things that have dimension within it. The outer space you see above your head is above the surface that you walk on. There's no evidence that there's any underneath anywhere.
There's no evidence of anything underneath my feet?
No, not in outer space or people walking upside down under you. The further we dig, the hotter it gets. It turns into like almost literal hell. I mean, people start digging deep and hot lava comes up, for crying out loud. Nobody's dug deeper than 7 or 8 miles. And the lights above the sky at night, you know, above your head in the sky, those are what they are, man. They're above. They're above. So we live on the bottom. We're like walking on one of the walls of the container, I guess you could say. But yeah, the celestial realm, man, is up there. It's up, not around or out.
What the hell, bro?
Sorry?
What the hell?
What, do you experience it in any other way than the way I described?
Experience when I walk and I go far enough, dude. I experience curvature. Everywhere, dude. Especially these damn potholes in my city, bro. Like 1 second I'm like in the air, basically shooting towards the sky. Next second I'm shooting towards the dirt, dude. I mean, a lot of curvature, dude.
And that's just up and down.
It's curvature.
And that was up and down.
There's a lot of curving going on to bring me up and down.
There's a lot of undulation from horizontal. Right, you walk up an incline at an angle.
There's a lot of curvature on Earth. Not much is truthfully flat.
It's like you don't. I'm kind of like semi-agreeing with you, but you don't want to let me get the words out. It's weird. Is it because I'm a flat earther? Can't agree with
it's
what I'm
psychological discomfort. They use the distancing tactic to make it more
I just didn't hear what you were saying.
Because you were talking.
It's called Fundy muting. When you talk through someone, that tells us that you have no intent on listening. So the next question I'm going to put forward, why are you here?
Because there's flat Earth, and I want to talk about flat Earth, obviously.
No, you don't, because you keep talking through Jedi.
Now, maybe we can level set the conversation here and hit the reset button. What do you think? Do you want to start seeing some evidence, or do you want to present any?
I'd love to see some. That'd be fantastic.
There's a comprehension issue.
Well, the problem is when I send the evidence, it's
I agree, TW.
It's like these images aren't real, no matter who the source is. All these images aren't real. They're in cahoots with each other. And whenever the
well, that's just poisoning the world. So break, stop, pause, stop talking. Right. The problem with your evidence is you've got nothing to back it. It's all well and good just to slap a photo on the table.
A picture of the globe.
Well, I haven't finished yet. It's all well and good to slap a photo on the table, but questions will arise now. Where did the photo come from? Who took it? How did you validate it?
NASA? I send one
yep, you could do that. That's excellent. Yeah, that's good. You could do that. I'm not going to stop you. But here's the problem. What you've got to think about, young chap, is the questions that are going to come with it. So if I put a photo down on the table, I can assure you right now that they're going to ask me who took it and how can we validate it. So if I take a photo of the stripy tree that's in my backyard, I can offer someone to come around and take a photo of it themselves. Now, how are you going to go and back up the NASA photos?
I said, it's you keep generalizing me just having NASA photos. Dude, there's thousands of different entities who have proof, they have images from space. Private companies, public companies, all over, dude.
All show a surface that is curving, don't they?
Satellites in space, dude. You have lots of cameras in space, even.
Yeah, all the cameras, all the images, all the authorities show the Earth with a curved surface, don't they?
Yes, we have thousands of cameras in space. We have live feeds on YouTube of Earth. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I understand you keep repeating that. What I'm trying to figure out is, if the surface is curved in the photographs, wouldn't we measure a curved surface on the Earth?
Like I said, you can measure it, but it's going to be a very long. If you want actual curvature, it's going to be it's more atmosphere. First of all, you have to measure that atmosphere. The Earth is not going to be fully, let's say, symmetrically like a sphere. The Earth is not that. But the atmosphere will lead it to be that way. The way it holds itself.
What about over a body of water, where in the pictures that we get from space, the blue bit that takes up 70% of the surface is pulled into the center of gravity, curved surface? Wouldn't we measure that curved surface?
Like I said, I don't see a reason why we would do that. Like, realistically, no, we're not going to get a big long measuring stick and take your time to measure manually.
Right, dude. We build and construct on the Earth all the time.
We have better ways.
Dude, we build and construct on the Earth all of the time. Roads, bridges, and dams, for example.
For small stuff, we do.
Yeah, no, some of these things go miles and miles and miles, dude.
Right? I said, we have to prepare for a little bit of land. Dude, they're not that big where they have to prepare for actual curvature and making a building.
It's like you're fighting really, really hard about getting anywhere.
When you make a building, you don't have to measure for curvature on the Earth. You have to measure for different terrain differences in that specific area.
Yeah, in that specific area. We're always, because you were talking about the world being lumpy, from horizontal, like the grade of a slope, for example. Now, we do this over short distances, like we're building your house, and over all distances, and we measure, for example, when we're building pipelines, dams, bridges, and infrastructure. We build from a horizontal level, and any deviation upwards and downwards is an angle measurement. But the Earth will always be measured from horizontal, because that's what the Earth measures as. It's where we get the term to be level with the world. To be level with the world means to be parallel to the horizon. Now, the horizon's a straight line from left to right. To be parallel with it, let's say you want to put up some shelves. Your shelves will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That will be the world. Things won't roll off of it. That's just for a small example. But on a larger scale, when we survey across water, across the English Channel over 20 miles, before we built the Channel Tunnel underneath the English Channel, we used lasers and other propagation to measure across that body of water, and the water is horizontal. This is what we measure the Earth to be, horizontal. So if the surface of the Earth is a straight line from left to right, how can it be a sphere? Like the pictures show.
Okay, because I said that's still small. You're still looking at, it's basically just small versus big.
How
yes, I can drive. I do Uber. I can drive 100 miles in a line, and it will feel flat still. You can't measure the curvature because how minimal it is over distance.
Dude, you understand geometry, right? You understand what a circle is.
That is mostly still in the actual atmosphere.
Please, let's have a good conversation. You understand basic geometry, right? Like what a circle is, don't you? You understand that it has a radius, diameter, and circumference, and will have a rate of change of slope from a horizontal tangent placed upon it. Curvature, if you will. It's a shape, dude. You understand these things that I'm saying, right? Before I continue? All right, I'll continue. Does the Earth have a radius?
Yes, dude, why are we asking just basic questions?
Good. So the Earth has a radius, an agreed upon number.
Let's just stop. We're not gonna walk through. So you're not gonna walk me down your path of thinking, dude. No.
I know, but you keep saying the Earth is so big and huge and massive and wouldn't measure curvature, but because of that radius value, there's 8 inches of descent over 1 mile, and 66 foot of descent over 10 miles, 266 foot over 20 miles. You understand that this is how long we build bridges, dams, and infrastructure, right? When we map on the Earth,
someone flying really can't see the curvature that well.
No. We're not talking about people flying. We're talking about your understanding about how big the Earth is and how much curvature there should be.
Dude, the curvature is over huge distances that the eye can't really see. It's very minimal, and that's why you have to see it in a small distance. Actually, like my example. My example is literally perfect, dude.
You're telling me that you can't see the curvature of the Earth, right? That's what you're telling me. You're too small.
You can see it. You just it has to be measured in a precise way. You can't just see it by the naked eye. No,
you can see it, but you can't measure it. Is what you're telling me now.
You can't see it by the naked eye, dude. You have to have some way to measure it.
Eye now. Okay, so
That's what I've been saying.
Dummy, you with the naked eye can't see it, right? Gonna lose my patience now.
If you're measuring, I'm saying if you have your measuring and stuff, you can see it. With the naked eye, you're doing your day-to-day activities. No, you're not going to see curvature in the way that the Earth's a sphere. No.
There's no chance to have a reasonable conversation with you, is there? None at all.
He doesn't want to listen. Absolutely doesn't want to listen at all. It's the old flat earthers can't be right syndrome.
Yeah, he's not here to listen and learn what we have to say. He doesn't want to hear what we have to say. We're just wrong, period. And as soon as you go to speak, Jedi, he will just begin to rant and rave over the top of you. It's fucking pathetic.
If you didn't notice, he was rumbling and contradicting himself by himself, just like that. He was saying that you can't measure the surface to be curved. He was saying that. Now he's saying that you can measure the surface to be curved, but you can't see it. He was able to see that you can see the curvature on the furrows.
Anyways, Jedi, if you want to have a laugh, that conversation to me, you know that song by The Streets, The Irony of It All? Where there's that one dude that's the drunk and the other one that's the stoner. One's trying to stay super chill and the other one's just running amok. That's what that conversation sounded like.
Oh dear. Right. Is there anybody else who just wants to make noise while somebody else talks?
Me.
Has anybody else got any questions they want to ask? These conversations get more and more painful, Matrix. I don't know whether it's I'm getting older. And
what's your best proof that the Earth is flat?
Water being horizontal upon the surface at any and all distances that we measure. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. The Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans, for example. 70% of the surface of the Earth is horizontal, so it can't be a sphere, right?
There's something called gravitation.
Pardon?
Gravitation.
What about it?
Makes it look horizontal.
Makes it gravity. that would be me dropping something. Makes things look a certain way now.
No, it drags it towards the middle, right?
The middle, no, down.
No, the middle.
Okay, so you're saying that gravity forms everything into a sphere.
The middle of the Earth, bro, not the middle.
Yeah. You're saying gravity forms the Earth into a sphere, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we would measure the curved surface that the gravity created then, right?
Okay.
Okay. Do we measure that curved surface?
I don't know, do we?
No. This is what I tried to point out to the last guy. To try to confirm the claims of pictures from space that show the Earth being having a curved surface, or you with your claim that everything to the centre of the Earth, creating the Earth to be a sphere. When we try to measure that curved surface, we don't measure a curved surface. Like I said, the water measures to be horizontal. Why. Oh, he's off. What?
I know why. Because the distance is too far. Can you measure it?
Okay. How far did I measure? How far did I measure?
I mean, like at a certain point it curves, but that distance is too far to measure for it to be.
What distance? Let's say from underneath my feet is I'm standing at the beach, so before a body of water. What is the rate of change of slope beneath my feet?
Sorry. Ask again. What was the question? Well, I spaced out.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. If I'm standing on a sphere, the Earth, at the water's edge, how much curvature over distance would I experience?
None, because it's over a very big distance.
Okay. You understand the Earth has got a radius, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand that means that there is a rate of change on the surface given to it by that radius value, right?
He just said yeah to agree with you. He doesn't know.
No, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. The rate of change of slope doesn't matter about the radius value. You could have a radius value of any size, and will it change the rate of change of slope on the surface, sir? Just so I'm clear before I berate you again.
For you what?
Are you trying to tell me that the radius has got nothing to do with the rate of change of slope?
Yeah, unless it's like fucking unless you over exaggerate, then of course it has a value.
Now over exaggerate in mathematics and geometry. Don't over exaggerate. What the fuck are you talking about?
As long as you don't over exaggerate the radius.
Stop. I'm asking you a question. What the fuck are you talking about?
The radius. We're talking about the radius.
Okay, good. And you agree that there is a given which will have a relationship with.
But you're cutting out, bro.
Okay, somebody else fucking tell him.
Well, I guess nobody else want to tell me, so that means I win, right?
Not really.
You've got a sphere and it has a particular radius and it has a particular size. Its surface has to curve at a specific rate. It cannot curve less. It cannot curve more based on the given value of the radius. So you need to figure out how much that rate of change of slope is. We can tell you if you want, but just like, whatever.
Yeah, tell me,
I don't really care about people that don't give a shit. Oh, you give a shit? You care?
Yeah, I care.
He's too stupid to understand that. You're gonna have to dumb it right down.
Yeah, dumb it down for me, please.
Okay, if there's a 20-mile lake, you're standing on one side of the lake, right? And there's a 20-story building on the other side of the lake. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth's a globe.
No, it shouldn't.
Yeah, it should.
No, it shouldn't, because maybe where the building is, the surface elevated.
Water.
It's over water, dude. It's over level water.
Exactly.
A lake.
What are you
That's
talking
why I
about,
said
bro?
a lake. I said a lake. You know what a lake is, right?
No,
So I get that the Earth is flat, but is the Moon flat too? You guys think the Moon's flat?
Yes. That's just a dot in the sky.
This is like idiocracy. So it really is.
It's
a bunch of like.
You guys
Bro,
flat
if the
mooners?
Worse than
surface where the
idiocracy.
building, if the surface where the building is not
Bro,
elevated, then you can't
bro,
see
it's
the
on-
building.
It's on the. Okay, right. So if you're standing on one side of the lake on the shoreline,
Are you flat mooners?
okay,
and flat
and then
sunners?
on the other side of, hey, dumb fuck, who was that?
That was me.
Hey, that was me.
All right, Cash. You're
Yo.
officially not the dumbest person in the room anymore.
Oh,
Congratulations.
thank God, bro.
Yeah. All right. So if you're standing on one side of the lake, and then there's 20 miles of water over to the other side of the lake, okay, and there's a 20-story building on the shoreline on the other side of the lake. If the Earth's a globe, it should be hidden behind the horizon completely because of the curvature of the Earth. Do you get it?
Doesn't that depend on the how much the curvature of the Earth is though? Like
Yeah, so according to the globe model, right? So the curvature of the Earth is based on the radius value. It's based on the size that they tell us. Gravity should be pulling everything towards the center of the Earth. That means that the curvature should be able to be calculated. So over 20 miles, there's 266 feet of curvature. That means if you put a 20-story building, which is about 200 feet on the other side, it should be completely hidden behind the horizon.
also,
If the Earth's a globe.
You know
yeah,
why
but
it's
the
not
Earth is
hidden?
not a globe, though.
Yeah, I
You
know
have to
why
take
it's
that
not
into
hidden.
account.
Yeah, no, you don't know why it's not hidden.
The Earth is flat. That's why. But the Earth
It's
actually
not.
is not a globe.
It's not hidden. Yo, can I speak? It's not hidden. But you don't know why it's not hidden. That's the funny part.
Okay, why is it not hidden? So you agree it's not hidden, right?
There it is. We see it.
Well, yeah. Obviously, it's not hidden. Like usually, you see the building, right? But I'll tell you why you see the building.
Okay, why?
Because the surface is elevated over there.
No. Say
Compared
the
to-
buildings,
compared
the building's sitting at the same level as the lake, right on the shoreline.
That's never the case, bro.
Oh, really?
See the bottom of the
Are you
building,
just gonna be-
retard.
Yeah.
Right, I think he's
66
he's- I give
Most of
up.
the time-
I
Wait, most of
don't
the
know how
time
to
you
dumb it
can't
down
see
any more than that.
You can't see the bottom of the building actually most of the time. So
It's on stilts, guys. It's on stilts, tens of feet high.
It's levitating.
So get wrecked, Owen.
Yeah,
The Earth is
right. So
round.
the whole building should be blocked behind the curvature.
Not
Including
the
the
whole
bottom of the
building. It
building.
doesn't
Yeah,
have to.
Including
the
the
whole
bottom of the
building.
Cash, when you do the calculations, you'll find out that over specific distances based upon your elevation, those buildings should not even be visible at all. Like you'd have to stand on top with a flagpole that's like 200 foot high in order to be seen. That's how much it should be hidden.
So what are you trying to say?
The Earth is
The
flat.
curvature's not there. Yeah, the curvature when we go out, there's zero hidden. Right? The horizon isn't blocking it. In fact, we don't see the horizon anywhere over that lake. We can just zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake and the
Okay.
whole building.
So let's say the Earth is flat. What the fuck does that change in your life?
Well, you can
Nothing,
stop living a delusional existence and believing in crazy bullshit. Like thinking that you're on a spinning space ball flying through a space vacuum. You can stop living a delusion, right? And start getting in touch with reality and learning how to think critically.
Here's something that'll change. You'll learn to turn off from all the globe bullshit propaganda that you've had jammed down your neck. So what I want you to do today or tomorrow, Cash, is when you go just through your existence, have a look at all the globe propaganda you've got, global logistics, tonight on the global news, and all the rest of the propaganda that keeps reminding you that you live on a globe. You have a look at how much of that is out there, and get back to us.
I think most
all the signs on the back of buses, and when you're driving down the highway and you see those signs, and you see a picture of a globe, right? You don't have to be a retard anymore, man.
Yeah, it will stop being an ignorant. You will just have to acquire some knowledge. You'll stop being a blind believer who just follow things that he heard and saw in photos and videos. You just have critical thinking. You will think by your own. You will not use other people's brains, but you will use yours to identify how reality is presenting itself to you.
If the Earth is flat, let's go jump off the edge, bro.
Yeah, that's you claiming there is an edge. Did you discover that? When did you go to see that?
I mean, if it's flat, there has to be an edge.
No, it doesn't have to have an edge. Who told you that?
Yeah, the Earth is not a disk floating in space.
Okay, so you can just keep walking and you won't come back to the same position. If you walk in a completely straight line, you'll just discover new land.
No idea.
Yeah, exactly. If you go from the north toward the south, you'll never go back to the north at all.
Okay, and I'm the ignorant one. So planes are just discovering new land all the time. Fucking dumbass.
What we're claiming is that we know that the Earth is flat. We don't claim that we know where the edge is, if there is even an edge, or if there's more lands, or what have you. We just measured the water flat. That's not ignorance.
Okay, but you can prove yourself wrong by just going into
take a flight.
Yeah, take a flight. That's straight.
Yeah, that's great. Pause. Hey, Cash, check it out. You don't have to yell at your microphone, mate. It's not going to help you. So, the problem is with taking your flights. Yeah, you got excited and you jumped up on your microphone. Decibel level went up by magnitude. So, anyways, when you take a flight and they are flying east or west, they're not flying in straight lines. You do understand that, don't you?
We could do an experiment on flying a straight line.
Yeah. I didn't ask you to do an experiment. I said to you a statement and I asked you if you understood it. And then you started talking about random shit. You do understand that east and west are not straight lines. You do know that, don't you?
Of course.
So, how are you going to be going east in a straight line and then claiming we're going to go off some random edge that you've invented?
No, I'm not talking about the edge. I'm saying if you go into a plane and the plane goes in a straight line, it won't discover. Okay, but listen.
No one's done that.
Just
so
listen.
Your experiment, your experiment. Listen, we've heard it before, bro. Your experiment. You want to go in a straight line and find the edge. Go and do it. You'll be the first one ever.
Not the edge, bro. Not the edge. You're not listening. Let me finish my sentence.
No one's ever flown in a straight line and ended up back where they started. Ever.
Let's just let him get it out.
I think he's going to ask a topology question. I got this if you want.
Copy.
I'm saying if you go in a straight line, if you go into a plane and it goes in a straight line, and you keep going in a straight line, it won't discover new land. You'll come back to the same position, and that proves that the Earth is round.
In a straight line.
No one's ever done that, Cash.
Yeah, but go ahead and do it and prove me wrong.
No one's ever done it.
So let me tell you something about geometry. So if you go in a straight line, you will never ever come back to where you started from, because straight lines go infinitely in distance without deviation, because straight lines are the shortest path between 2 points. They are not deviating at all. Not up, not down, not left, not right. That's just
Yeah, but if the Earth is
straight.
round, if the Earth is round, you do a circle.
That's good, stupid, and a circle is not straight.
No, it will. Well, you don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it because you're too stupid.
You can't fly straight on a sphere, is what my friend is trying to point out. You're now making.
You should kick your friend from this shit.
I know you're making the claim that if on the Earth being a sphere, if you did fly straight, you would end up where you started from. But one, that wouldn't be straight because you're flying around a curved surface, and two, can you prove that? Of course you can't.
No, I don't have a private jet. Otherwise, I would.
Then why would you make the claim then? You ended your sentence with that. You ended your sentence with that claim.
All right, can I tell you something?
You don't know, do you?
No, I do.
Oh, so
if the Earth was flat, okay. If the Earth was flat, and someone really wanted to prove it, they would have done this.
Yeah, okay, but to prove the surface of the Earth, you don't find the limitation. You measure the surface quality. If the Earth was a sphere, we would measure curvature over distance of the Earth, let's say over a body of water. We don't measure that curvature, which you would need for the Earth to be a three-dimensional object like a sphere, but we don't know the shape of the Earth. Yeah, we understand that, for example, if you are on something, then obviously you just travel in a straight line and you'll probably reach the limitation of that system. But we haven't done that. We don't know what that's like. We don't even know if there is that in the first place.
You know why you haven't done it? You know why you haven't done it? Because it's impossible.
Yeah, because I haven't got a fucking pilot's license.
No, because it's impossible.
No, because I haven't got a pilot's license, which is why I got on a plane and done the thing that you said. Now you said that it's impossible. Have you done this?
Have I done it? No, because it's impossible.
No, of course you haven't. So how would you know if it's possible or not?
Because you'll just keep. If that was true, people would have just kept finding new land, bro.
Hypotheticals. If that was true. Don't stop making claims that you can't back up because you ain't done this, mate. You don't know what would happen. So don't tell me that this would prove what the Earth was, the thing that you haven't done.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat, people by now would have either found the edge or found new land, like all the time. You know, either one of those. But none of those have happened, which means that people just keep.
Okay.
Like we've already found everything.
Okay.
How do you know that?
So, are you privy to all of
How
the
do I know it?
discoveries?
How do I know it? I've done it.
All right, fuck off, dude. We're out. Someone else. What I'm going to do is challenge you on the, well, I've done it, and we're going to get to the conclusion that you're a bold-faced liar. That's all that's going to happen.
Yeah, so you went in a straight line and didn't find any land, huh?
No, I came back to the same spot. So that means
you've not done it. So who has done it?
Sorry, what straight line did you traverse and come back?
What? What did you say? Sorry.
What straight line did you traverse and then come back to your starting location?
I did a circle.
That's not a straight line, though, is it?
But it is. It is. You don't understand.
No, it isn't.
Can I tell you why it is?
A straight line is not a fucking circle, you retard. Oh
okay,
my god.
But oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys.
Summer every day, guys. These globe heads come in here and think curved lines are straight.
Okay, but a straight line on a round surface is a circle.
No, a straight line.
Yeah, because it goes around.
This is a tangent.
It's called a concentric circle, man. You really need to understand geometry.
Hey, listen, my 5-year-old drew straight lines across the dinner table that was round.
A straight line around a sphere is a circle, guys. How do you not know this?
It's called aren't you supposed to be using the straight lines to prove a sphere, not begging the question that it is a sphere?
You can't use a straight line to prove a sphere. Tangent.
Unless it's a tangent. Yeah, you're breaking up, Jedi, just so you know, mate.
All right, thank you, mate.
Jedi, I'll buy you a new mic, bro.
Cash, I gotta ask you a question, bro. What's a concentric circle?
I don't know what that term means. I'm not first speaking language, English. No.
Right, it's a circle around another circle. So basically, when you're going around a sphere, you're making a concentric circle around the outer edge of another circle.
Okay.
That's not a straight line.
Okay, but I'm saying, okay, okay, maybe I said it wrong. So I mean, like going in a straight line.
Yeah, nobody's ever gone in a straight line and ended up back where they started.
Yeah, nobody has ever gone in a straight line and found new land or found the edge of the earth.
No, stop. Why do you keep repeating that stupid shit? You're claiming that if we traverse in a back to where we got started from. That is what you're claiming. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Excellent. Nobody's ever fucking done it. Now start listening.
Okay. And nobody has ever found new land by walking in a straight line.
That doesn't
we're not claiming to have gone in a straight fucking line. That's a straw man. You're doing that on our behalf.
This Aussie is really mad right now. What the hell's going on?
Well, I just gotta say, whether going in a straight line finds new land or what makes you end up where you started, no one's ever done that either.
Yeah, I get that. But which is more likely that? But think about it. Just think about it, bro.
Yeah, which is more likely? Here's something that's more likely. They're using a fucking reference point. Let me call it north, magnetic north. So when you go east, it's referenced from one point. You move a little bit, the compass changes. You move a little bit more, the compass changes. You're going around in a fucking great big circle. You, in your head, when someone says east, you imagine a straight line. In reality, it's a fucking great big circle.
Yes, because if you fly in a straight line, you will just go, if we assume that the Earth is a ball, if you fly in a straight line, you will end up going to space. You will rise away from the surface of the Earth because the Earth is not going in a straight line. It's curving down from straight, and you will keep going straight. You will find yourself away out in the space. If you continue, you can continue indefinitely because that's
you're stupid.
Infinity. You are stupid. A straight line.
I swear, every time you've talked, you're just talking nonsense.
By definition, I will definition for you now because you are stupid. A straight line.
Okay, Necros, let's just question him. Necros, just pause for a second. Okay, Cash.
Mike's terrible, Necros.
When you,
can we kick Necros because he's fucking stupid?
How about we kick you for being stupid? So when people are traversing the globe, what are they using as a reference point so they know where they're going?
Wait, what? I spaced out.
A map.
No shit.
Yeah. What navigation tools are they using?
A compass. Right.
Excellent. And what does a compass do?
Oh, you're going back to the same argument, bro.